yes, here we go again, just like yesterday. Hey, you guys, welcome to the live. And of course, Melissa's here with us today as well. And, I was going to do a live regardless today. But then Melissa, she had sent me this live. And this is going to probably make you very angry. A lot of you guys, it's going to might bring back memories. But it's always good to remember this, um, the stuff that was said. And but this is going to make you very angry. For anyone that say hasn't ever heard this, trust me, you want to talk about poor Sebastian. And again, this is going to reflect on a lot of stuff, right, Melissa? It's honestly, it's like it triggers me instantly. Yeah, trigger warning she put up. Hi, crafty one. So let's give some shout outs quickly, you guys, because again, you guys, when you guys hear it, some of you guys are going to remember some of this stuff, but you guys are going to get a refresher course on exactly this. Again, poor Sebastian's life. A lot of it's going to be to do with, really, Sebastian, what he had endured. This is going to do with the live that was done about, I think it was like 9 months ago, 8 months ago, 9 months ago. And it's
May
when
3rd, 2024.
Say that one more time.
May
The date?
3rd, May 3rd, 2024.
Okay. And so, but a lot of you guys might have forgotten where this information came from because it was a couple of creators that were talking with neighbors around the Proudfoot home there, and some people were willing to go on record and stuff like that. But anyways, all I had to do was listen to the first 5 minutes, and I'm like, Melissa, like, and she in turn was like, listen to a couple of minutes and like send it to me, and I listened to it for about 5 minutes, and I was like, oh, we're doing a live like ASAP, because it just honestly, when you know what, we'll get into it, but we're just gonna say our hellos first. So, hello, Mama, how are you? Let's see here. And Barb, how are you doing? Nice to see everybody. The dirty scoop, the poop scoop. Can't help it. I keep thinking of like, sorry, my little poop scoop from my kitty litter whenever I see the dirty scoop on there. And American Justice, which is Melissa, which is, of course, down below. And Melissa has her channel, American Justice, which is right here. The creator that we're going to be talking about is the Crime Lines and Lies. Again, we're going to go through this, you guys, because this is, like I said, this is very maddening when you remember some of this stuff. And again, maybe some of you didn't remember this particular live. Hi, Karen. How are you? Karen had left a comment, I believe, on the video today. I think it was from last night. Anyways, so appreciate all your comments out there. Same with Bluefish as well. Sharon Parker's in the house. Thanks, Sharon. And Sharon's doing her hellos. Where's Ben? Where's Ben, Sharon? On there. So, okay. So, we're going to get into this, but let me just put this. Okay. So, you guys, if you're not sub to this channel, make sure you do go sub, and you guys can go back and watch it yourself and see any other videos out there. Hi, Lady Roses. How are you? So, Melissa, before we get started, because we're going to get into this right away, because this is a good 2-hour live. So trust me, people, sit back. We're going to be here for at least 3 hours, because we're going to be playing it and talking about it, because trust me, there's so many moments where we're going to be stopping and going to be talking about it. And so, yeah, from Wisconsin. Yeah. So I'm personally from the Vancouver, Canada, in the Vancouver, BC area, out of obviously Canada. And Melissa, you're from?
I am from Southwest Indiana.
Mm-hmm. There we go. So American Canadian. See, we do love each other still, don't we? No politics today. Don't like politics anyway. Anyways,
we're gonna have
wait. You didn't even ask
a lot of politics, but it's gonna be neighborhood politics, not
neighborhood politics of Christopher Proudfoot, Kitty Proudfoot, and of course Sebastian Rogers, and of course Seth in there. So again, just want to say, I mean, everything we personally do this channel, um, is always about facts and talking about theories and ideas, of course, but knowing that facts really count when you're trying to understand what could have possibly happened to Sebastian Rogers. Even if, for instance, like Katie might have said stuff and maybe it might be true and not be true. We know Christopher Proudfoot doesn't know how to tell the truth if it freaking hit him in the head. We know that. But at the end of the day, you still want to keep the facts out there correctly. And yeah, and you know what? Actually, just somebody had put this long comment. I'm sorry if I forget your name on a post today. It's kind of, I think the comment was, the gist of it was like, is it really necessary to kind of go over pictures and cameras and angles and different stuff? Um, my comment back to that pretty much was, because yesterday we were talking about those, some of those pictures as part of the live, and remember, so the one item that was, I shouldn't say one item, but you guys know the camera angle to the back of the Proudfoot home, and then there was this thing that people were trying to guess was a trash can camper and all that stuff, and truly, it truly is Katie's van. If you look past the gate and the deception of, obviously a camera angle in a sense, it's in the Proudfoot lot, and Katie drives a square white box van, and so it's catching it. And if you actually go to Google Earth yourself, you can see that van perfectly in line with that window that's across the street. But the thing that kind of, I think, throws off people is the black gating, because you know how there's a black gate between the Proudfoot home and the back one. So it's kind of like the gate is kind of getting mixed in the picture, and it kind of comes off like it's wiggly and wavy. But if you eliminate that black, because that's just the gate, then you're left with the back of Katie's van. Again, it's one of, so this person's basically saying, like, like, basically, is this really going to help? Okay, so you know what? Bottom line is this: everyone wants to understand every bit of info. Is Katie's van being in that, picture gonna solve, Sebastian's disappearance? No. But do people want to understand and look at cameras and look at pictures and know where lights are coming from and stuff like that? Absolutely, right? People want anything that they can get when it comes to Sebastian Rogers' case. So that might have been that person's opinion, but most of the people, they like watching stuff. Hence why Mob Crew and his going over of the pictures that were sent to him by Julie, or anything that SF Investigates kind of puts out, stuff like that. Only if it's like factual stuff do you want to put it out, and if it's not, then you don't want to claim that it's factual, of course. But either or, each to their own opinions on that stuff. And again, for anyone that is newer to the channel, we do appreciate all different opinions, because we don't expect you to agree with something that maybe I said or Melissa said and stuff like that. Just like someone in chat might say something you don't agree with, that's okay, as long as we all act like adults and respect everybody's opinions, and just keep it nice and adult like. That's all we care about, just respecting each other. We don't put up with trolls. It's not about clicks and views of this channel, but I do ask if you guys have a moment to hit that like button. Not for us, honestly, it's for Sebastian. Okay, keeping awareness out there. This is I know what I don't mush my words, and I don't pretend to be something I'm not. It's just about honesty and transparency always with me. It's how I live, and how I go by. So when I ask you to honestly hit that like button, it's just because we are more of the factual channels out there instead of the drama based ones. So for the facts, if people want to learn the facts, please get Sebastian's awareness, keep it growing, keep it out there for the sake of Sebastian. That's it. We're almost at the year mark with Sebastian. February 25th will be 1 year. I can't believe it's been 1 year. It's crazy to think that it has been. So before we get started, we appreciate you guys joining us. And hi, Charlie, needs the captions. Sorry, I'm hearing impediment. You know that the captions, though, they'll turn on after the live, though, Charlie. The captions. If it's on a video, well, I can probably turn on the captions for what we're going to watch. Okay. Okay, Charlie. And so anyways, because yeah, so most of it's going to be about listening regardless. So Charlie, I'll turn on the captions for that video that we're going to be playing. So Melissa, do you have anything to say before we get started and right into it, to be honest?
So I just want to say, I want to go back for just a second. You said somebody commented about, does going over the pictures really help us find Sebastian? Yes, yes, it does. Does it help us find him? No, not technically. But does it prove to us that he would have been seen? Yes, most definitely. So does it help us find him? No, I guess not really. But yes, it does in a way help, because it shows us a view of what that camera would have caught. And somebody who says he walked out the back door, well, now we know he didn't, because he would have been seen on camera. So it does help us narrow down the possibilities of what happened.
Yeah. You know, and again, each to their own. But, my thing is this, right? Okay. So, for instance, that's the back of Katie's van. You know, that's my opinion. And it makes absolute sense if you realize her van is square, and if you realize that the gate's in the way, giving it this odd ripply effect. And a lot of people, I get it, that a lot of people are thinking maybe it was a camper, because even I was kind of like that. But then I went and took the pictures myself, and I was like, oh, wait a second. Because I always was thinking, well, at first I was kind of going, what is that actually? Because it was never in any pictures. But once you realized that that was actually in the Proudfoot lot, then you knew that it was Katie's van. And if you took out the gate, that's giving it, because it's not a clear picture. But if you took out the gate, then you're left with Katie's van with the little, that little piece on top as well. But anyways, take it however you want. Bottom line is, you know, if meaning I don't like if I make a mistake, we're gonna tell you we made a mistake. Kind of like what Mob Crew did, right? He was thinking, because those pictures had come to him during the live, he was thrown back by it. And so he's looking at it and he's like, holy crap, the whole time, right? But so he was associating that window with Katie's window, the bedroom, thinking it was coming from the Proudfoot home. But as soon as that live was done, I took those pictures from SF that had the privacy one, and I took it as well. So it was nice to see that Mob Crew corrected himself, that it's not a person, because I knew too as well that night before that it was the tree, but some light was shining on it, taking part of the tree out on one of the pictures. So it was nice to see that correction, because that's just it. You don't want to be putting out false things. And then people, right? This is where the drama gets caused because of that. So it's kind of one of those things. I like to do the work for myself to understand, because I care very deeply about this case. We have followed this case. I'm going to say this, and I say this only because, it means a lot to me. We were the first YouTube channel to cover this case. It was, and that was because of Aspen, who sent it to me on the 26th, and it was all over TikTok. So I put it to tweet, and then we did a live with Elijah Vu and Sebastian Rogers the next day. So this case is very important to me. So that was February 27th. Okay. No, the only person that had covered it, I think at that time, was Nick Perez, and I think a WSM 4. Other than that, there was no other channel that had covered it. But it grew, and I tweeted it out because I wanted bigger channels. Not to say that I was the cause of it, because I'm not going to claim that, but I tweeted it out because I wanted bigger channels to catch on to this story. And that's the best you can do. Doesn't mean they're going to, but this case, because of the oddness of it and everything, kind of like the Nicola Bully story and stuff like that, or the Idaho 4, when something has something that really just catches people. And in this case, an autistic child just disappeared. And when I seen his face, instantly when I seen his face, I was like, we're covering this story, because all I saw was this bright smile, this bright light around him. And so then it's become February 26th. Well, 26th is when Aspen sent it to me. So it's been a year, for this channel, for covering this case of Sebastian Rogers. And I kind of personally like to get, follow for the most part, one case at a time. And I like to put my heart and soul into it. And sometimes maybe if we're like when we were covering Delphi, and then I was doing Sebastian and stuff like that. But it's one of those things that it means a lot to me. that we've covered this case since the beginning of it. And honestly, at the end of the day, it's just about, I don't care if other channels get 30,000 views and this channel gets whatever 1,500 views, right? Pretty much the way it is, and stuff like that. Because really, at the end of the day, it's really about awareness, you know. And if people can put it out to the algorithm and keep the awareness out there, then that's great. Now, as for the dramatic channels and stuff like that, and people that are constantly creating that's their circus to deal with. This channel fully respects the victims of any of these crimes, or with Sebastian, well, we know there's something that happened. We know that there's a crime involved, hence why criminal investigation, and it's his scent wasn't picked up, right? So we'll get into it now. I'll shut up. Was there anything else you wanted to say?
Nope. Let's get
Melissa?
into this because
Okay,
it's,
no,
like
we
I
got to
said,
get
a
into it.
2-hour live, and then we're going to be covering it. So it's going to be more like 4 hours.
Yeah. I'm just going to answer Barb quickly. Barb, honestly, I think about this every single day. I go to sleep thinking about this case, and why I purposely do that, to be honest. I listen to as much as I can. I try to understand every single reasoning. Everything to me always points back to the house. No matter how I look at it, it always points back to the house. Now, we obviously know Katie was the one, so it's not about so it's not one of those things where I'm just like, you know what, I'm so focused on Katie or Christopher and stuff like that. But I mean, it's one of those things when you sit there and you keep looking at all these different things and there's no answers, and you keep getting led back to the house. That's the reasoning, because there's only so many things that could have happened. And the more that pictures come out and give us a more clear picture of, okay, well, if a camera is over here and he wouldn't be seen, and the camera's back here and he would have been seen, and a camera's over to the other side and he would have been seen, or any movement and stuff like that, it's just hard to look at it. So for me personally, my opinion is that I keep going back to the house. And there's a piece to the puzzle we all know that's missing, because none of it makes sense. And the only thing that makes sense is that Sebastian didn't leave that house possibly that day. And I'm not seeing anything that's fitting. Even the flashlight video, where you have the flashlight video kind of in that second one going this way, and then you see one going back. Where could he have gone that he wouldn't have been seen that somebody wouldn't have been seen on camera? So it doesn't make sense. So is it a garbage truck video like it was told to the prophets, or is it a flashlight video? All I know is that if I can't make sense of something and I can't connect how this could have happened, knowing that there's cameras here, here, and here, that no matter what would have seen, or some sort of vehicle, it takes me right back to the home. So that would be my answer. Hi JDR. Poor Sebastian. What do you think they did with him? Well, like I said, we're gonna listen to this, okay, and then we're gonna stop and chat together. At first, I thought they could have put him in a cement in the garage. Well, you know what? At the end of the day, Barb, honestly, it's not like, it's kind of like what the police say. It's like, you can't really rule anyone out, right? Because no one knows truly what happened to Sebastian until the time of day that we ever hear that the case has been broke open. Hopefully by somebody. I'm just praying to, from the bottom of my heart, I would love for it to be an abduction of Sebastian, by a family member, somebody that has him. But, so I'm going to hold out that hope still regardless, because there's nothing to show that he's not alive, and there's nothing to show that he is alive. So I'm going to prefer to take the alive route for the sake of my heart first, because I don't want to think of the alternative, because actually it makes me upset if I even think about that, looking at his face, just like it does with Abby and Libby and stuff like that, because these are children. These are children. These are our precious gifts. And that's how I've always saw my son since he was born. These are gifts. They're not to be abused and used. They're gifts. So in saying that, we're going to start playing this out, okay? And like I said, we're going to stop and go through it. But you guys, again, prepare yourself for those things that you forgot and that you're going to hear again, or that you haven't heard before. So with that being said, I'm going to hit play. Okay, so Chloe, Jade, and Brooks are the
You got to
ones talk.
share.
Yeah, I guess I supposedly I got to share, don't I? I guess I got to share. Fine, okay. Guess I don't want to be too greedy today. Let's see here, Sebastian. Okay. I'm telling you guys, for those of you who forgot about this stuff, here it is.
Let's go through some of our conversation we had with, well, a couple of the neighbors yesterday. What struck you as the most disturbing? One neighbor we talked to has lived there for 13 years. He said the Proudfeets have been there for 2 years and doesn't seem to have any love loss for no-ass Chris Proudfoot. So what really bothered you about what we were told?
Well, the first thing was the way that Sebastian was treated, that was seen outside the house, some things that we were told, like being sprayed with the pressure washer till he had a meltdown. I thought that was awful.
And let's elaborate on that.
Okay.
Because I mean, not everybody was on the phone call.
Yes.
Chris Proudfeet was outside and he had a pressure washer and he was spraying down the fifth wheel. Sebastian came outside, I guess, wanting to do outside things. And he started screaming at him, cussing him out, and he hosed him down with the pressure washer. Now, I don't know about you guys, but those things hurt. We use them to clean off the house. We have to turn it down to low just to wash a car because they'll take the paint off of a car. All right, go ahead, Chloe. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no, that's what I was going to say. So that scenario right there really, really bugged me. The fact that a couple of the questions that I asked, I don't know, because you asked so many questions, but like the fact was Chris Proudfoot really gone that whole month? Like he says he was. And he said, and we were told no.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a big question for me too, because that's something I've never really believed or knew if I believed. He only spoke about Sebastian as Katie's son. He never called him his son to anyone else.
Okay, so we're gonna take this as it comes, okay? So recently I played a clip because one of the biggest things that has really bugged me, and I've been talking about it for a while, right, Melissa? We've both been talking about this. Why has Christopher Proudfoot consistently said, you know what? No, TBI told me I'm not allowed to talk about it. So there's certain things I'm not going to tell you. And I am not going to tell you exactly when I left. But let's just say it was early February. Okay. So now I had played the clip where Christopher Proudfoot and Katie were on Smiley's World, but Christopher had to get off for a moment because he's had a phone call, his daughter, whatever. Okay. So while he hopped off for a minute, Smiley's World had said to Katie, so why did Christopher Proudfoot say that he left home February 1st? And Katie says, well, that's because it's true. And then Smiley says, well, I mean, he was gone like 2 or 3 weeks. And then Katie makes this comment that's strange and says, well, because Christopher Proudfoot seen him when he come home. Is that how it went again, Melissa? Just like that? Christopher Proudfoot said Christopher Proudfoot had seen him when he go home, or Chris, right? And it was like, hold on a second. If he was home February 1st and that's when he left, how could he have seen him when he come home if his next time home wasn't the 26th? So now that we kind of are getting into this hindsight and remembering things, so we all know that Christopher Proudfoot, he lies, right? He tells a lot of mistruths. He thinks that you people are stupid. He takes you for idiots. He manipulates the polygraph and tries to say that, hey, I didn't say and like I said, I put that video yesterday again because he was clearly asked, did you both take, like, meaning in the post that he answered, did you both take the polygraphs? Yes. And both passed. Yes. And, but yeah, both passed. Right. And anyways, so then on, it was the interview, with, come on now. It's on the top of my head, not the Duchess, but what's the other one, Melissa? Not the Duchess. No, it was the Duchess. The
Nancy
Duchess,
Grace, second Duchess, or Web Sleuth.
yeah. And by the way, I want to retract something. The other day in a live, I kept saying Terry Lynn, but I meant to say Duchess, and I kept saying Terry Lynn's name, but that it was from the Duchess. I noticed I was saying that because I don't usually go back and listen, but I was listening to a part of that live, and all of a sudden I was like, wait, why am I saying Terry Lynn? That was to do with the Duchess. But anyways, so on the Duchess, he says, like, people are asking him, did he take the test? He's like, yes, right? And then even the Duchess is like, look, he said yes. I'm not going to ask this question anymore. And then he's like, whoa, 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 you idiots. I didn't say who took the test. No, he clearly did. He loves to play games. He's a manipulator. Unfortunately for him, he's as clear as day, one of the biggest narcissists that's fully transparent to me, and I'm sure it is to you guys as well, that he's not one of those ones that's like, you got this really sweet, soft personality, and then you got this monster. No, you got a clear monster through and through that's just so transparent. But he takes people for idiots. And why would you do that? Most importantly, when a child is missing and you're playing games with people, why would you do stuff like that? So, anyways, when Katie made that slip up, that's why I played that clip, because why would you say that Christopher had seen Sebastian when he come home, when she just literally asked him about the first and then proceeds to say, so he was gone about 2.5 to 3 weeks or whatever. And that, when she makes that statement, it didn't make sense because the next time he supposedly saw Sebastian, right, is February 26th. And hence why he keeps always cock blocking that question all the time whenever it's asked. And he acts like he can't say it. So wanted to touch on that piece. Did you want to say anything to that before we get into the next part of what they're talking about?
Yeah. So as far as the last time he's seen Sebastian, Katie Proudfoot said on Smiley's World, like you said, that he'd been gone since the early February, but he had seen Sebastian when he come home. But she wasn't the only one who's made this comment.
Right.
On Elevated Truth, Sebastian had been missing at 296 days at this point, and Christopher Proudfoot said himself at 3 hours, 24 minutes, and 50 seconds. Just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February until I came home on the 26th.
Mm-hmm.
So he himself, like she said, till he come home, right? And we were assuming that she meant the 26th. That was us assuming. Well, on Elevated Truth, Christopher Proudfoot himself said he seen Sebastian on the 26th.
Mm-hmm.
How did you see him on the 26th when you came home when he was missing? Again, that quote was, just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February until I came home on the 26th.
Right.
Again, we were assuming it was the 26th. He specifically said the 26th.
It's KP, and that's very little. That is in my opinion. Well, and let's not get fooled here by innocent Katie over here. I was listening again. Thanks, Melissa. I was listening again to Bullhorn Betty's interview with Seth on it, and when he's talking about stories about Katie's very volatile abusiveness, right? Anyways, we'll get into parts of that, but let's just keep on playing the different parts, and we'll stop every time kind of a new topic comes. We're going to stop and we're going to talk about it because, again, this stuff is very disturbing to hear because all you can think about is poor Sebastian. Like, to get sprayed. I remember hearing about the pressure washer. Don't remember where I heard it from, but I knew I had heard it multiple times about this. Now, again, these are people that are interviewing and talking with neighbors. Okay. So this is where this information is coming from. Again, take whatever you want with a grain of salt or however you see fit. But at the end of the day, I think we can clearly say that Christopher Proudfoot, that Steffa would love to marry him. Right? Step support with Steffa. You want to be wife number 6, don't you? Don't you? Who wants to be wife number 7? Going once. One Canadian loony. Okay, one Canadian loony. Who wants to be wife number 7? Come on
So,
now.
Sonny, I just want to point out right now, we are listening to the 2 hosts talk about this. There will be a third person come up in a little bit. But
Yeah.
she actually recorded the conversation with the neighbor. So we will hear straight out of the neighbor's mouth what was said.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, like I said, just listening to this makes your blood boil. And all I can think about is like, what really, right? Everyone's trying to play. Remember, it was like the Watts, right? How the wife always portrayed like their family was happy, go lucky, and that's like Katie saying, Sebastian, he just really cared about Christopher. He just enjoyed talking to him on the phone. They had such a great relationship. Not buying it. Not buying it at all. In fact, I'm buying it about a big freaking fat 0 on that one for sure. Okay, so we'll play some more. And
Even his stepson.
Mhm.
And we've heard how he speaks about him as he's my son, like those sort of things. Just kind of debunking a lot of confirming a lot of the behavior and actions we've seen by Chris Proudfoot, and then debunking some of the things that we've all known were lies. Don't you think?
Well, because, oh no, you're exactly right. Because he's only trying to convince people now because Sebastian is missing. And there's a lot to go through. Now, we've had 3 different neighbors. We had a long conversation with one yesterday that said no. Normally, he would cut out of work early on Thursday and then leave out either Sunday night or early Monday morning. And the pressure washer thing happened in February. My question is, and don't get me wrong, some people say, well, February is too cold. You have a lot of nice temperatures in February. It's like a baby spring. Anyway, why that one weekend was Mr. Proudfeet away?
Right. And why lie about it and say that you've been away for a month, which has made us all suspicious of that in the first place?
Yeah. Why was Seth alienated for a month?
Exactly.
Okay. It was said by one of the neighbors that Chris Proudfoot, when asked about Sebastian, of course, we know that he would kind of pick on him. I'll put it that way. He said at school they call him Mr. Piss Pants. That's the reason Sebastian wore a pull-up. When one neighbor was asking about Sebastian, he said, that's Katie's retard.
Oh.
Now, that really, really upset me.
Yeah, me too. I mean, how would...
okay, many of us have heard this. And I think I'd be shocked if no one here would agree that you guys can picture that coming out of Christopher's mouth. All those in favor say aye. Aye times 100,000 billion on there.
Aye.
We've listened a couple lives ago to the way he spoke about, I think it was Chloe. That was Seth's PI. And remember, I don't think that there was barely a sentence that didn't go without a double F-bomb in it, pretty much. Right? So we'll come back to that.
Disrespectful and disgusting to speak like that. It breaks my heart.
And I don't believe for a minute that the neighbors are making it up. And it's
No.
10 times worse than we even thought. Sebastian likes to eat things like sushi, tofu, things like that. And so one time, now mind you, Chris Proudfoot was never invited. Well, he was once, okay,
Yes.
to a neighborhood picnic. Let's talk about that, Chloe.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We should definitely explain that. So Chris Proudfoot was disliked by the neighbors so much to the point where when they had neighborhood cookouts and stuff, they did not invite him. He was only invited one time. And he was aggressive and not nice to anybody. So nobody wanted him around. And then, yeah, you tell him what he said about Sebastian. It's horrible.
He even said to one of the neighbors when Child Protective Services was, coming around, he said to Katie, where people could hear it, he goes or I go.
Mm-hmm.
Their last visit, he said, this marriage is not going to work out. Well, go figure. He hasn't had a marriage work out yet.
Yeah, right.
And they've roughly been there about 2 years. Because one of the neighbors we talked to yesterday said, we've been here for 13 years. He's like, I'm like 45 seconds, from the house. He's like, I walk by there all the time.
Yeah.
And he was like, I'm hoping that they just sell the house and move. Because he's like, they've been here about 2 years. And
okay, so we'll stop there for a second before we get too much into it. So if anyone has followed JLR, when JLR was reporting, he was reporting that exact same thing. Most of the neighbors couldn't stand Christopher Proudfoot. Now, shocker. Now, again, this is third party information in a sense. JLR had done a live. So, meaning we're just playing again from this is the channel because it's very important that we give credit where credit's due, right? So, Crime Lines and Lies on there. Now, big shocker there that Christopher Proudfoot wasn't liked by his neighborhood. But we also heard that on JLR when he was talking to neighbors as well. And JLR said the same thing. Like people there were just wishing that they would move from that. Now, Melissa, did you want to say anything as part of this? Because obviously, it kind of goes back and forth a little bit because they're talking about when he's being called Artard, right? And we're going to hear another thing shortly again. And let's see, you guys, I'm just shocked that Christopher Proudfoot, right, would spray Sebastian down with a freaking, one of those freaking water, what are they called again? Come on.
Washer.
Pressure washer, thank you.
Pressure washer.
Kept wanting to say air gun thing. Pressure washer. Heaven forbid that, no, Christopher Proudfoot being disliked in the neighborhood. A know-it-all? Someone that's always right? Unthinkable. Isn't it unthinkable? I can't imagine, honestly. I don't even know why the first wife didn't stay with him, let alone the other ones. I mean, he's obviously the best catch of them, especially of the block there. It's honestly, he's nauseating, but whatever. Let's just, play what they're talking about on there. I was going to say something else, but I forgot now, so I'll come back to it.
His biggest complaint seemed to be about Chris Proudfoot.
Absolutely. That was the main, everything he had to say, that person was about Chris, and it shed a lot of light onto his behavior.
Well, and he had an issue with things that Sebastian preferred to eat. One was sushi and tofu. And it was explained that Chris Proudfoot is very homophobic. And he would tell him, that's what faggots eat. That's why they were so hell-bent on the Texas Roadhouse. We'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah, I can't believe that you would even use that word. That is just a gross word to even use, in my opinion. And then to say that about food, come on. I love sushi. I mean, we all do. a lot of
Yeah.
us in eating healthy is something that was important to Sebastian's diet in my assumption due to his health related issues. So I don't know.
Well, and the thing is, I
100.
totally believe that Chris uses that word all the time
I do
because
too.
when he contacted me about me saying words like moobs and no ass, he called me a faggot.
That's right. That's right.
Shocker.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? Now, the CPS engagement was not because of the belt whipping.
Mhm.
Can you stop it right
It
there for a second?
actually has to do with
Go ahead.
Okay, so in response to you cannot imagine the pain from a pressure washer. I use a pressure washer a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have sprayed myself with it,
It hurts.
trying to get dirt and mud off of me. And I tell you what, it will bruise you, it will cut you, it will leave whelps. I am over some Hispanics that work for my brother's company. So whenever I go to help them out in the summertime, I manage those Hispanics. And last year we were doing some pressure washing, and one of the guys sprayed one of the other guys, and it not only left a welt, but it actually cut him across his back. And I tell you what, it was the worst thing. They are very dangerous, and they even say there's a warning on there that says do not spray on bare skin and do not spray a person because it can seriously hurt you. So for him to do that to Sebastian, and this will be brought up again, so for him to do that to Sebastian is just absolutely appalling, and that is child abuse. If you want to say that whipping your child with a belt is not child abuse, let me tell you, and let me make it perfectly crystal fucking clear,
Yeah.
Christopher Broadfoot. Taking a pressure washer to a 15-year-old child that is Sebastian's size, or
Right.
anybody for that point,
Allegedly,
is
she should have done
abuse.
that.
Yeah, allegedly is
allegedly.
abuse.
Because we're just hearing
So
third party.
then, he is using a whole lot of slurs, right? The R word,
Yeah.
homophobic slurs. Like, it's not a shocker to me that this man's been married 5 times. It's not a shocker to me that the neighborhood wants him out because of the way he acts. And these are the types of things he's saying, and using those slurs. What Christopher Proudfoot probably doesn't understand or may not know, if you have a habit of using those types of slurs, and then it is proven that you did something to somebody, you using those slurs in the past can make that a hate crime. So in saying that, if it comes back that Christopher Proudfoot had anything to do with Sebastian going missing or being unalived, they can take those words and make it a hate crime. So not only is it appalling that he uses those types of words,
Allegedly.
but it's not a shocker
No,
either
absolutely
to
not.
me that he would possibly use those types of words. I don't know about you, but I just had to say that before we went any further.
Yeah, and thank you. And I want to do a couple things there. Lady Rose, it's not. So what it is that when it says you're posting a link, it's not that you're posting a link, but if you look at one of your sentences above that said CP calling Seb dot that. So if you're not using your periods in the right spot, it thinks you're trying to post a link like yet www dot. So that's why it's saying that to you. So just be aware, okay? Only your daughter doesn't look that mean. Oh, is that one of those nice backhanded compliments, John? Naughty boy. But anyway, okay. So getting back on track, and we'll remember how we've been talking always about how Donna Serafina on with Sweetie Pie Low, and she was talking about how Seb, that the marriage was falling apart, that Seth had told her to Donna Serafina because remember he had a reading with Donna, that the marriage was falling apart. He was tired of Sebastian shit, tired of Katie shit, and basically, simple as that their basically marriage was on the rocks. This is other people that are saying the same thing. So again, would it be shocking that he's going 6 marriages, like, dissolving? No. So all of a sudden now it's like, flies to shit together, right? Katie, Christopher, why? The marriage is falling apart. Sebastian disappears. Moment for a thought there. Sebastian disappears. He has this fun, great, amazing day, but the marriage is falling apart, right? But we're going to get back to that on there. Now, as for you, John Kerry, I'm going to boot your ass out of here because we don't put up with the likes of you. So go find a new name to come back in 20 minutes later and ban you. Okay, there we go. There, take the easy way out. Boot. Okay. So yeah, okay. We'll continue playing. And again, you guys, hearing these things is really when you put Sebastian, who's at the center focus of everything that we're doing, everything that you guys are following, wanting to understand that as a parent, this makes you angry hearing it. All we have to do is go as far as Nina. And then when Terry Lynn says to Christopher Proudfoot, so are you saying that wife was lying and that wife was lying? Oh, so everyone's lying but you? And he, of course, he's like, like that would be abuse, right? Really? Well, why don't you tell Nina and the kids, her daughter and her son that? So again, he's trying to polish shit where he can't. And he thinks he can sell, like the ice to the Eskimos, but he can't because he's so transparent that anyone that's not personally schmoozing up to him, whether they're doing it for using him purposes and getting information of him, whichever, or at the end of the day, Christopher Proudfoot is a monster. He's and do I dare say dirtbag, scumbag, dirty scoop, perhaps? Dirty scoop. Anyways, absolutely no shocker to you. I'm not mean. I am not. Ask my husband. All right. Am I mean? Melissa, am I mean? Okay, get off the live, Melissa, for Pete's sakes. Obviously, you didn't answer quick enough. Sunny is a witch. Gas smells. I got the voodoo that you do so well. It's not what my customers say to me. Okay, so let's keep going here. Hi, guys. So, you know what? Again, anyone that is coming into this live, please hit that like button. Don't hit it for us, okay? I'm not asking you to hit it for us. I'm asking you to hit the like button for Sebastian, okay? Because it's very important that this stuff always remains to the surface of truly what Sebastian was facing while living in the Proudfoot home. But it's about Sebastian and keeping his awareness alive. Again, I always say things from the bottom of my heart, truth and transparency always. So I'm asking you not to do it for me, just do it for Sebastian. If you don't want to, that's okay. But Sebastian is a very important case, and that's hence why most of you guys are in here following. And hello to Twitter out there as well. So thank you. So let's keep playing.
The mattress.
The mattress.
All right, Chloe. This is a lot.
Yeah, this is.
Same, Jen.
So Chris took his mattress, Sebastian's, out of his room because he said, I'm sick of smelling piss.
1 second. My husband's coming in.
And put it in the garage. When Sebastian was talking about how he sleeps in the garage at school, CPS showed up and they actually asked the neighbors, have you seen this? Help me out here, Chloe, because that's a lot for me to digest.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot. It's a lot to even take in. Yeah, he asked, they asked other people and they confirmed, and a neighbor we talked to confirmed that he was made to sleep in the garage, and he had heard him yelling about smelling piss, is his words. And, we all know that it was very cold there the night that he went missing. And think about the other nights leading up to that through the whole winter, that if he was made to sleep out there. And what child who I would believe I would be scared in that situation to live with a man like that. And I could understand,
Yeah, but
if
these
a
are
child
neighbors.
has disabilities and certain things that, accidents can happen if you're scared,
Sure.
if you're being mistreated, if you're being abused. I mean, if you
I'm
didn't do
48
that at
years
Seth's
old.
house,
I'm 48 years old. I don't trust a fart.
yeah.
We can all
Right.
have accidents. I mean, it's so degrading. And Sebastian comes outside thinking that he's just going to spend some quality time with his stepdaddy, and he hoses him down with the pressure washer, and that shit hurts.
Yes.
And to the point where the neighbors said Sebastian was having a total meltdown.
Yes. And Katie had to come get him because he had a total meltdown from it.
And Chris yelled, "Get your retard."
Yep. Wow. It's just, this is what the
We'll stop that there for a sec. Go ahead, Melissa. I'll let you take on.
Everybody keeps saying they can't understand why Katie would let Christopher Proudfoot supposedly hit Sebastian with a belt. Well, my question to that is, this is worse than being hit with a belt. A belt was the least of the worries at this point. If a child is being sprayed with the pressure washer and being called degrading names, why would you stay with him? Why would you subject your child to this? Why would you not immediately, okay, if you want to stay with him, fine, you stay with him. Send Sebastian to his father, because no child deserves to be treated, physically assaulted, called slurs of any kind, especially a special needs child. This is straight up abuse, in my opinion. It's verbal, it's emotional, and it's physical at this point.
Yeah, and I want to touch on top of that what you just said. But first, hi, Michelle Weddle. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate that. Thank you for joining us. Now, I want to touch back on that because remember, try to remember this, guys. So when Katie was on Nancy Grace, when Nancy Grace was asking the question about the CPS and the belt incident, Katie, who normally hides behind Christopher Proudfoot typically, all of a sudden she goes to go answer for him as if the person that's making excuses. So normally Katie, yes, Christopher Proudfoot takes over everything. So I really find it funny how Christopher is always taking charge and control over when Katie, and half time he's over talking her. But then in that particular moment during the Nancy Grace, I was like, funny Katie. And then Christopher probably was like, oh, I thought you were talking to Katie. Why would she be talking to Katie when she's asking a question about the belt? But Katie went and jumped to his defense. Why? Because it's this love marriage that's going down the hill because Sebastian, let's see, it's either Sebastian or him type of thing. And he said, well, I would always expect you to choose your son. So just, it's those little things now, like, again, looking back when you have hindsight to look at and you're like, so what is truly going on here? Always keep in mind that special day that Sebastian had, that special day that happened on the same day he disappears. And think about this marriage that's crumbling. And this is all allegedly for entertainment purposes only, et cetera, et cetera. You guys know, right? Okay. So anyways,
However,
go ahead.
I just lost my train of thought. I pulled a Sunny.
Okay, well, it comes back to you. Let me know. Seth could have taken him the year before, and he didn't until Sebastian's behavior improved. They all say, "Oh, Steffa, bite your tongue over there." We're team. What team are we again? Team green. We're team green.
Team Sebastian.
I didn't realize that there was this whole red and green team going on. Like, come on now. I mean, Like, it's not a freaking game, people. Like, seriously, like, it's not a freaking game. It's almost all I can think about is like those flags, the red flag, the red flag, like when you're playing football and you grab it out of the ass type of thing, and you're like, gotcha. That's
Okay, I remember my thoughts, Sunny.
I knew it would come back to you.
So, in this live that was done, it was said that Christopher Proudfoot, sorry, Seth, that Christopher Proudfoot said, it's me or him, referring to Sebastian. So it's me or that kid. Make your choice, right? So I believe it was Sweetie Pie Low, Donna Serafina, one of them had said that it's, when it comes down to me or Sebastian, I expect you to choose your son. Okay, well, you're contradicting yourself, because when you say it's me or him, that means, and anybody who's been in a narcissistic or abusive relationship knows, that is an underhanded way of saying it better be me, right?
Me.
So even if it isn't, if it's me or him, doesn't translate to I expect you to choose him. So there's two different ways there that it's been said. If it's only been said once, I take it with a grain of salt, right? Maybe it didn't happen. Now it's been said for a second time. So I'm going to be like, put a little more weight behind this.
Yeah,
the only thing that concerns me with it is it's me or him. So when you say that, that makes me think more of you're wanting it to be you, not him, right? Because otherwise you wouldn't say it like that.
Support with Steffa. She's on a different team than us, apparently. At the end of the day, the darkness will come to light, and we'll see what happens. There's only a handful of things that could have happened to Sebastian. So again, I can't go as far as the home and who was at home. But again, it's not like, so we don't know what they have for anything. They could be waiting for the Proudfoots to frickin' hang themselves by a frickin' rope, and because you have to have a case. They're not going to tell us what they have or what they don't have. Is there a possibility they didn't have something to do with it? Absolutely. Is there a possibility that they did? Absolutely. Is there a possibility that Katie had something more to do with it? Absolutely. We don't know. But the bottom line is, Sebastian was still at home with his mom, was the last person to be with him, and yet there's nothing to show that he left the house on his own accord, that he made it past these cameras that he would have been seen on, that he left barefoot without anything. So call a spade here, but we'll see what happens. But I think all of us have our opinions about how they feel, regardless if the Proudfoots had anything to do with this or not. I think we all have our opinions, and my opinion is this: they suck as parents. I would be embarrassed to represent Sebastian. If this is what I would call a mother and a stepfather, personally, I'd rather have nobody. Because if this is what searching for me looks like, please give me to Seth. They should have, I feel horrible for Seth. One thing I wanted to point out, and we've talked about this before, Melissa, is that at the beginning of the interviews, and like you heard on here kind of already, was that in the beginning interviews, especially on the Duchess, right? He always said the mother, the boy. It was never Sebastian. It was very little Sebastian. It was always about the child, the boy, whatever, right? And that's exactly what you heard here as well, that he wasn't being referred to as like, then remember on Smiley's just like, well, that's how we just say things like, because he's our child. Okay. That never really was coming about. So this goes into how Christopher was talking about Sebastian all the time, never really referring to him as Sebastian, as if he was this side piece that had this pretense to us, I think a lot of us, that he honestly didn't care about Sebastian. And that's probably why it made me nauseate when he was doing that interview on WSM4, the one where he's like, we can just hardly wait for Sebastian to come through that door. He's has so many people that love him, and everyone's going to be like hip hip hooray type of thing. And I just wanted to gag, because when you don't feel that genuineness coming through, right? Those little red alarms go off. You want to feel that you're genuinely connecting with these emotions. And with him, it was always like these contrived, these things that he wants us to hear. But we're too smart. We're too smart for that. Okay, so that's all I gotta say about that part right now. Okay. This was my
So
okay, let's
I just want to respond to Steffa real quick.
okay. Steph.
You have that backwards, I think. And let me go look at the comment again if I can find it, where you said Seth was supposed to take him. Seth could have taken him a year before, and he didn't until his behavior improved. You actually have that backwards. Seth was supposed to take him the year before because of his behavior, but because his behavior improved, he didn't. Because it improved, Katie was going to keep him. So it's not he wouldn't take him till his behavior improved. It's he didn't take him because his behavior improved. And then Scranton Strangler said he was distancing himself from the situation. Fully agree with you on that, because it was constantly her kid, the child, the boy in those first interviews. So yes, I fully believe that Mr. Idiot over there was distancing himself from Sebastian and the situation.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to correct what Steffa was thinking, because I actually came across that I think last week, and she actually has it backwards. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Well, I was gonna say, and Steffa, I love you, girl, but ease up on Michelle there, because she has the right to say what she wants, and a lot of people feel like the Proudfoots are involved in this, and that that they'll be responsible. Doesn't mean it's gonna happen, but at the end of the day, again, right now, everyone just knows pretty much what everyone else does, right? We know nothing about what happened to Sebastian truly, but there's some very strong opinions out there for sure. For me personally, like I said, if it smells like or quacks like a duck, smells like a duck, walks like a duck, it certainly ain't no swan. Does that mean that they had something to do with it? No, we don't know that yet. But in my heart of hearts, do I think that Katie for sure are a very strong likelihood, looking at all the facts around it? Yes. Does it prove murder? No, but we don't have what the LE has. So that's the difference. We're just having opinions and thoughts versus what LE truly knows. And like I said, all we want is this case to come from darkness to light for that, like anything, and hopefully find Sebastian, that he's alive. Oh, sorry, my cat's meowing there on that one. But anyway, so definitely agree to
But
disagree
a
on that.
bunch of circumstantial evidence, Sonny, if you have a bunch of circumstantial evidence, it does add up and can
Of
convict
course,
somebody
of
in a
course.
court of law. Look at Delphi. They didn't have DNA. They had a bunch of circumstantial evidence. So all of this circumstantial evidence is adding up, and it is painting a certain picture. And for me, it is, in my opinion, painting the picture that, and I've said it before, Katie did something to her child. That's my opinion, and that's because of all of the circumstantial evidence that's adding up. And I'm not sure what audio she's speaking of. If you are talking about the supposed alleged audio from the Ring doorbell camera, yes, I have. I listened to it today. I actually have the link. I have it in the document already that I'm getting put together. But I personally do not. All I hear is a bunch of static. I know that it shows in there some words that are supposedly being said, but I'm not reading that. So I'm not sure which audio. If that's the audio you're referring to, yes, it's in the document. Yes, I've heard it. I can't make anything out. Sonny can go look in the document later and see if you can make anything out, but I could not.
For which one? Sorry. For which one? Sorry.
If you go to our document
uh-huh.
that I'm putting everything together, and you go under additional links.
Oh, I ain't going to anything right now. No, we're going to continue
More
playing this.
towards the bottom, there was possible ring audio that's allegedly Christopher and Katie Proudfoot the night of Sebastian's disappearance.
Yeah.
But I can't make anything out. You'll have to do
I was
that
gonna
off
say,
alive.
yeah. And so where would they get the audio from? I'm not so like I'm not going to get into that part of it because we got too much to go through for this. We can revisit that on a different live or something like that, but this live is going to be long enough going through this stuff. So we'll leave that alone for now on there, but we can revisit that cuz I haven't heard this so-called audio. And I guess I was never interested in it because it kind of goes along with the picture of Christopher Katie and that taking Sebastian to a vehicle that they would have been spotted by lights. So that kind of went with that kind of boxing of stuff. But I'll definitely want to hear that too, for sure. But anyway, I need to get back to playing.
Yeah, you
some of
can
this.
listen to it later tonight, like when we're not on live. It's in the document.
Yeah. Okay. We'll do. Okay. So let me play it out more, guys, because it is a long
The
lot.
neighbor saw. Think about what happened inside behind closed doors. He has no shame whatsoever to act like this in front of everyone, to go on panels and be disrespectful and say the things he says. I mean, imagine how awful this person really is. If this is what people just around the neighborhood saw.
And whether it was caught on camera, I don't know, because one neighbor we talked to said he has 6 or 7 cameras around his house. I know the next door neighbor who does not want to go on the record.
Yes.
He has several cameras, and they said they just got cameras 3 weeks ago. They had people over there putting up cameras because they said they were being harassed, and they said we saw those people in the neighborhood. Let's just get to the recording. Also, for those of you that are wondering, the price of 12 eggs in China is it would be $2.20 US dollars. I'll put it right there because I don't exactly know their currency.
I gotta stop that.
Look at that.
Okay. Do you guys know why she said that there? Do you know why?
What's that got to do with the price of eggs in China?
Right. So this expression is, what has that got to do with the price of tea in China? That's a typical expression. But on a live, he said, what's that got to do with the price of eggs in China? And so that's hence why she's saying that. I think that was on, what was that on Elevated Truth or Queen? I can't remember. I think was it on Elevated Truth? Anyways, so that was just making a fun of that when he said that price of eggs in China. Okay, so now the person talking when they're playing this video, which is a neighbor. So again, it's the person is older, you can tell, and so just bear with it a little bit because you have to have a little bit of patience when you're listening to this part of it. But it's very telling by the same token as well. But just know that the person is obviously older, and yeah, you'll get it.
Can't say the price of tea in China.
I know.
Let's take a second, and we've got some gifts coming in, you all. Thank you, Southern Grammy Wolf, for the super sticker. Thank you to Jules and Pat and TCB for gifting memberships. Now, when they did have one like barbecue in the neighborhood, okay, all Chris did was get drunk and get into it with people and say, I wear a size 14 boot.
Oh my gosh.
He wishes.
Uh-huh. Well, then how come all of your ex-wives say you have a little pecker?
Just ignore that part. Steffa.
You're muted, Sonny. We can't hear a thing you're saying. You're talking to yourself.
Thank you. Just noticed that. Anyways, besides Steffa, if you guys see Steffa exit, we're gonna know why. Okay, because the minute peckers are being talked about, Steffa gets all horny and shit like that in here. But anyways, when I heard this on there, I'm like, oh, and I was like, do I cut it out? Well, whatever. Let's just roll with it.
Right?
How are you going to have that kind of boat-looking feet and have a little pecker?
Yeah, at his height. That's crazy.
You don't have no 14
yeah.
shoes. If he does, he's stuffing Walmart bags in it.
Yeah, right. That's right.
Size 14 boot. All right, Chloe, because yesterday was we had a lot going on. Woo, thanks for hanging in there with me. So let's get to it. And yes, recorded with permission.
They asked for our actually ring cam footage. They asked for the camera footage. Everyone turned it over. I don't know what or if there's anything on, say, like my neighbors or something, or the people down the street, because I mean, let's put it this way. It's a very, I don't want to put down actually law enforcement, but it's very, I mean, I think the best way to say it is they're very hard-headed right here. And I mean, do I think they're just...
Okay, look at me interrupting already. What he's explaining, and this is when I said, is it okay if I record all this so I don't forget anything? And he said, yeah, go ahead. He's talking about when law enforcement was going house to house to house to house, and they wanted to know who had any camera footage.
Just sitting back and they're doing nothing? Absolutely not. I mean, do I think they're investigating it and they're doing stuff that we don't know? Yeah. But
what do you think about them saying it's not a criminal investigation? So what are they investigating?
It has to be. No. Yeah. I mean, that's what we all talked about. That's what a bunch of us, all of my neighbors, that's what we all said. We said it just doesn't make, it just doesn't make sense that it's not a criminal investigation, because you have a missing, it's actually a 15-year-old. And I mean, outside of the searches that were done by, I don't want to give names, but it was a big, it was a big actually chaos. It was big schemes with a bunch of things. And I believe that, I believe this. If we have a kid missing, or if now it's my kids are grown, but let's just say if you had one of my kids that was missing, that was 14, 15 years old. Where is the search? I mean, they scaled back the search to where there's almost no search. And I just don't get it.
What did you think about them searching the landfill?
That, now, okay, there are two different areas where the trash it actually goes. One, it goes to actually Nashville, and the second it goes to Kentucky. So now you have commercial, we'll go to Kentucky. And now, but you do have some that if we have ours, it goes to Nashville. But them searching it is something. I'm just trying to see if there's, I mean, I'll say it this way. You have a lot of job sites. Their material, it goes to Kentucky.
Okay, Chloe, let's talk about the importance of this.
Okay.
So I asked him, I said, what did you think about them searching the landfill? And he explained it.
Mhm.
You have, like, I'm just going to say regular garbage, but if it's commercial or construction related, it goes up to Kentucky. That's the landfill they searched. And we know that there's a reason for it. What did you think
Absolutely.
about that?
I don't know what there was. I don't know if it had to do with that construction site and them wondering if something, he was put in something there. That was my thought, but I don't know, because they had to have something if they went there to search.
Yeah, nobody in their right mind, law enforcement, regular people, YouTubers, whatever, are going to go to a landfill and search. And he explained it. He's like, it's because it's commercial. And we know there is some construction businesses.
Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly.
And you don't just search a landfill in a whim. You're not going to do it.
Mm-mm.
No. Okay, that makes sense. So, I mean, when were you aware that Sebastian was missing? And by the way, can you come on the show tomorrow? I can just email you the link.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm not going to put your name out there. We're just going to have a conversation because this is for Sebastian.
Yeah, oh, yeah, sure. Okay. We found out at about, now, I'm an early riser.
Me too.
I'm up 4 o'clock in the morning. It's like I told you inside my email, I did 24 years, and I'm a fighter pilot, which I'm retired now, but I get up at 4, and we found out when we seen the whole area starting to swarmed at probably about 10 to 7. And that's when they started searching around. And that's when they started like if you go in the back, you have
This is a
honeysuckle,
different Chloe.
which from actually Stafford to it's honeysuckle, you really can't see, but it's the side back, and they start.
Just quickly on this part.
I-
No, it's a different Chloe. You're talking about Chloe, it's SPI. As far as I know, this is a different Chloe. Even the picture doesn't look like the Chloe that I've seen.
Yes,
for the
it's a
PI.
different Chloe. It's not the PI.
Yeah. Unless it maybe is, and it's a different picture. And did it's truly her? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, because not too many people really have that name, but maybe out in the United States they do in certain areas, because you guys a lot of times have different names.
The
that are very-
voices don't match.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're just gonna say no. Definitely, but like I said, regardless, they're talking to neighbors, and this person just said that they were a fighter pilot for 24 years, retired, gets up at 4 a.m. In the morning. What was the last thing that was just said? I was going to comment on that quickly. 1 second. I guess gotta.
The cameras being in the back.
No. What time are we at right now? 27:08. Let me just go back for a second. 1 second.
And that's when they started searching around. They started.
I'm gonna have to go back to this because now, you guys, when it comes to Donna Serafina, right? She's Reverend Donna Serafina. I remember her from the Suzanne Morphew case. Okay, now actually, I actually had seen her before that. Now. And Sweetie Pie Low will tell you the exact same thing. Me and Sweetie Pie Low, I swear to God, we're like soul sisters in a sense, because last time she makes the same comments, expressions, and stuff that I say. But this is exactly what happened with both of us, with Donna Serafina separately, without even knowing. Okay. I had been watching Donna Serafina, or listening to Donna Serafina on the Lori Vallow case. Now, I didn't even know about the Lori Vallow case. Just clicked on. I had heard, seen about stuff going on, and this is well before the children were even found. And I would say it was about 3 or 4 months, if about, before they were found. And I remember listening to her for about 2.5 hours. Now, granted, sorry, Donna Serafina, no offense, but she mumbles a lot when she's doing her readings, and it comes off mumbling. But after a while, you get used to it. Okay. She's actually better now. But anyways, so I'm listening to this Lori Vallow case, but from Donna Serafina, of what she's saying. You know, I'm hearing about garbage bags over the face in a freaking barbecue or a fire pit. I get to this point where I'm just like, okay, well, this is getting a little bit absurd. But I'd listened to 2.5 hours. But when she started talking about like that he was buried in a backyard with a garbage bag over his face, and that she was dismembered and blah 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 blah. Okay, so I was just like, okay, I think I've heard enough, right? And then I remember, and this is the same thing that happened with Sweetie Pie Low, and all of a sudden the children were found months later. Now, Donna had done that reading back in January of that year, and I had probably been listening to it in about March, somewhere around there, maybe April, March. And then all of a sudden, these children are found in this backyard, and exactly what she said about the boy, JJ, being found with a black plastic bag. It was like she literally was telling you exactly, but it was only because I had hindsight, because I remember listening to her months earlier before the kids were even found. I was shitting my pants. I was like, okay, this is crazy. This lady, I remember this lady, and I remember exactly the stuff she was saying. And oh my God, that this stuff is coming to, like, literally what she was saying that I thought was getting a little bit out of hand, far-fetched, was actually coming true. And you guys all know that the Vallow case is pretty demented, demented case, sorry. But anyways, so Sweetie Pie Low, again, didn't know her. I knew her from the Suzanne Morphy case, but didn't know her before that. Not that I know her, but I know her from Sweetie, the Suzanne Morphy case. Oh, you guys can see fat ass Bambi in the background there. Okay. Anyways, so she happened, Donna, and I'm gonna have to go back and listen to this and see how it relates. But Donna said in the reading, and she's like, I don't know why I'm getting this, but I'm getting honeysuckle. She goes, I don't know if it's a flower, a street, this or that. I'm just giving you what's coming to me. And she had said the word honeysuckle. And that stuck with me. Actually, I totally forgot about it because I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. And then the reason why I remember honeysuckle is because of the fact that it was the road that was above the Sebastians. Once they were talking about, like, once Seth and Christopher were talking about where the garbage trucks were and on Honeysuckle. And I'm like, hold on a second. Donna had said the word honeysuckle. And she wasn't even sure if it was like a flower or a place or whatever. So I am going to go back to that. But I want to tell you right now, when it came to Donna Serafina, you want to talk about hitting the nail on the head? The stuff that she described in the Lori Vallow case came out half a year prior to those kids being found. And it takes me a lot to be floored by somebody, but I, like Sweetie Pilot, was absolutely floored. And I know that Sweetie Pilot will constantly bring up Donna Serafina and the Lori Vallow case because she felt about it the same way that I feel about it, was that this was crazy. How could this person have known all these details? And yet the story hadn't even been told yet, or the kids hadn't even been found or anything yet. It was crazy. So when I heard honeysuckle, it stuck in my head because that's what they're talking about, like here is the word honeysuckle. And anyway, so I'm just saying, okay? Because it takes a lot to impress me, especially when it comes to rip-off con artists, wannabes, freaking psychic readers and card readers and shit like that. I'll entertain myself with humor sometimes. But I know from being read back when I was 26, I know that there's people that exist that have absolutely an ability. Okay. And so for me, it was just when I heard that, so keep that in mind because Donna does say honeysuckle. I'm just not sure when she actually said that, but Donna's really not a person that I don't deem her as a fraud type of person. I find her just genuine. And that's what I think that Sweetie Pilot really sees in her as well, besides being floored. But however you want to take that, take it with a grain of salt. Don't care about it at all. All I'm saying is Donna Serafina did say honeysuckle. And I was like, Okay. Anyways, okay. Going back.
And that's when they started, like, if you go in the back, you have honeysuckle, which from actually Stafford to it's honeysuckle, you really can't see, but it's the side back, and they started searching, and that's where it started. So that's about the time frame, which I would say is about probably 10 to 7 or somewhere right near 7. And this is AM. This isn't so that's actually that timeline. But now, it's just a mystery.
Okay, and we're going to get to this. Okay. 10 till 7 is when basically hell broke loose. That's the reason I was saying yesterday there's a big difference between 6 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. And I think anyone that sticks their neck out and speaks publicly on the record should be respected. All right?
I do too.
So he's saying 10 till 7 is when they started noticing the activity. That tells me a lot. Thank you guys for the gifted memberships. I cannot believe you girls today.
Clear that up for me because I was too busy thinking of something else at the time. So we all know that Katie's talking about 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:33, blah, blah. What was she saying there about 10 to 7? Like 10 to 7? Like 10 minutes to 7? That's how I'm taking that. Because obviously it wouldn't make sense.
Yeah. So basically 6:50 is when they're saying
that's
they
when
really knew something was going on.
Mm-hmm. Mind you, that's good. That would align with the call coming in at 6:33 and then them getting over there. That would align with that time. Right? It doesn't align with the time. It doesn't align with
it does
the
to me.
It what?
It does to me. Like, I mean, so the call came in at 6:34 to dispatch, and let's say 10-15 minutes by the time dispatch lets the officers know and the officers get there, because Christopher Proudfoot said about 10 minutes. So give them a couple minutes to be on the call first. So 6:35, let's say, plus 15 would be about 6:50. So, I mean, it lines up with when officers probably would have been arrived.
Do you not listen to me? Do you not listen to me down there, American? I literally said it makes sense to me because the call came in at 6:34. So 6:50, 10-15 minutes for the police to get there. It makes sense to me. Did you think I said it didn't make sense to me?
Yes, I thought you said it didn't.
Oh, bad American. Bad. And no, Patricia, I don't think so. I don't think that there's no 10 to 7. I don't think it was 10 to 7 p.m., 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Right? Because I know we're seeing it on the CC, but who took it as 10 p.m. to 7 a.m.? Or did you guys take it as 10 to 7? Ignore what the CC is saying, because obviously that's just spewing out the words as it hears it.
I took it as 10 to 7, so 6:50, 10 minutes to 7.
You know what? We're just going to have to listen to that part again. So if we're at 28, okay, so let's go back to what? We'll go back to here.
On the back, you have honeysuckle, which from actually Stafford to it's honeysuckle. You really can't see, but it's the side back, and they started searching, and that's where it started. So that's about the time frame, which I would say is about,
it's day,
probably 10 to 7 or somewhere right near 7.
Yeah, they're talking about the AM.
And this is AM. This isn't it's so
He says it. He even says it.
So that's actually that timeline. But now it's just a mystery.
Okay, and we're going to get to this. Okay. 10 till 7 is when basically hell broke loose. That's the reason I was saying yesterday there's a big difference between 6 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. And I think anyone that sticks their neck out and speaks publicly on the record should be respected. All right?
I do too.
So he's saying 10 till 7 is when they started noticing the activity. That tells me a lot. Thank you guys for the...
Let's stop it there for a second. Now, me and Melissa have talked about this many times as well. So in one interview, when Chris is telling the story, actually he said it in a couple interviews, He says that Katie was on the phone and he was saying, like, is he hiding behind the bed, whatever? And he said, and I said to her, well, hold on. And he called the sheriff's office right then and there. Okay. As if he was in the bedroom, like meaning talking to Katie while she was in the bedroom looking around. That's the way he presented it. He was basically saying that I had Katie look around. Now, then Katie tells the story on Chronicles of Olivia, and Katie doesn't say it that way. Katie says that she was talking with Christopher on the phone, got into the vehicle, right? And then as she's talking about it, Christopher does this whole and then all of a sudden Katie stammers over herself as she's going, three-way calling, right? And so that made sense in a sense because, okay, took you about, she says 1 minute flat, 3 minute flat, but let's get real. If you go down to your son's bedroom at 6 o'clock and you need to sit there and search every freaking closet before you leave the home, you're probably looking at about, say, 10 after 6, realistically. So she got in her vehicle as she's on the phone with Christopher. And then, he says, right, Christopher, and this is where I was talking about this yesterday, that she was hysterical and that basically he had actually put her like she was on mute because she was so hysterical as he was calling the police. Now, so when she says, well, there's a difference between 6 o'clock when you just called the police, right, who were there in 10 minutes flat, versus calling at 6:30. I say 6:33 because that's what I heard, but 6:34, let's say, because that's what Melissa always keeps saying. So it's probably more truer, but I just remember. I remember in my head the interview, the one guy said 6:28 and the other one said 6:33. That's why those things always, in my head, I always think 6:33 because the one guy said 6:28 and I was like, wait a second, you guys got your minutes off there. You guys are both LE and you're given 2 different times here. A few minutes is a few minutes, people. But anyways, so that part would make sense to me. Yes. If you're calling and you're in your vehicle and you're driving around and it's like the call comes in at 6:33, yeah, 6:50 when all hell broke loose, that makes sense. So meaning you have to look at the things that as well make sense only to what they're saying. But because they've both said when they called at different times, one was saying 6, like one was, you could assume 6 because that's when he said he was talking with Katie and it was like around 6 o'clock, but that's when he said, well, hold on a second, and then he dialed the police. So again, it's still 2 different stories. So which one is it? Right? Is it the fact you were driving around? Is this just us being gullible to, well, not gullible because we're not gullible to their bullshit, but whatever. But we're certainly very much aware of the double talking going on. And if somebody, it's not easy, it's not hard to tell the truth. So why are there so many inconsistencies? Beyond anything else, there's so many inconsistencies. And who doesn't pick up on those? We would have heard him go through the window. Right? These, the best part of Sebastian Missing is he's just so goddamn smart. He outsmarted everyone. That's how smart he is. Let me just be braggadocious about that. But the internet broke the minute I joined the live on Web Sleuths. It's always this grandiose thing, and that's exactly what a narcissist does. It's always about the grandiose. They put in things there that they don't recognize are things that are very telling as well, especially when it comes to narcissistic people. They might think that they're gaslighters and that they're conning people and stuff like that, but honestly, they're very transparent people. And when they get mixed up or forget what they say, like Christopher Proudfoot does constantly, because who the heck, you guys, going back to this, and I want to make sure I'm very crystal clear on this, Christopher, who the heck plays games while a child is missing and plays these stupid games? Who does stuff like that? Someone that doesn't give a shit about Sebastian Rogers, someone that cares about their own needs and is trying to present to us like you're this very caring stepfather. Bullshit, right? But who plays games at the expense of a child? It's ridiculous to even think. Okay, that's my piece on that. Just gonna say.
So, Sunny, to answer this in chat, just let's talk about it for just a second. The geofence that was done the night in question will be Christopher Proudfoot's undoing. His truck and his tech were caught by geofence around the house. He was there at 3 a.m. Steffa is asking, who said they found his truck on geofence? Steffa, I can answer that. Christopher Proudfoot did on Elevated Truth. He got on there because he was upset, which is actually what caused him to go up on the panel,
Yeah,
because they were talking about this. And he got up on panel and said that it was caught on the 26th, not the 25th, and that they needed to basically stop saying that it was the 25th. The geofencing, though, said that it was either the 25th or the 26th that Christopher Proudfoot's truck connected to the home Wi-Fi. Your truck is not going to connect to the home Wi-Fi if you are in Memphis. You've got to be within a certain distance to connect to Wi-Fi. And that's sure as hell not 3 hours and 37 minutes doorstep to doorstep. So
Exactly.
to answer that, Christopher Proudfoot said it.
I'm gonna give him this stink eye, slimy foot. All right, let's play some more.
Gifted memberships. I cannot believe you girls today.
I can't
And
believe
guys.
you girls today.
So we've heard she went to wake him up at 6:30. We've heard she went to wake him up at 6 a.m. But he's saying at about 10 till 7 is when the activity started in the neighborhood.
Right.
Law enforcement went door to door to door to door, wanting camera footage.
Yeah, right away.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's trying to figure it out. I mean, but now I can say from just being a neighbor, which your friendly neighbor, he's not the type of person that I associate with. And I say that because he.
You mean Chris Proudfoot?
Yes. He's very loud, and it has to be right, and he has to be right, or you have the whole conversation is basically done with.
Mm-hmm.
And
I have to stop that there because, I mean, I think this neighbor has him pegged, right? Just like all our thoughts are about Christopher Proudfoot. Here, this is coming literally out of the neighbor's mouth. Not somebody I would want to be with. He's loud. He always has to be right. Again, I mean, he falls right underneath the narcissistic category for everything. Gaslighting, manipulative, puts on a false front, false mask. Like I said, he's like a chihuahua. Like, get off my leg, dude. Like, you little freaking munchkin. But anyways, that's how I feel. It's like flies to, for him and Katie, it's like flies to shit right there. And it's where that shit takes us. Who knows? But either or, I mean, it's actually quite hilarious listening to this neighbor say those things that he's projected across the internet, and then goes, we're just victims here. That's why we had to run up to Yogi. We had to get away from it all. We had to rip off Sebastian's poster right off the vehicles. Why? Because these trolls, they just won't stop. We had to close down our Facebooks. Why? Because I don't know how to block a person. So I'm going to go to court because I'm getting targeted and I'm getting, what's the word I want to use? Stalked. So I'm going to spend my time in court instead of spending it searching for Sebastian and putting it to good use. But no, I don't know how to use a block button, delete button. And this person just keeps sending messages and messages. And maybe they're not from her, but she's given out, by things. It is just ridiculous. When you think about the whole point of this case is about Sebastian Rogers, you know? And then this is what we see. This is what we see, right? And Katie's just right there like a dirty shirt. I stand by my man. He's about to leave me, but guess what? We perhaps allegedly got rid of Sebastian, so now I don't have to deal with that shit anymore. Bye, Sebastian. Don't want Seth to have you. But you know what? I got Christopher Proudfoot. And that's all I ever, allegedly. Just want to say that. Yeah. Just saying, right? Any input there before I keep playing?
I mean, this neighbor has him pegged for sure. Like, he
know.
hits the nail on the head. I mean, he does.
Okay. Support with stuff up. Bingo.
So, for the whole thing with the geofence, being on Elevated Truth. So support with Stepha. If you go to Elevated Truth, from December 19th, 2024, Christopher Proudfoot enters the chat at 2 hours and 21 minutes. You can go listen as to the whole geofencing and all that, because it is literally right all at the beginning.
So he didn't want to get up on that panel to support and make that, get up there and just be like, you guys just play. No, he got up there because he was pissed off with what he was hearing, and he wanted to set the record straight. Because why? Amid Sebastian missing, he doesn't care. He only cares that somebody, again, multiple interviews, that they're dissing Christopher Proudfoot. No. And so he wants to join the live now because they're talking about his truck and he's all getting huffy and puffy and stuff like that. Because again, a narcissist doesn't see what we see. The shit that he projects and the shit that oozes out of his mouth. And again, I'm not talking about even anything to do with Sebastian here. I'm just talking about the personality trait of a freaking narcissist, right? Like I said, I call him 5.0. SF investigates. He's a freaking 10.0. He makes Christopher Proudfoot look like a little baby, to be honest with you. I mean, seriously. And this whole crap that people are spewing all the time about creators and they're doing it, like, I swear, just lives about how much they hate this creator and stuff like that. And the ignorance and just, it is sheer ridiculous to be, I've been avoiding it. Like, meaning I go there. I don't go there to sit there and read all the different shit going on. I go there to grab any pictures I need or anything that I can use in regards to Sebastian. I'm not into this drama crap. And you guys, some of you might not know that, but I hadn't done Sebastian probably in about a month or so, or a month and a half, because I felt at that point, all it was a big circus act. And the only thing that, like, there was nothing new to add to it besides, of course, putting Sebastian out there. But it was just getting so ridiculous, kind of like how the Summer Wells case did right away. And it was just one of those things that I'm not into the big drama. I mean, I have a good giggle at listening to what people say about each other and do to each other and stuff like that all the time. I mean, we're all guilty a little bit of a creator usually saying something here and there, but I'm talking about, this is to the point of just ridiculous and absurd. I mean, as soon as Jennifer Coffindaffer got off her live that she did yesterday for 20 minutes, a channel goes up within 15 minutes, to pick on Jennifer and Brittany. Clemenati, I think you know who you are on this one. But anyway, but that's how fast a live went up just to go on to the attack. And it's ridiculous. Because regardless if you like Christopher and Katie, or you're feeling you're on their team side over there, again, the focus of Sebastian gets lost. The facts of the case get lost because they're too busy insulting each other for pretty much every live. You call that true crime? Like, honestly, you call that true crime, or are you just leeching off of Sebastian's case and gaining clicks and views and donations because of nastiness? That's ridiculous. And people pay to sit there and listen to that crap. And yet it's not even Sebastian focused at all. It's not about facts. It's about how much we can bash somebody. And then when you have this private investigator that's a freaking narcissist 10.0 SF investigates, you call yourself a professional? Out of what? Out of what? A garbage can? Like seriously? Is that where you got your freaking PI license or whatever? Because your mouth is trash. You talk like trash. All you do is instigate, and it's ridiculous to even watch someone like that on Twitter. And you call yourself a professional that's getting paid 15 grand. I mean, talking about taking it up the ass, Christopher and Katie, you literally paid a douche 15 grand to 2,200, what, a freaking day to look for Sebastian? Well, you want to get fucked over? There you go. Enjoy that karma, you know. But hey,
So,
again, go ahead.
Sonny, so Scranton, your comment actually made me laugh out loud. If you read that comment, Sonny, he says, I wanted to make things, I think you meant crystal clear, but I read it in the Daffy Duck voice that Christopher has, because you can tell when he's been drinking because he sounds like Daffy Duck. He says crystal clear. So anyway, that made me laugh. but but yeah, but support with Steph. She said sociopaths can spray a child with water pressure without guilt. Narcissists would be more concerned about looking bad to others. I think he's both. I really do. I don't think he's just a narcissist. I do. I think he's absolutely a sociopath, and they are vile. But yeah, I just had to say that because it made me laugh because I read it in the Chris Proudfoot drunk Daffy Duck voice.
Well, I was going to say, because sometimes I forget about this until somebody makes a comment like that. Because again, right? Because every parent does this. Every step parent does this. That when a child is missing, they call in and they talk in a different voice. And I distinctly remember like that phone call was, I'm not going to say it's verbatim what I'm doing, but it's pretty darn close. And it's like, yeah, I was just calling in about that missing child that's going on there in Tennessee. So I just wanted, he did in more of a hick voice than that, okay? And anyways, and then of course, after he's done trying to fuck with people, and he did this on a few lives, then it's just like, yeah, this is Christopher Proudfoot, the stepfather of Sebastian. So I'm just calling because I just want to fucking around with you guys, right? I mean, I wish I could do Donald Duck, but I don't think I can. If I tried. How do you do that? Quack, quack, quack. How do you do Donald Duck? Can you do Donald Duck? I'd have to listen to Donald Duck, and then I could probably do Donald
can't,
Duck.
but he like I don't even know how to explain it, but all I can think is like Donald Duck, Daffy Duck kind of voice when he's been drinking.
Donald Duck, quack, quack. Yeah, goofy. But the thing is again, who the F bleep does that during when your stepchild is missing and you're representing, Sebastian Rogers as a stepfather, and you're going on people's channels in a different voice? Again, who does that? A narcissist does that. Of course they do. Only, a freaking idiot does that. Somebody who's lower than life and, a big pawn, a scum piece of shit does that. Because who honestly does something like that when a child is missing? Christopher Proudfoot, raise your hand. But anyways, that's very back of the tongue.
So
wait.
Scranton said FF being paid to put out fake photos. I hope they're getting their money's worth. I think it's when he forgets to put in his dentures, and it very well may be. I don't know if he has dentures, but yeah, SF got paid like 15 grand. So I hope they're getting their money's worth. But I also, as much as I think they did something, why would you pay somebody 15 grand if you know your child's not coming home?
That's okay.
So like, I go back and forth with that one. That one bugs me because you're paying somebody that amount of money.
Somebody give me a freaking Hail Mary on that one. Why would somebody pay, 15 grand and $2,200 a day if they didn't have anything to do with Sebastian going missing? You know, it's one thing to do certain things, but we're talking about, and it's probably coming out of the Bower Sox fund. It ain't sure in the hell ain't coming out of the freaking Proudfoot fund. Okay, you damn well know that, right? Yeah. But somebody make sense to me, because we have to look at different sides of the fence here too, right? We can't just all just poke the bear at Christopher Proudfoot and Katie. We have to look at things realistically and think, well, why would somebody do that? Or why would somebody get rid of Sebastian if if Seth is going to take him anyway? Why would that make sense? Katie, he's out of your hair, right? Give him to dad. You only got to see him every couple of weeks now, you know? So make that make sense. Tell me, give me a reasonable explanation why they would pay to have this. And while you're thinking about that, I'm going to hit play.
He does, which
This guy sounds like
I don't drink, but he does drink.
Oh yeah, listen to this.
Now,
Wait, listen to this.
did I witness any? No, I know. But my friend's daughter, she works in actually Texas Roadhouse. She doesn't know that now she wasn't working the night that they went in, but she had seen them in there the 2 weeks before that, and something that Sebastian wanted, or I don't know exactly if it was something that they didn't serve, or I'm not 100%, but he got from, now this is just hearsay part, is that he got very angry and they ended up leaving. And this was 2 weeks.
Now, who got angry? Sebastian got angry. Katie got angry. The staff got angry. Who got angry?
No, it was Chris who got angry.
Oh, I thought he wasn't home the whole month of February.
Boom.
Boom.
Oh, this is interesting. Okay.
No.
No.
He said, no. So, a woman that works up the Texas Roadhouse, for whatever reason, Dum I guess, didn't like his tater tots or something, and he got real angry because I said, now who are we talking about? The wait staff? We're talking about Sebastian, Katie? No, it was Chris that got all pissed off in the restaurant. And then, of course, we go into his regular schedule. Question is, why wasn't he home that weekend? That
Right. And why lie about the fact that he hadn't been home that whole month, too? I mean, that still doesn't make sense. And then that weekend, he's just not there. I mean, there's no way this wasn't pre-planned. I don't know, in my opinion. I can't see chat, and people might disagree with me, but I just really believe that this was, like, coming to a head.
I think we're all on the same
baby.
page here. And if anybody has any questions about law enforcement,
Go right ahead.
So right there, it was just said that 2 weeks prior. So 2 weeks prior to Sebastian going missing, Chris Proudfoot was home, and they went to Texas Roadhouse, and Chris Proudfoot caused a scene because Sebastian wanted something that was not on the menu, or he wanted something that was not on the menu. I couldn't tell which one wanted something that wasn't on the menu. I think Sebastian wanted something that wasn't on the menu, and that ticked Christopher Proudfoot off. But again, why are you saying you weren't home on Smiley? Why are you saying you weren't home on Nancy Grace? But
So, 1 second. So let me go quickly see if I can find that quickly again. because let me just see if I can get that. What did I call it? What did I call that one? Just give me a second here, because I didn't
So while
know.
you're looking for that, Sonny, some of
Yeah.
the responses to why hire and pay $15,000 for a private investigator to look
That
for
on a Nancy Grace.
Sebastian
Whoops, sorry, there you go.
from the Proudfoots. Scranton said he's being paid to detract and deflect people away from Christopher Proudfoot. Very possible. So that people wouldn't say, oh, they couldn't have done it. They've hired a private investigator. Very possible.
He'd probably flirt with you, Jen, while he was sitting there. Go
To
ahead.
pay to distract again.
Mhm.
So that seems to be where most of them are leaning. Was to basically distract from.
Yeah. Okay, so let me play this now. So, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was done.
Okay, so I'm going to play this now, you guys. So this is the one I was talking about that I played. Okay, so listen to what Christopher Proudfoot says. This is all about the whole February 1st thing. Can't talk about dates, the dates, and how Katie, right at the end of this clip, was when we deem it as a Freudian slip, that she slips up and she says, well, listen to it to yourself. Let's go.
Grace showed that you were last in the house at the beginning of February, but that you couldn't say why, or I can't remember the
No, I
exact
said I
verbiage.
couldn't tell you the exact date, and I'm
Oh, okay.
still not going to tell you the exact date.
If I guessed it, would you tell me?
Once again, ma'am, I'm sorry, but that is one thing that law enforcement asked not to be released.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And I said that in an interview a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Law enforcement does not want that information out there. I am not releasing it. It's just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February until I came home February 26th. That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
Yeah. And I know you probably have been asked this on several channels. Y'all have been on several channels. Is there a reason that Chris hasn't seen him since? I know it had to do with the work, but why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
I mean, is there a reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
Liar, Katie.
So was he, I mean, and I'm just wondering, was he gone for 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that?
He'd been gone since the beginning of February was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
That's exactly it. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he came home. That was after Smiley said that, or he had been gone 2.5 to 3 weeks. And yes, he had been gone since February 1st, right? But how could he have seen him when Sebastian came home? But then let's go back to that slip about the 26th then on Elevated Truth. And the slip up here, right, Melissa?
Yeah, I definitely think that they both did a Freudian slip.
Oh, yeah. So why would that happen? Remember, their marriage is on the shit rocks. This has been said in different ways by neighbors, by Donna Serafina, who was talking to Seth, who Christopher Proudfoot had said to Seth that basically their marriage was over. You're literally hearing this again on, again, these two people are been talking with the neighbors. And that's what this all is about. Talking about Sebastian being sprayed by water pressure, by him calling him a retard, by him calling him a little faggot or a faggot, by all these things. And you guys can't imagine that Christopher Proudfoot, right, would say such things. You can't believe that Katie Proudfoot would pick Christopher over her own son, do you? Because why these little slip-ups? If he didn't see Sebastian till he came home, right? So when Sebastian was missing when he came home. But Christopher slips up on Elevated Truth. Katie slips up here. We have the neighbor saying, no. I have a waitress friend that works there. And no. It's not true. The water pressure incident happened in February. So this is a different neighbor, right? So here you have this fighter pilot, older gentleman. So bear with him as he was talking there, of course, right? I mean, he did eventually spit the stuff out. But so here you have all these different things that aren't making sense. But yet Christopher Proudfoot wants to continuously go on lives, basically saying, like, I need to set the record straight. I need your respect, because I'm a truth teller here. And you guys need to believe what I'm saying. But I can't tell you the truth even about a polygraph test. I can't even tell you. I never said the best part of Sebastian's disappearing is this. No, I said this. Really? Here, let's rewind and go back to exactly where you said the best part, right? Again, a narcissist, through and through. But this is where you have to really think about this. Why Katie just then lied there? Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since February 1st. Christopher Proudfoot says, I can't tell you because TBI said, not to on the down low. But I'm going to tell you every other dirty part of our lives. But I'm not going to tell you what date that I left on. Let's just say early February. Early. Okay? No, Katie. Katie, you just said, because that's the truth, February 1st. So this is the shit that we pay attention to. Why? Because all we want to do is understand what happened to Sebastian and who's lying, who's telling the truth. I think it's clear as day that Seth Rogers is a broken-hearted father that just wants his son back. And he has done everything that an actual, normal, genuine person, and if you're a Seth hater, please keep it to yourself, perhaps. Okay, you're entitled to your opinion, but just be nice about it. Anyways, but here you have the epitome of what should be done. If I was a parent and I said this to Seth, I would be doing exactly what he would be doing. I would be screaming from the rooftops. I would be so emotional that I would be crying all the time. If I can cry 10 years after my golden retriever dog died, given the fact that I like animals more than people, but if I can still cry on that, imagine if I have to talk about something happening to my child. Right, Katie? Hey, Katie. Oh, wait, there's not a freaking tear there. Hold on. No. I've been crying so much for a month now. On Nancy Grace, now I'm just a zombie. No, she looked like she was totally disassociated, really, with that whole conversation. I don't really see that as, where you spent a whole month crying. I would be crying like Seth was almost every freaking time he talks about his son. Yes, I'm sure that as time is going on, right, the tears maybe don't come out quite as much. Does it take away how much he cares about his son? No. But he still tears up. Because when you're thinking about your child, when you're thinking about even telling the story, you're reliving every moment. So if you're reliving every moment that you went to the bedroom, your child's not truly there, again, you're reliving that moment just like it was yesterday. Your eyes start tearing up because now all of a sudden you have to visualize the fact that this child that was there is no longer there. And, then you have stuff like this. Why did you say that he was, that he had seen him prior to the 26th? Because that's what you exactly talked about. Why did Christopher slip up? I'm just saying, okay? Just details, people. So before I hit play, anything else you want to say there, Melissa?
But Seth didn't stop crying after a month. And not only has she stopped crying, Christopher Proudfoot has said out of his own mouth that him and Katie don't even talk about this case or Sebastian anymore. Why? Are you serious? Like I don't understand that. If I have a chance to talk about my son who was killed, I take it. It's been 3 years and I still cry. So don't tell me that after a month, you're no longer crying. and that you just, we don't need to talk about it anymore.
And he said, it's me or the kid. Right? You know, relationships crumbling, going down to shits prior to Sebastian's disappearance. Heaven forbid that we've ever saw cases where mothers, you know, do something with their children, or fathers do something with their children because of affairs, or because they think it's like, you know, like Susan Smith, right? Over a guy, puts her kids in the water, tries to act like some black man hijacked her vehicle, and she drove the vehicle with her kids into the water for a man. Fucking sick and twisted out there. Absolutely. It sickens me. You guys have no idea. For myself personally, I'm just speaking for myself here, and I know that a lot of you are with me on this. The thought of someone harming a child when you have children yourself, and you love how much that they're a part of you, that there's a piece of you that created this beautiful child that you have. And to think that people out there abuse them, you know, or do something, murder them, take, you know, just do anything to a child. It's just beyond my heart, to be honest with you. I love my son beyond any measure. And to me, it was my pride. It was, for me, when I had my son, it was my duty as a parent to raise my son with kindness. I raised him up on Barney, okay? I love you, you love me, we're best friends, you know, because I wanted him to be a balanced, well-loved child that never felt neglected, and but yet still, you know, had the mother that loved him very much. But and always told him that, hey, you know what? I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal. If you tell me the truth, you're not going to be in trouble unless it's extreme. Other than that, all I want from you is the truth. When I ask you a question, that's all I ask of you. You tell me the truth. You know, I always wanted just to teach him to be, you know, just a kind, caring individual in life, and yet balanced, right? Be strong, but be caring as well at the same time. So when I see, this is why I passionately care about children so much, because I can't believe that someone would hurt a hair on their own children or any other children out there's head when these are gifts that we were given. And that's exactly how I see this. So I get angry, I get mad, you know, when people start talking about abusing their kids and stuff like that, you know, or thinking that, and I'm sorry if I offend anyone on this one, or thinking that a spank equates to teaching them a lesson. What lesson did it teach them? That you can abuse people, so that when you get into a relationship, spanking your kids is okay, hitting your wife is okay, hitting your husband is okay. A spank doesn't, to me, satisfy the need of the proper punishment. It doesn't equate to the same thing. Taking away a toy, making them sit in the freaking corner, doing stuff like that, taking away their internet, absolutely. Hit them where it hurts. This only teaches them, I'm sorry, to be abusive. I get it. I grew up in the era of belts and spoons and all that crap. But to me, I spanked my son one time, and he was about 2 years old on his little diaper there. And I looked at his face when he was crying and looked up at me, and his mouth started trembling. And honestly, it broke my heart beyond repair. And that's what that moment that I realized, no. I'm not going to do what our parents did to us, because it doesn't justify. It's only teaching my son. What? So you get hit if you did something wrong? Or if you did something wrong, I'm going to take away your favorite toy. I felt so horrible. I never laid a hand on my kid after that, ever. Because I just couldn't see how this doing this little bad thing or whatever meant hitting in return. That's how I saw it. So when it comes to children, to me, and to watch Seth be so brokenhearted and broken as a person, and all he wants, like me, I have one child. He's 28 now. Still my child. He has one child. This is his only child. And that son, it's been almost a year, gone. Imagine that happening to you if you had one child that you love so much, and you're pissed off because underneath Katie's watch, not only does he get sexually assaulted, but then all of a sudden he disappears. That man is broken beyond repair until he gets his son back. And we don't know if that's ever going to happen. And that's what pisses me off. So when I see the likes of someone like a Christopher Proudfoot playing fucking games with people on the freaking internet and making a mockery and making us feel like we're the stupid ones as you're manipulating us, because we're not the stupid ones. You're the stupid one for even thinking that we're falling for your shit. Katie, you're the embarrassment of a mother for hiding behind Christopher Proudfoot, and you're not telling exactly what happened to Sebastian. Why? Because you have something to hide. Regardless, you have something to hide. Nobody sits on their ass, freaking sits back in the wings, and then pretends to us like you're truly searching for your son. Give me a fucking break. So, do I get upset with these cases? Absolutely. Because this child, Sebastian Rogers, didn't deserve what probably could have likely happened to him. No child deserves this. We see this all the time. So is it really far off when Katie's the last one and gives them a special fucking day of fun fact pancakes? Let's just have this whole day. And Seth Rogers himself is saying, Sebastian never has that type of day. That's not even heard of for him to do all that in one day. But the day that he disappears, he has a fun fact spaghetti breakfast, freaking goes over to eat this colossal popcorn, buy some snacks, heads on off to the bowling alley, scarfs down his food there at the Texas Roadhouse. And then you're dealing with someone like a Christopher Proudfoot who takes away his snakes, who makes him have to give up his cats, calls him a retard, calls him a faggot, allegedly, apparently. Anyways.
So
if I go off sometimes, it's because of that. Go on.
In the essence of keeping this fact-based, I just misspoke a while ago. I said that I wouldn't quit crying after a month. Let me correct that. You quit crying, I'm not sure exactly when, but you quit talking about your child 82 days after he was missing. It was said on Cluminati on 5/18/24 by Christopher Proudfoot at 3:50:08. Katie and I don't talk. We don't talk really much about this case. I'm sorry, not even 3 months would I not be talking about it. And that blows my mind. And for her to say, oh, well, I've been crying nonstop for a month. So has Seth, and he still has tears. Seth doesn't have to look at a Kleenex to see if the tears are truly coming down, because he knows they are, because he truly loves his son.
Don't forget. Yeah, exactly. Talking to the mother of a murdered child here. Exactly. And then you got people like Christopher Proudfoot trying to take people for fools around the internet, playing freaking voice games with channels, getting up there, going about how much he cares about Sebastian. Bullshit. Nobody in their right mind says that this is a case to be studied for sure after 8 days. Nobody, besides a narcissistic fool who is the fool. We're not the fools.
Yeah, he thinks he has everybody fooled and that everybody is falling for his crap, and they're not. And as Scranton, I wanted to. You weren't here yesterday. If you were, I don't remember. But when he said that he had bills to pay and that things have to move forward, in some sense, I feel like he was being honest, because when my son died, like I said yesterday, I just wanted the world to stop. I just needed the world to stop for just a minute, because I wasn't ready to move forward. I canceled holidays that year. I canceled Thanksgiving. I canceled Christmas. I canceled New Year's, because I just needed the world to stop for a minute. So I understand when a parent says, I still have to go to work, I still have bills to pay, because the world doesn't stop. However, It's the way he said it that bugs me. It's not what he said, it's the way he said it. He didn't say it in the I'm grieving or I'm mourning or I'm stressed. He said it in a nonchalant, yeah, whatever, don't care tone, as opposed to like truly brokenhearted, but still has to do things. Does that make sense?
You know, yes, absolutely. Any empath knows when they see genuineness or when they see fakes. They know it, they see it, they feel it, they can tell. Most people that have two brain cells to rub together know full well what one parent is doing versus what two parents are doing. And knowing full well that Christopher Proudfoot is a narcissist, it doesn't take anything to see through him. He's so transparent, it's not even funny. It's actually, I would like to say I would feel embarrassed for him for just how easy he is to read. With Christopher Proudfoot, it's like you could write the book and it would play out exactly how you said it because that's how transparent he is. But in his small pea brain, he actually thinks that he's being wise and smart because I didn't say who took the polygraph test. Oh, I didn't say the best part of Sebastian missing. Did I say that? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Let me just go play that for you. But it's just, how do you just do these things when a child is missing? You are one disgusting piece of shit. I don't care how many times you want to read my lips. You're a disgusting piece of shit, Christopher Proudfoot. Anyways, I need a gloss to that. All right, let's play some more. I was not here. I just found y'all tonight. All right, well, we'll let you find us. You want to play hide and seek? I'm just kidding. Okay, let's play. But yes, so in all seriousness, right? This is very serious because we're listening to Sebastian. Like as we were playing Nina's clip last week and stuff like that. The whole point was if Sebastian did leave home, or if somebody aided him in helping him leave home, do you think possibly? I don't know. Someone sprays you with a hose, apparently, allegedly. Someone calls you names. Someone makes you sleep in the garage because you're tired of all the piss smell and stuff like that. The marriage is on the rocks. Like I said, these are just puzzle pieces, right, to the puzzle. And you're wondering, why, if a marriage is on the rocks, why is it like they're thick as thieves all of a sudden, right? Well, typically that's because it's like flies to shit. Katie, I love you so much, you little Sebastian's gone now. That's what it seems like. That's what it seems like going on, in all fairness. And I'm, like I said, I want to always say this because I never wanted to make it myself feel like it's because I'm trying to pick on Katie and Chris. They're doing a good job at looking like douches themselves. They don't need my help or your help. They are literally showing us what two parents who, if you had a child, if you were their child, would you literally want these two people searching for you, knowing how much they are? Or would you rather have Seth Rogers looking for you, begging and pleading? Huge difference. Okay, let's play more.
Well, like we've said before, Sonny, if they're innocent, they're the most guilty, innocent people ever. And they're making themselves look that way, not anybody else.
Nope. Like I said, they don't need help making themselves look like a bunch of scumbags. They already do that themselves just fine. They don't need our help. We're just there to emphasize and bring out, of course, the bright side of them. Bring that darkness to light. That's all we're trying to do.
And what they know, the neighbors have been heavily spoken to. So 2 weeks before, they're at the Texas Roadhouse, and Chris has one of his good old shit fits. Listen to it again.
And something that Sebastian wanted, or I don't know exactly if it was something that they didn't serve, or I'm not 100%, but he got from, now this is just hearsay part, is that he got very angry and they ended up leaving. And this was 2 weeks.
Now, who got angry? Sebastian got angry? And the reason I ask this question is, who got so angry that they up and left the restaurant, the Texas Roadhouse, 2 weeks before? He said it was something Sebastian wanted, and he said it was Chris that got so upset. They got angry and left. Something Sebastian wanted. Well, God forbid he wants an extra roll or he wants some dessert. How many of you have been at a restaurant where your child wants to order the whole damn menu?
Many times.
Yeah. You're in public. You're not going to have a meltdown and come unglued. No. Katie got angry. The staff got angry. Who got angry?
No, it was Chris who got angry.
Oh, I thought he wasn't home the whole month of February. Oh, this is interesting. Okay.
No. Okay. He would leave. Now, you know he has a fifth wheel, okay? Now, he was, now, I'm gonna have to look at the date from 2 weeks from the day before, because that's when they were in there. Now, he would come home sometimes on the weekends, and that's when he would get, that's when they would get like a bunch of stuff done. And then he would take off again and he would go back and then he would be gone. But that's what happened. Now, it's just, I mean, I'm trying to put a timeline. Like, I mean, he basically had me and my wife, we've been scratching our heads saying, well, is there something that, but it's just things that you just can't, I mean, it's just things that we don't know. Now, I will tell you this. Now, I mean, I know from experience, and because I have family members, you have my brother-in-law, actually, he's a lawyer, but I can tell you this. They have been getting, I can't say every day because I don't watch every day, but I have to pass to actually go into town that way, but for the last, probably 45 days, I would say every other day, they've been, it's actually not detectives, I think they're getting regular visits by, it has to be actually their attorney. So, I don't know.
Oh, that would make sense. Okay. All right.
So, but
Has law enforcement followed up with you or any of your neighbors recently?
no, I mean,
So let's just clarify for anyone that's coming in. These two girls were talking with neighbors about Sebastian. The person, you have to bear with him. He's elderly. He was 24 years a fighter pilot. Obviously, you can tell by the smacking of the gums that and his well, basically, it's because he's very much trying to watch his words as well that he's saying. You can tell, but it is you kind of have to go with it. Okay, so this is a neighbor of the Proudfoots. And so, yeah. And is there anything there, Melissa, before we hit play, that goes on? Oh, wait, hold on. I want to clear something up here. Misinformation. I heard that Kay was messing around with CP when he was out of town for weeks. Okay. So that was untrue. And the family that the gentleman that was accused of being the person that was having an affair with Katie was not true. This is according to Bobby, the one that lives up on Callan. Okay, it was said how she said it was that the children of these parents that was being accused of sleeping with Katie now had to go to school, getting picked on because of this rumor, and that she felt so bad for this family because they were no part of it. And then all of a sudden, people on the internet started making up bullshit and rumors. I never paid attention to it because I didn't care enough, because I didn't buy that, to be honest with you. Meaning, I'm not looking for that type of thing. This is about Sebastian, and it just didn't make sense. So I just want to make sure that we clear that up about that. And our source has to be Bobby, the one that lives in that neighborhood, and how devastated that family had to deal with, and the children that had to go to school and get picked on because of people just tossing things out there without a care in the world. Anyways, just like I've heard that they're swingers. I can't tell you if that's true or not, to be honest with you. I heard a card reader say that, but some of these card readers are, yeah.
What does any of that matter? Let's just say, for hypothetical reasons here, just to squash this real quick, let's say they were swingers. Let's say she was messing around. Is that really going to help us find Sebastian? Is that really, is her bedroom habits really going to tell us what happened? Because I don't think it is.
Well, that's not true. That's not true. I don't believe, though, on that, Melissa. Now, if it were true, because obviously, just like Christopher Proudfoot being abusive could relate. So Christopher Proudfoot has a history of saying, what does any of that have to do with the price of eggs in China? What does any of that have to do with anything? It has nothing to do. That's not true, because exactly what happened in the Watts case, right? It was an affair. And that's what created the lives of the children, of course, his wife, to get murdered. So I kind of disagree there on that, because of the fact that, yes, obviously, if people are having affairs, can play into why something happens, but it could have something to do with Sebastian if it was true, meaning you have to still look at it like it's a possibility. But to me, these are rumors that were unfounded rumors, So I do believe that if she was cheating, okay, did this have something to do with getting Sebastian out of her life? Again, because we don't know if that person was having a deep relationship, and we don't know. So I'm going to a little bit disagree on that one for that reason. That's all. Did it make you change your mind?
No, not really. I mean, I see what you're saying, because, like Susan Smith, she unalived her children, because of a man. So, yeah, I mean, I guess it would. But there's not any evidence to it, I guess, is what
Right.
There's no. I think I would take more of that into account if we had actual evidence, if we had, what I mean? Like, it's the fact that it's the rumor part that doesn't make me have any I just
Yeah.
look over that because it's just that it's a rumor.
And
Now, if
and I
Katie
look
or
over
Chris
that.
were to come out and say, "Yeah, I was having an affair," or "Yeah, she was,"
If anyone's
then yeah, I would
Chris, right? If anyone's
put
having the
stock
affair,
into
it's
it.
Chris. You know, to the little
I
girl up
agree.
in Memphis at the bar, you know, that JLR was talking to. You know, is it a shocker that you think that Chris would be flirty with people or trying to have an affair on Katie? His wife's his marriage is going down the shits. He's a womanizer, right? He thinks that he's. I really hate it when people think that they're tens, and all Christopher Proudfoot has to do is open up his mouth, and it's fucking like -10. It's not, like I said, it's like a pug faced chihuahua. You know, get the fuck off me, dude. Like you think you're so special. And that's what a narcissist does, especially these ones that just, you know, grandiose themselves, elevate themselves to a different level, that they think that they're the smartest people in the world, you know, in the room. I had my ex-husband like that. He was the same thing, you know, but my ex-husband was less transparent than Christopher Proudfoot. Christopher Proudfoot is just a full on, I can see you, peekaboo. You know, you're not fooling anybody. He is so much of a narcissist that he literally can't hide it. You know, those are the best ones because those ones are at least very transparent. It's the other ones you got to be careful of, like my ex-husband that way. I always thought he was the smartest man in the room, smarter than everybody. He'd poke the bear and then stand back and go, "What did I do?" And they'd look at me and I'd be like, "Wait, no, I didn't have nothing to do with that." Really? And I would just literally sit there in disbelief going, you seriously? So you honestly think that somehow I got you two to argue? Or was it him over here, the smartest guy in the room? Because I've always been just a tell it like you see it type of thing. I don't sit there and care to bullshit. I don't try to do that. I don't care to play games. The only time I ever cared to play games, honestly, is when somebody pissed me off and I knew that they were lying to me and I would just find out the truth. And maybe sometimes I would have a little fun with it, just for the sake of my own giggles. But, you know, I didn't think I was the smartest person in the room. But every now and again, you just feel like, you know what? I'm just going to fuck with you a little bit because I want to, because you're a little fucking, you know, a-hole or something. Difference here. Christopher Proudfoot thinks he truly is the smartest man. And we heard this same neighbor that's talking say that nobody liked him. He wasn't even invited to the barbecues because nobody liked him, because he was a know-it-all loudmouth. Can you imagine that? In your wildest dreams, could you ever imagine Christopher Proudfoot ever being critiqued that that's a personality he has? It's unbelievable, isn't it? It's unreal. I can't imagine. But anyways, I bet if they did luminol in Sebastian's room, I bet you they would find some blood somewhere. Are you kind of amazed, Melissa, that they haven't gone back to look? Or is it because they're not even on the radar of doing something to Sebastian? Because don't you think
Well, I mean,
they would go
they
back?
keep saying there's no evidence of foul play, and I think if
I don't.
if law enforcement would just stop and put
Yeah.
all of these things together and look at a judge. Let's say they're not doing it because they don't have permission to go into the Proudfoot home and do it, right? Okay, so go to a judge and get a warrant and say, "Look, judge, she was the last one seen with him. He's not been seen in almost a year. You know, it's a criminal investigation. We don't know if there's foul play, but something's not adding up here. We need to go in. We need to look in his room. We need to luminol it or blue star it, because they don't use luminol anymore. It's now blue star, but it's referred to as luminol still by a lot of people.
Okay.
But if they could
I
just
got a
go
lot.
blue star that room, I think they would come up with something. Because like I've said before, in my opinion, I feel like this was a blunt force trauma ordeal,
Give me a
and
second. Melissa.
it wouldn't take much, because he's got the pocket of fluid on his brain anyway. So as somebody who has a brain tumor and an aneurysm myself, it doesn't take much of a blow to really seriously get hurt and possibly die. I have to be careful of getting hit in the head. I have to wear, hard hats and stuff when I'm at my brother's shop or working with him, because if I were to get hit in the head by any of the equipment, it could be deadly. So I understand, but this neighbor has Chris Proudfoot pegged. Absolute nail on the head. This is how he was. But it would not surprise me at all if they went back in and found something. But again, are they not going back in because they don't think there's foul play? Or are they not going back in because the Proudfoots are saying no? Which, if it's because the Proudfoots are saying no, I think that they would have enough probable cause at this time to get a warrant to do so and to go in with Blue Star. So I just don't know. I want to say it's because they don't think that there was foul play, more than anything. And the breaks. If he watched this, he would lose his mind. You are absolutely spot on there. If he had seen this or was watching this, he would definitely lose his mind and be like, I'm calling him. No doubt about it.
Ooh, look at that. I'm blurry. 1 second. Because I just came back to my camera. Oh, 1 sec. Lacey says, "Brr, it's so cold." Lacey. That's your heart. You know that. Stop it. Okay? We all know that you're a sloot and you have a cold heart. Okay? So stop acting like you're cold. Just your heart. Without a body, they got nothing. Well, for the, true and not true. It depends on really the state, to be honest with you, too, I'm thinking in the United States there. Because if they got enough circumstantial evidence, but in this case, I think that, that they'd be definitely kind of like the Suzanne Morphew case. Finally, they found her body, but they still charged Boyer and Morphew, with it. I always go to myself and think they have a shot. Okay. They're going to accuse somebody and bring it to the prosecution. They better have their ducks in a row, basically. And I think that, like I said, they're, obviously they're waiting for this break in the case. They might have something, but you're right. Obviously, wait. Well, let's hope and pray, Cammie, that there is no body, and that by some miracle, that some saint thought that they were doing Sebastian a favor in the family by removing him somehow, and that he's still alive. Let's keep praying that Sebastian is still out there. Since we don't have any answers either way, one way or the other on there. But yeah, so let's
it makes it harder in the United States, Sonny. It does make it harder to get a conviction if you don't have a body, but it's not impossible.
It's not impossible.
It's still possible.
Look at little Montgomery, right? They can't find her body, and yet, both the parents, well, the wife testified against the husband because, remember, he's the one that basically punched his own kid in the face. And
they got him for the murder, but they got her for covering it up. So, I mean, technically, even without a body, they had 2 convictions on that one.
But yeah, so, I mean, it is possible. But in this case, like I said, well, let's just choose to believe that Sebastian is still out there, that some demented family member is assisting in hiding Sebastian. Let's try to keep that hope up, even though I know that it's usually after a certain point, it becomes unlikely. But because there's a lot of stuff that make Katie and Christopher seem guilty of something, for sure, in Sebastian Rogers' case. Why? Because there's so much stuff around it that it just keeps going like freaking arrows right back to the home, right back to the lies. Why are you lying? Why are you talking about a case to be studied? Why are these things happen? Why is Katie hiding behind? Why is there no true searching? Why isn't this mother doing this or that? And it could just be because they're just really rotten parents and people, right? And they're trying to act like kumbaya, like just a good day, just, little Sebastian there, he walked out that front door and locked it. God bless him for locking that door. Imagine what could have happened if he didn't before he left, And it was Seth that pointed out that the shoes were all there, So did they forget? But it's everything that looks like it's stacking up. And maybe it is. Maybe it absolutely is stacking. Like if they could stack manure and shit that high. Hey, Christopher Proudfoot, right? Need a fucking humongous, probably excavator for the amount of shit that he tells in a day. But and that just really goes with the person at work saying that he's a shady character that's working at his own job site, that's talking to Silver's on the scene. I mean, honestly, does it really not go with the rest of what everyone's saying? Nina, the exes, and then there's Katie. He's just a wonderful man. Yes, he is. You know what? Why don't you tell them, Christopher, what happened to Sebastian on the day that he went missing? You tell it so much better than me. Let me just smile and then do that. And then you listen to these people, these panel experts. That looks like true emotion right there. I really feel, that one Kleenex that's still fresh, no tears on it. That because everyone typically turns to that person and just smiles and be like, you know what, Chris, you just take over. You just go ahead, and yet they can't even stay consistent in their stories. And and we just can keep saying this over and over again. If they're innocent, they're the guiltiest innocent, people you ever did see, because it's just, it might all be that it looks like something, but it's not. But it's hard not to understand that there's only so many things that could have happened to Sebastian. And when you don't have this camera footage and you don't have anywhere of Sebastian being seen or vehicles besides two, and you can't put anything to the flashlight video because you don't know where that how does a flashlight, if it is, right? Granted, if the LE happened to lie to Seth and Christopher Proudfoot and Katie about the trash truck thing, right? And let's say it is a flashlight in the middle that's moving. Well, it's moving and then it's going back. But Sebastian would have been seen. The LE would have seen a vehicle come into the neighborhood besides those two, right? They would have been seen on camera at some point to guide them in a direction. So meaning you have to think about things like that. If you see a light that's coming down, and then it's heading supposedly, if you're doing it as a flashlight video, back to the Proudfoot home, what was the purpose of that? It's not like Sebastian and someone could have escaped, through what? Did they dig a hole underneath the freaking ground, and worm on out of there to get him out? Because that doesn't make sense. You have to make it make sense. If that flashlight went from there to there, and then back home within a very short period of time, according to Nick Perez. So tell me the rest of the story then. Tell me how Sebastian got in a vehicle somewhere or somehow managed to elude the cameras and everything, considering there's cameras here. So you have to think about how then that all played out. And that's how my brain works myself. I have to make sense. I can't just have a freaking light go down and then back to the house and what? Did they just whoop? Like fucking Luigi underground? Walk, walk, walk. Something had to have happened then. But there is nothing. There's nothing to prove that Sebastian left the house. There's nothing to show that. You can't take that car on 258 at 258. Because it would have been across the street pointing its lights at those trucks. It would have been seen on camera. That's why that picture video doesn't make sense at all. You can't sit there and have these images coming out of freaking nowhere like Houdini and yet be in front of a camera that has motion lights and yet a vehicle that has lights on. Make that one make sense and then attach that to the flashlights, because I can't do that because it's not possible that he wouldn't have been seen or they wouldn't have been seen on camera. It's not implausible that Sebastian ended up in the back of a trunk out of a car that's in a garage that you don't see and can take a body out of there or take a person out of there. That's not implausible, because that I at least can see happening. But yet then I have to attach, according to a neighbor, the neighbor says that they were gone for, or that she was gone for about 20 minutes. Is that the case? Or was he handed over? That's still something plausible, because you can only use digital. So your car stops. So your GPS shows you that your car stopped for 5 minutes. Well, that can easily be explained away that, oh, well, we were just, I was just looking over my map here as I was looking for our child. Christopher's on the phone talking to the sheriff's office. The one that said he was talking to them pretty much all day till he got to Tennessee. The one that was still working and took 7 hours to get home. That one? You mean that, Christopher Prov? Anyways, it's just a matter of trying to make sense of it. And if I can't make sense of it, right, then I can't just say that a flashlight video is a flashlight video without having something around that to back that up, like it's true. Besides the fact, of course, these little things play into it, right? Well, Sebastian left home with glasses and we can't find his little flashlight, So, of course, that is going to be striking to people. Like, what do you mean a flashlight? And then there people go, well, no, it couldn't have been that small of a flashlight because whatever. No, trust me, light illuminates a lot bigger than what it is, and we showed that yesterday. Light, it can totally manipulate the eye, just like pictures can. But you can't explain a camera at all these different angles that didn't pick up a vehicle or something that managed to take. The only thing you could to say is that there was a freaking wormhole or whatever in the ground, and that somehow he went down and underneath. That's the only way I can see this flashlight going down. And then, you know what? You take him this way, and then I'll go back home and pretend like, you know what? He's missing. Wake up at 6 o'clock. He's missing. So I need it to make sense to me. It doesn't have to make sense to you. I need it to make sense to me. All right. So, right. Again, right. It's just looking at the fullness of the information. And it's, where do I personally come back to after everything? Like, I think about this all the time. I think we all do, right, Melissa? You guys, we constantly think all day. What could have happened? What scenario could have, that we're not seeing here? Because if we're not seeing video footage, we're not seeing cars coming into the neighborhood, we're seeing pictures come out more and more. So at what point, right? So that's kind of where that picture that Julie sent Mob Crew and SF Investigates put the privacy thing. What a joke on that whole privacy thing that he put on. Take that one, actually, SF. I mean, seriously. So it was so funny to me when someone on the Mob Crew, that person named Julie, sent him the same damn ass photo and more, where it didn't have that stupid privacy shit put on it. And you could literally make out, the whole Proudfoot backyard. But that just told you. Hold on. I was talking so much, I needed thirst. But that just told you what that camera could see in the backyard. And Sebastian, any movement of Sebastian during that time, regardless, he would have been seen on that camera. Christopher, he couldn't have come out the back door. Even if he was on the side door and a flashlight was going through, the LE would have seen that flashlight. They would have seen it because the camera was there. It still captured a little piece of that side of that house, of that Proudfoot house, to the side of the neighbor with the camera on the corner. So meaning going that way. Yeah. Could he be in the attic? Well, we're just talking about a story that J for Justice had played on hers, where this dad was saying that their 12-year-old son went missing. The dogs were in the attic. The parents were in the attic. The police were in the attic. Couldn't find him. Where was he found? Well, actually, it was in the basement. In the basement. The place that everyone had checked over and over. And yet he was found alive and well in the basement. Crazy, right? Shit like that does happen. I mean, even I'm sitting here going, go check that attic on that outdoor side house. That attic, that door that's on the side of their house there, what you would call your underground or attic or whatever you call it, crawl through space. Okay. I'm going to hit play more so we can. Woo, Melissa, we're at 39 minutes out of 2.
The only thing they did was
Yeah, we gotta get this
they
playing.
actually took the ring. They actually took the ring footage, and I have 6 cameras on actually my house. Well, actually 4, and then there's 2, but it's 6, and they actually downloaded it, which didn't show anything, and but we've had nothing else. I mean, we didn't have no. I mean, there hasn't been a recanvass, or like there hasn't knocked on the door and said, have you thought of this, or have you? I mean, it's basically been quiet.
Well, I mean, I can see what my neighbors, are doing around our neighborhood. So, I mean, I couldn't tell you if anything was unusual, let's say if somebody around here went missing. But did you notice anything unusual that weekend? Was there like a lot more activity in their home or what? I mean, because obviously something went down because Sebastian's missing.
Yeah, oh no, yeah, that's for sure. I mean, and then to think that there's no scent. Now,
well, that's because Chris said the dogs aren't credible and they're dishonest.
No, I mean, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I mean, you have a canine is going to pick up a scent, and it's just kind of well established. Mm-hmm. I mean, but now that weekend, and this is what the whole thing is with a whole bunch of neighbors. We never really okay. Now if we watch each other's houses, like if we're watching, and like if we see something strange, but there isn't one that have said that they saw something strange.
Okay. And this is important because they didn't really see anything strange except that Chris Proudfeet wasn't home that weekend. Because before he would cut out of work early, come home sometime on Thursday, and then leave Sunday evening or early Monday morning. But the weekend Sebastian goes missing. And we already know that he said either he goes or I go.
Yeah.
He told Katie Proudfeet that this marriage isn't going to work out. Something about Sebastian rubs Chrissy Poo the wrong way.
Sure does.
And all of it just makes me sick.
Me too. I have to say too, when you were talking to him, you got a lot of information out of him. But whenever I talked to him as well, he was very forthcoming. Like every question I had, there was no hesitation. He's really seemed to be he wanted the truth to be known. You know what I mean? That was the take that I got from him. So I really do believe, and like he said, he's a retired fighter pilot. This is a legit person. You know what I mean? This isn't just some random that we get sometimes on the internet that wants to insert themselves into something. You know what I mean?
No, and I mean, I've seen a couple of comments in here saying this is just neighborhood gossip. Listen, I understand neighborhood gossip, and I understand when the FBI and different agencies give you a card and say, we are going to need all of your camera footage. That is a little more than shooting the shit over the fence, period.
Yes.
And, you know, a couple of the attitudes that I'm seeing in here, that is the reason people do not speak out and they don't do what they should do.
Right. That's true.
And
We should be thankful.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I feel like you got a lot of information yesterday that we've had a lot of questions about. And to me, it was a very good interview that you did with him. And, you know, and like I said, he was willing to answer my questions as well, like very forthcoming. I don't have any, I'm respectful of him.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing is, it's no secret. He's not a fan of Chris Proudfoot. I don't think that he's going to go out on a limb and just make stuff up about him. I just don't.
No. I don't think so at all. That's not what I got from that at all. I think he really wants people to know how Sebastian was being treated and what was going on because he saw stuff that was wrong.
But there just for a minute, because I just want to recap for anyone that's coming in later again. So this is a neighbor of Christopher Proudfoot's, that he says he basically walks by there, takes him about 45 seconds to walk by his home from his home. He's a retired fighter pilot who has basically told us about their Texas Roadhouse and how he was still there in February, how the pressure washer was in February when Christopher Proudfoot used the pressure washer as he was cleaning the fifth wheel on Sebastian. And then Sebastian had a meltdown. Basically, Katie had to come home. What else do we hear? We've heard that the neighborhood never invited Christopher Proudfoot to the picnics of the neighborhood whenever they would have an event because they didn't like him. Because he was a loudmouth, know-it-all, had to always be right, and that he called Sebastian a retard, a faggot, and that the bed in the garage was put in the garage, and I think it was sometimes that Sebastian had to sleep in the garage because Christopher Proudfoot couldn't stand the smell of pee. Again, I don't think this goes against the grain of salt here when you actually have neighbors. Even when JLR did a live and he was talking with neighbors. And I mean, I remember watching JLR when he was live, and this person literally, you know, basically says like, come on over here. Got to tell you some things. And bottom line is that they just wanted them to move out of the area. Probably because why? They probably didn't mind Katie, I'd think, but couldn't stand Christopher Proudfoot. Is there anything else I'm missing on that? Texas Roadhouse. What else? Just trying to think.
No, I mean, he's talked about, you know, Christopher Proudfoot using the pressure washer against Sebastian, about Sebastian sleeping in the garage, Texas Roadhouse, not liking him. But you know what gets me is all these CPS reports, right? So,
all right, the CPS
was
report.
it the neighbors? Was it the neighbors turning him in, not just the school?
Right. Well, that was it. So the CPS report wasn't about the belt, which Christopher Proudfoot had said it wasn't about the belt. It was about the fact of him having to sleep in the garage. It was to do with that. That's what the CPS report was about, if I'm not mistaken. It had everything to do with the mattress. You know,
well, one of the CPS reports was for the belt because remember he said he gave him a whack, and then the CPS, he went to school the next day. CPS was out at the house that afternoon and basically told Sebastian, you know, don't be making up stories. So let's take that one out. There's 5. That still leaves 4. So sleeping in the garage. I mean, were his neighbors calling? Is that why then they're so?
Well, that's just it, right? You know, if they're hearing a kid screaming and getting called names, and they're hearing a kid screaming from the garage and stuff like that, and then they're saying that that's one of the, like, that had to do with the mattress and him in the sleeping in the, getting forced to sleep in the garage sometimes, because Christopher Proud couldn't stand cats, couldn't stand Sebastian, couldn't stand, you know, and then he wants to come off with this smiley stepfather face like Sebastian when he comes through that door. You know, at the same time he's saying, when he comes through that door, under his breath, he's like, and don't fucking come back, all right? You ain't coming back, buddy. You know that underneath his breath, what he's saying out of his mouth, because it's so disingenuous when he says it. And just, that's what, just like when Barry Morphew tried to do that stupid video with his freaking, what, brother-in-law, and try and did that video out, so in the woods and some little clearing there, you know, Suzanne, I just miss you so bad, and we just want you back so bad. Not a tear came down his freaking eye. It was a joke. It's no different than when Christopher or Chris Watts stood there going, I just want them to come home. You know, oh, wait, I'm at my neighbor's house. Oh my God, we're watching video footage. Oh my God, of my yard. Oh, shit, I hope they don't see it. You know, and he's in panic mode, but with that smirk, just like Barry Morphew. You know, you can tell, like I said, for me, you can just smell them, those people that lie like that. They just stink. They just ooze diarrhea. Christopher Proudfoot, Barry Morphew, you know, and Chris Watts. They get that stupid little smug smirk on their face that they're the smartest people in the room, you know. But anyway,
Scott Peterson.
Well, yeah, I was going to say Scott Peterson. You know, I mean, there's too many of them to count, to be honest with you. But it's those ones that literally stand out like a sore thumb, because you're watching their emotions and how they're saying it. You know, are they truly being genuine to how it's coming out? And that's what I always look for. Do I feel the genuine connection? With Seth Rogers, I absolutely feel a genuine, my heart hurts when I see Seth talk about his son. My heart does not hurt by any means for Christopher Proudfoot even opening up his mouth, besides him, you know, putting a fucking, like, honestly, he really needs to put a butt plug in his mouth, because every time he opens it, it's like a sinking Titanic ship on that guy. Do I feel sorry for Katie Proudfoot? No, I don't. You know what? Cry a billion tears, lady. If I was your child and you were looking for me, trust me, I'd want to be put up for adoption as soon as I was found. If that's the kind of mother that searches for me, you know, that sits there and can't even go to the news. What excuses does a parent have? I'm tired of people making excuses for shit parents. I'm sorry. You don't take your child's photograph off the side of your vehicle for your own selfish reasons that trolls are going to get me. You know, Chris, the monster, he actually is the one that put a target on, in a sense, on their back right away, because of his controlling, overbearing, you know, this abrasive attitude. You could smell it, see it in his first interview with the Duchess. Anyone could. You could just see it. At first, you're feeling sorry for Katie because you're hearing her whimpering and whining, and then Christopher takes over. Oh, what a good husband, good husband. And then all of a sudden, not too long, you're like, wait a second. Like, every time she's getting asked a question, you know, there's little meet Katie, little Miss Karate Chopper, you know, going, yeah, you know, and then, you know, we hear from Seth pissing on the bed, alcoholic problems, that she's an alcoholic, you know, abusive. You know, does that more seem like Christopher and Katie's personalities, like frickin' meshing kind of thing? But their marriage is on the brinks. We've heard it through here. We've heard it through Donna Serafina, who talking with Seth. That Christopher had said to Seth. So take it with whatever you want, the grain of salt. I think we can all safely say that Sebastian Rogers was in a home that he shouldn't have been in, and that he should have been with his father and not his mother and Christopher Proudfoot. Imagine the damage I'm sure, or the emotional distress that Sebastian would have felt. The kitties are taken away because Christopher Proudfoot's allergic to cats, but his mom needs to carry on that relationship, so let's get rid of the cats. And he said, and Christopher Proudfoot said, and Sebastian never let me let that down. Duh. What else, Chris? What else did you do to Sebastian? Well, if it's anything that you did to Nina's children, and then we're hearing these things, what?
Took his
Christopher
snake
Proudfoot,
away.
yeah, right. What get me is that when that CPS stuff started coming out, Christopher Proudfoot on a live decides, you know what, I'm going to take the bull by the horns, and I'm just going to tell you a little bit, a little piece of the information. So that way I look like I've said it instead of all these people talking about the CPS stuff, and I'm not going to claim anything. Christopher Proudfoot didn't even want Faith. According to Nina, he wanted her to have an abortion, but she didn't want to. And then when she did have Faith, Christopher didn't want to have anything to do with her. And then next thing you know, it's almost like, which the judge obviously saw through, like Nina said, they steal Faith from underneath her, trying to make it seem like she's this incompetent, like she slapped me while I was holding a child. Christopher Proudfoot. No. Really? Nina did that to you? Imagine what you've done to so many other people yourself, and yet you're trying to claim this victim of, and it was a trap. And the judge saw that it was tricked, that basically it was a trap, a setup. And she got given back Faith. And then she takes off back to Mexico. And the fucking Bauer socks are literally following her. Don't forget about at the airport, Katie is sitting here with her camera as it's getting filmed on Facebook Live. And Katie's like in there like a dirty shirt going, and like Nina says, with this big smug smile on her face going, like, we captured you. We're capturing you on camera. Do. She ain't this meek mother. She's more deceptive than Christopher Proudfoot is, because she's one of those ones that can play the nice act and be smart and deceptive underneath of it, and be abusive and be an alcoholic, and still you can deem her. Most people will deem her as like, no, she's pretty nice. She's a really nice lady. Christopher Proudfoot, he's got to open his mouth and it's like, asshole, a-hole, comes out of it. Yeah. Anyways, okay, let's get back on track. Sorry, guys. Amen. Preach it. Okay.
I just want to say for Scranton, I fully agree. The only reason he wants Faith is because he knows it's going to hurt Nina. And I've said that before, and I will still say it. That is the only reason Bauer Sox or Chris want Faith, is to hurt Nina. And Sebastian, in that case, was supposed to talk to the judge in that custody case. Guess we better get rid of him, because he can't be telling the judge what's going on in the house. So, I mean,
it's disgusting pig 101 on there. I mean,
let's
it's just
get back to this, because it's a 2-hour thing.
Yeah. Okay.
The question is,
Let me try to put it a little faster.
Did Katie Proudfeet not do anything about what was going on? Right. And yes, people did reach out to Child Protective Services. They did.
See?
And that's when they were asked again, have you seen anything else? What do you know about the mattress? Yeah. So it's not like no one in the neighborhood didn't do anything. Hell, they want them to pack up, sell the house, and get out of their face is what they want to do.
Right.
That's on. I mean, all you can do is reach out. Unless you're someone of authority, there's really not much you can do.
And it's on one of them. I mean, it was like a regular night. And now I do want to say this, because I seen it on one other, I seen it on, I'm not sure if actually you were talking about it, but you know where they're talking about the actual flashlight? Mm-hmm. Okay. Now in actually their backyard, which you can see from if you're on Honeysuckle, they had solar flares, which is the ones that like what you buy in Walmart, and like just and like it's what you put in the ground. Now, I don't know how many of them, but it actually was a circle. Now, can somebody be saying that the solar flare actually was a flashlight? I don't know.
Now that's interesting. And also, you said you have cameras around your house. Why did they not have any cameras? She used to work for Brinks. If she doesn't still work for them.
No, they just put actually cameras in 3 weeks ago. They just put, there were 3 Brinks trucks. I actually know it's actually one of the guys because it's one of the same guys who actually worked on
Okay, so what he was explaining before I started recording is everyone's house, when you buy a house in that neighborhood, there are motion detector lights. Like when you walk into someone's driveway, backyard, whatever, and it's dark, they'll come on. He calls them solar flares. They're solar lights. And, you know, I'm really sorry that some people, and I knew this was going to happen, are going to scream and yell saying, why didn't this person do more? Why didn't this person do more? You can only make so many phone calls. Could you imagine if you're outside washing your car and you spray your kid with the water hose or the pressure washer and they're like, oh, I was just having fun. Now, pressure washers, in my opinion, hurt. But without any injuries, what do you expect them to do? And he also explains the HOA and how Chris had issues with it. It's disturbing.
Chris has issues with rules and following rules, in my opinion. So that's not shocking at all about the HOA.
No. And I couldn't imagine spraying a human being with a pressure washer.
No. That's awful.
And, you know, we have heard many times, you know, people saying that Sebastian has sensory issues.
Mm-hmm.
Then why spray him with a pressure washer?
Exactly. Because he knew it was going to make him have a meltdown, and that's what he wanted.
Mm-hmm. And he said, Katie comes out and brings him in. And for those of you that didn't hear the beginning of the show, the whole pressure washer is to clean off the RV, the fifth wheel. He liked being mean. He liked being mean.
Yes,
that's the reason they won't invite him to any neighborhood picnic or anything.
One of my outside cameras. Now, I just recognized him and I just waved and he waved, but we never had a talk. But from what I understand, they just put 3 cameras in.
Okay.
And what the word is it was for their safety.
Nobody's bothering them.
And I said the same thing when they made a big thing about certain people that were searching, and I seen the guy drive up and down the road.
Okay.
It actually didn't bother me any. I mean, if you have people out there searching,
I think when he's talking about the guy going up and down the road, I think he's about JLR when he went to the neighborhood.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
And we'll talk about that because I'm just like, look, nobody should have been. I'm like, nobody's bothering them. No one. And I mean, I know a lot of people are fixated on the pressure washer. Hell, I thought I was so smart one day because I was using our pressure washer to clean off the windows in the front. And here my feet are kind of nasty, dirty, as you saw on my Facebook page the other day. And I was like, well, I'll just spray them off. Damn, I thought I was going to break a toe.
Why are you going to stop them?
Now, you do have to watch some crazies that are going to come into your neighborhood because, I mean, you guys have every right to live in peace. And that goes for Chris and Katie as well.
Yeah.
You know, law enforcement, they're doing the investigation. Nobody needs to be coming into your nice neighborhood.
No, and it's all of these people actually talking about, I mean, the whole other part is where they come in and they talk about, well, I mean, they're millionaires and this and that. I mean, just because we have what we have is because we worked for it, but we're not actually millionaires. I mean, just because our house is worth $700,000, I mean, $700,000. And if you go to Brentwood or you go to Franklin, Tennessee, you can't buy a shack. So,
well, and here's the whole thing. Like you said, you work for it. You know, you're paying for it. It's not their business. I don't know what's going on with this society that the minute they see something nice, they get super jealous and they're like, well, they've got money. Who the hell's got money just laying around? Like, oh, I've got extra money. I've got extra money. It's because people work for what they have.
Exactly.
And that goes for Chris and Katie too. The one thing about Chris and Katie I don't get, I just do not understand, is the different stories, the fact that she called him instead of calling Seth, instead of calling 911. Now, it has been said that she was never outside in the neighborhood looking for Sebastian. Do you know if she was or not?
The only thing that I know, now I didn't see her is actually personally, so I cannot say that. But what I can say is it's been rumored by the neighbor Cliff, who lives to the right of them, that she did go out by vehicle, but she was only out for about maybe 10 minutes. And
okay. So we basically have Candace Wells 2.0.
I just have to say this. I feel like, fire pilot guy there, he just doxed poor Cliff, who lives next door, who says that she was
Poor
over.
Cliff.
Poor Cliff. Cliffhanger. Yeah. On that one. Don't think you realize. Yeah, I talk about Cliff. Cliff that lives next door. Hey, Cliff.
He doxed his wife too here in a minute.
Yes. She got into her vehicle and drove around for 10 minutes.
Wow. Can you imagine you're missing your child and you just look for 10 minutes? It's crazy.
Yeah, 10 minutes. And then you call fat fuck, size 14, in Memphis. I mean, come on. 10 minutes?
Right.
Size 14.
How long would you search for something you love?
I wouldn't stop.
Well,
and like I said, they have cameras around there. They can tell you how long.
Okay, actually, let's just take that one for a second. So I can understand that. You're taking a quick jaunt down to the school, to see if Sebastian, if he's not in the house, you're kind of taking a ride around that neighborhood there. 10 minutes. You don't want to be gone for too long. So let's just say, like I said, that Katie and Christopher, or it's Katie, she's a totally worried mother, say, and she's going to want to get her ass back home. But don't forget, Christopher Proudfoot had said, for her to get back home when she was out on that drive, even though Christopher Proudfoot said that he called the sheriff's office while he was home. But anyway, so let's just go with the fact of Katie's driving around, three-way calling the sheriff's office, remember? Tells Katie to get back home. As a mother, honestly, I would too want to get back home. in case my child did come back at that point. So meaning if we're taking this as a genuine mother missing her son, or, wondering what the frick happened to her son. I remember when this case, like I said, from February 27th, our first live on it, thinking that, they're going to find him in the day. Yeah. Probably we found, because we were so used to cases like that. You get all set to do a case. Next thing you know, person found. Okay, good, sweet. 2 days goes by, 3 days goes by. But if I'm looking at it just from a mother perspective and a genuine perspective, yeah, I'd want to get my ass back home, honestly. But in this case, Christopher Proudfoot apparently told her, that they're on their way, get back home. And yeah, in case, because at this point, a genuine mother, would be like, are you home yet? Like, is he back? You know what I mean? You would be worried, don't you think, Melissa? Just for looking at it from that perspective of it, that no involvement on Katie's part, that a genuine mother is just truly trying to, is in the panic, trying to look for her son, can't find him anywhere, goes to look at school, on the phone with Christopher, which I don't even say, looking at it from a regular thing, I don't blame her for calling Christopher and being like, I can't find Sebastian. You honestly think I'm going to call my ex-husband first? No. I'd call him next, but I'd probably call my husband and be like, look, I can't find Sebastian, because at that point, if it's a true, genuine missing child, you're not actually thinking that something bad happened, that maybe they ran off, that they took off, that you're going to find them in a minute. What do you think?
Well, I took that a couple different ways, and every time I hear it, I think of it another way. When I initially heard it, I thought he meant that she was only outside for about 10 minutes looking. And then I thought it was, okay, because she's driving around. But then I go back to the dispatch calls in my mind, and she was told to come back home to speak with the officers. So if she was out driving for 10 minutes, she comes back to speak with the officers, but then she doesn't go back out, is the way I understand this neighbor and what he's saying. But, when Nick was missing, I didn't stop. I didn't hardly sleep. I couldn't eat. I couldn't drink. I actually wound up in the hospital because of it later on, because I was so dehydrated. But, that was once I calmed down and was like, oh, I need help, because I was so dehydrated from not doing anything, because I couldn't stop looking for him.
But isn't your situation a little different? Was Nick home and then he just disappeared, and then when you woke up he was gone, type of thing? Or was it the fact that he never made it back home?
For me, he went to a town that was about an hour away.
Right.
And he was supposed to be coming home, and he just
Right.
never came home. And it's like, well, he'll be back. So I had contacted the person he was with, and he's like, yeah, he was with me, so don't worry about it.
Right.
And then so I didn't, because I thought he was at his buddy's house for the weekend. And it wasn't until that buddy later called me and said, no, he's actually missing, that I lost it. I lost it when I thought, where is he? Has he had a wreck? But then when I thought he was safe with his friend, and then for that friend to tell me he was safe with him, and then to find out 3 days later, well, I lied to you. I don't know where he's at.
Yeah.
And it just,
because
it's
I just
something
think that
you don't stop. You don't stop looking.
Well, but
even when I was talking to the cops.
I just think that your situation, though, is a bit different than this one, in a sense, because if he was at home, like if this is a child and they're already at home, and then you wake up and they're not there and you can't find them, versus that your son, for instance. So meaning, I can understand why you say that you wouldn't stop, because he went out and didn't come back home. So you would absolutely keep going out searching and trying to search for what happened to him. Versus, I think this is a bit different though, Melissa, in the sense that you have a child that's 15 years old at home, that she wakes up, he's not there, and she would be racing back to come back home to see if he did come back in. Versus your child was already away from the home and didn't come back. So I could see where you would nonstop keep looking and be in a vehicle. But I can see myself being in, say, Katie's position, and yes, going to quickly look, but I'd want to race back home thinking that, that he had arrived back home while I was gone. Do you see the difference? I feel like a little bit there, because one, it's like yours is already gone. So yeah, I would see you looking and going out searching and not come back in 10 minutes.
Yes,
as
but
much.
no. Yes, because it is a different situation, right? So I was more worried. But no, because if he would have been here and he just vanished, I would have flipped my house upside down. I wouldn't have a house because it would have been hit by a tornado of me looking, right? And so for her to say, okay, let's go back. Seth said the house it was clean, right?
Mm-hmm.
If your son's missing and you're going through every closet and you're looking under beds and all this, you're not putting it back nice and neat and then going to go drive around for 10 minutes to look. You're not going to do that. The police are going to come to my house, and they did. And, you talk to them. But in her case, the police would have come to my house, and it would have been an absolute disaster because I would have been looking for him. It would have made me look, I don't want to say harder, because I looked as hard as I could when my son went missing. But it would have been a different fire, right? Because if he goes missing from my home in the middle of the night, it's going to almost be worse. Like, even though I looked all I could, I gave 100% when Nick was missing. But if he would have went missing from my house, maybe it would have been like 110. I don't know. It just, searching for your missing child is searching for your missing child, whether they go missing from home or elsewhere.
I was going to say, I think I would have reacted differently than you. And that's exactly it. Because I would have done exactly what Katie did, right? If I'm basing it on genuinely miss my child, I wouldn't want to be away from home any longer than I had to, because I'd want to get back there. And then, of course, let the police and quickly search. And I'd be panicking at home because all I'd be doing was waiting for my child to come back in that house, because I would want to be there. So I can say in my head, as if I hypothetically would deal with this situation versus say you, that, literally had something happen to your child. I see myself doing what Katie did, going out, racing back home because I'm getting told to, and I wouldn't want to be far from home because I want to be there. And that's kind of what hit the nail on the head with a lot of people with Katie when she left. 3 weeks into the search? And then they head off to Yogi Park, and that's what hit a nerve. Why would you leave the home when your child could be coming back? You don't know where he is.
But she couldn't leave it to go search. She never left it to go search that we know of.
I'm just talking about a genuine reaction.
But,
mm-hmm.
She never left it to go search, allegedly, that we know of. But she could leave it to go to Yogi Bear.
Well, that's just it. And that's where people had an issue. So my reaction would be like Katie's. I would quickly go see if I could find him. Like, meaning I'd be running down the street, whatever, hop in the car, quickly checking the area, right? Because obviously at this point you're just in panic mode. But then I'd be panicking, thinking that my child, you know what I mean? Like, that wishful thinking that you go back home and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, Sebastian, you're there, type of idea. But no, but then only a few short weeks later, Katie and Chris are off in Yogi Bear. And then, you got, and I don't care still, it's another freaking thing. Christopher on Nancy Grace said that his job was up in the air. And then, so he didn't know. And so you went all the way back to Yogi Park. And then you said in that same interview Well, because you were there for work. But yet, so I'm not going to, with Christopher Proudfoot, every word counts. So to me, how do you say that in this part and then say it in this? But that's where people took offense, because as a mother, as a caring mother, your ass is truly, let's see. So you're worried about trolls and you're worried about your own life in a sense, as if somebody's going to take it, instead of prioritizing the fact that your son, that's the home that your son would come back to. He's not going to go to fucking Yogi Park, And so that bullshit that she gave of, well, he could just be everywhere and anywhere. And that's why, we're here too, because he could just be over here. And then Nancy calls her out on that and says, so is it because of the trolls? And then she's like, partly. Again, right? So it's those things. But people got pissed off. People got pissed off because Katie wasn't speaking up and letting Christopher Proudfoot do all the talking. And then again, if Katie's the one with the information. Christopher Proudfoot, let's just say that this is just, everything's honky-dory, it's going down. Either way, what she says and she tells him, and then he's going to repeat that. He's not going to repeat it to the person that was actually with the son. He's just then repeating what she has told him. And like anybody, you're not going to say things proper. And that's what creates the different stories, because she's letting him doing all the talking. Now, over time, Christopher Proudfoot is just, like I said, showing his personality regardless on this. But for people, it was disgusting that you would literally, not only leave your home when your child is missing, but you will actually take off the posters off your vehicle because you don't want people to spot you. And you'll close down your Facebooks because you don't want bad, mean messages coming at you. And to me, it's like, well, you know what? You got to take the good with the bad. You want people's help? Can't have your cake and always eat it too. You take the good with the bad. But anyways, that was just taking it from, like why people were so pissed off with that. Because, yeah, you don't leave your home. So me, again, I would have raced back home as fast as I could, right? Panicking. I'm not the type of person that can sit still, myself, to be honest with you, meaning I would be going nutsoid. Someone kept saying that they would have to sedate. That's what they'd have to do to me. Because when I get anxiety like that, and I can only picture how you must have felt, how other parents would feel, I would never want to be in that space of feeling that type of pain on the heart, So again,
I
for
was
anyone that
actually had
go
I
ahead.
had to be sedated during Nick's funeral because I was so upset and emotional.
See, now, right. Right. Just like Seth, you're crying because this has still got that impact on you. Right. And that's the point. That's the point.
So
Stuff
to
like
answer Mama, who doesn't may not know, and anybody else that doesn't know, my son went missing. Did everything I could. I found him a week later. At about 6 months after that, the same man who lied to me had set up my son's murder.
yeah. I'm so sorry, Melissa. See, I just, Melissa had told me about this, I don't know, quite a few months back, and she was going to do a live when she felt ready. And then that was back a few months ago, because this is how devastated she still is. And I'm so sorry that this happened in your life. it's a pain I don't ever, ever, ever wish to have myself. Yeah. You okay, girl? I know you're not, but
Yeah.
yeah. I know that this is stuff.
It's painful.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You know? And, you know, when you see someone acting like Katie and stuff, it goes opposite of what you would do for your own child. You know? Yes, and Yogi Bear Campgrounds is over there at Clarksville County. They didn't have no flyers up, and the cops didn't even know that Sebastian was missing until Silver's on the scene told them that fact. They didn't have no flyers up, and the cops didn't even know that Sebastian was missing until Silver's on the scene told them that fact. Oh, in the Clarksville area, you mean? Yeah, I don't know nothing about that. I just know that Christopher Proudfoot never told his work Sebastian was missing. You know, on that. Julie says hugs Melissa on there. Okay, Melissa, I hope you're having a smoke right now. I'm gonna play some more. You okay, girl?
Yeah, I'm fine. I need a minute, but yeah.
I know. Okay.
She was gone.
Yeah.
45 minutes. They have all this.
Mhm.
Now, to see her, sir, I don't think there's anyone that can see that. So
interesting. So you say that, Chris likes to drink, he's over 21. That's one thing. We've heard that Katie sometimes gets a little too tooted. Again, she's over 21. There's been, stories about someone in the neighborhood that she could be having an affair with. Have you heard any of those rumors, or is it just rumors?
I think they're just rumors, but now I just want to make this clear.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not accusing them of anything.
Mm-hmm.
And you have Seth, which I've seen him inside the community. I've actually talked to him because he was searching and he asked some actually questions, and he had my wife was out there. And now you don't take offense to this, but as you know, women, they like to talk. So
I'm one of them. I'm one of them, my friend. I've got all day. I know.
So, but I'm not saying they did anything. I'm not accusing them. I'm not throwing them under the bus. I mean, I believe in that you're innocent until you're proven guilty. But right now, there's not even a crime. So,
well, then what are they investigating? Because they're not searching for Sebastian.
That is what, and that's why I think there's a lot more that they're holding to the vest. Now, onto what side? I could not answer that. I mean, or if it's not even a side, and if someone might have lured him out and they took him out. Now, I don't know about that. I mean, but it's actually possible. I mean, but where I said about you have Chris and he likes to drink, and he is 21, and well, he's actually 40. He's actually going to be 41,
Mm-hmm.
but he's not like one that I would sit down with and like that I would have in my circle.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's.
Well, I don't want him in my circle either, because I think he's a heinous individual. Okay, so she was out searching for 10 minutes. Now, remember, Chris Proudfeet said that they did a 3-way call to the non-emergency number. Was she out driving around during this? Was she told to go back home so she can meet the investigators or what was really going on there? Because 10 minutes is real quick. That's basically I showed up to the party, I told everyone hi, and I turned around and walked out because I want to get back in my pajamas and watch something on TV. That's pretty much it. It's you just made an appearance. And why was her phone on mute when she was talking to them? How can Chris Proudfeet tell them what happened or what was going on, considering he wasn't there?
Exactly. As a mom, why would you not want to call 911 immediately and say, I can't find my son. I don't know what happened. Oh my gosh, I'm in panic. The first person she called was him, and then he called.
I absolutely, actually, totally disagree with their thoughts on this one myself. So we already know that it was said that she was on mute, that she was hysterical. Obviously, she had talked to him from 6 o'clock when she had called him. I don't blame her at all. And I'm just going by the basis of we have to always look at, whether we feel like they're guilty or not guilty or whatever. The fact of that, if she's already talking to Christopher and telling him she can't find the son, I'm sure Christopher is very capable of telling the LE, look, my wife woke up, 6 o'clock, went to go get her son, looked everywhere, can't find him, and obviously he's either using influence or whatever. And basically, the aggressive personality that he is, calling the sheriff's office instead, right? There's no 911 call. But does it make sense to me that I would call 911 right away? Absolutely not. I'm not thinking that like the worst case scenario. I'm thinking that maybe my son is hiding, that he ran away, he's done something, but he's around the neighborhood somewhere and he's going to be found. So I don't blame her. I would call my husband right away too and be like, honey, I can't find my son. Like, I would instantly do that. So I totally disagree because I feel like this is really kind of picking it apart too much, because I think that that's a normal reaction to call your husband, to call your other half, because it's kind of like with Abby and Libby. You don't think that that they can't find them, that they're murdered in the woods. You're thinking that possibly they hurt themselves. Possibly they're, gone to the movies or something, right? But you're not thinking that these two girls were murdered. Just like Sebastian, you're not thinking that you're not going to find him relatively probably soon, but you're panicking because, well, you can only do so much, and you're panicking. So I personally don't see anything wrong with this situation if I'm looking at it from a normal standpoint. Do you feel differently on that, Melissa?
No, I mean, you know me, as much as it pains me to agree with the Proudfoots here. She called him. She called the husband, and I can understand that. And Christopher Proudfoot then at 6:20 calls Seth and, text Seth, 911, get a hold of us. Okay. So I can understand calling the husband first. I can understand Christopher Proudfoot reaching out to Seth. He then called police. And a lot of people are giving them and running them through the mill because they didn't call 911. Here's the thing. If you live in a rural area like that and you call 911, they're going to dispatch, you're going to go to a certain area. But if that's not the correct area, they're going to dispatch you to somebody else. And then if that's still not the right area yet, to somebody else. So he cut out all of the, I know I'm going to call 911 and I'm going to get dispatched here. And he knows that.
Yeah.
So he called the non-emergency dispatch number to report a missing child. Okay. I understand why he did it like that. And I hate to stand up for the Proudfoots, but I fully understand in this situation why they did it the way they did it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I just think that we have to look at things in a fair way, as well. We can't just sit there and go, okay, Christopher, yes, we can say that their personalities and stuff like that. But we still have to be fair to what sounds reasonable. And I can relate because, again, if Katie's searching the home, okay, and it's a few minutes after 6, like say 10 minutes, she gets in her vehicle and drives. The call comes in at 6:34, right? Katie's hysterical. She can't find her son. And then she goes on mute because she's like hysterical. And he's like, and Christopher, you can tell he's a controller. Katie, I'm gonna call the police or sheriff's office or whatever, da 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 da, and she's on mute, right? Because obviously you're trying to talk to the sheriff's office and you don't want somebody, like that in the background. So I'm just looking for, regardless of how we feel or we might think about Chris or Katie personally, or what we think they might not have done, it's only fair to look at it of, if I think something that people are trying to pick something apart that does seem more natural, well, this part of the timeline falls in line, that Christopher Proudfoot calls the sheriff's office. Exactly, this whole timeline, does fall in line properly, like a puzzle, like it just flows without it seeming odd. It just flows. The only thing odd is when Christopher Proudfoot said that he called right then and there, right, in the one interview. So that's what throws that off. But the rest of it, to be out in the vehicle for 10 minutes, that goes in line with 6:34, calling them and telling Katie to get back home because the police are on their way and will want to talk to her or whatever. So that makes sense. Does it make sense that Christopher called the way he did? Obviously. Come on now. He already dealt with Nina stuff and all that, right? I mean, he knows the ins and outs of what he was supposed to do. Like, whereas me, I'd be like 911, right? Unless, of course, I knew that was pointless and I just needed to go skip that crap and go that. So I don't find any of that from a normal situation to be unreasonable. To call, like, for people that want to pick apart them not calling 911, trust me, if you go look for your son, are you really going to call 911 within 2 seconds, or are you going to probably call your husband first? And then Christopher Proudfoot messages, call whatever stuff, said 911. Okay, reasonable. Maybe a call, but he messages them 911 because obviously to say, you know what, there's something going on here. So that to me doesn't bug me because that feels like it's natural, that part of it, just looking at it from, again, a fair angle, because I think people picking apart the fact of them not calling 911, honestly, it doesn't make sense that you would call 911 right away because you're not thinking the worst case scenario. I'd call my husband. I'd call my ex-husband. If the ex-husband was the father, I'd call my husband first. Then I'd call my ex-husband. Have you heard from Sebastian? Da-da-da-da-da. And if still nothing is then I'd be instantly calling 911. That's how I know I would do it. Ain't no way I'm thinking right away, call 911. My first thing is to call my partner, my husband. That makes sense to me.
And when a child's missing, the minutes matter. So if he could save 2 minutes of time by calling dispatch directly, then you're going to do it because and he obviously knows because he's clearly had to, I don't know for a fact, but I'm going to assume here that at some point he's had to call 911 and he knows that you get routed from here to there because that has stayed a constant when he talks about why he called the sheriff's department directly as opposed to 911. So to save those couple of minutes and call directly where you need to be, I fully understand.
Mm-hmm. I think it's true, yeah, because of the fact that we don't know what happened to Sebastian. It's only fair because it would be totally biased if we only looked at it as if Katie and Christopher had something to do with it 100% when we don't know that for sure. So I have to be fair to myself when I'm still, they could be the biggest douches regardless, but I still have to think of it in a fair way of how I would have reacted and does it make sense, from that part. Because I just think I would be very biased to the point that, if I just thought that Katie and Chris did it fully, heartedly, but I can't say that, to be honest. I can say that what it looks like from the outside looking in, But so many times what you think is true, that's like in Delphi with Kagan Klein. We all thought that Kagan Klein had everything to do with some part of Delphi. Not that maybe necessarily he was part of the killings, for sure, I never did, but some sort of the lure that got them to the bridge. Something happened there. And all that stuff that's stacked, right? Him changing his Facebook to February 13th as being in Las Vegas, to the fact that he was messaging Libby that day, you know, all those things, looking up certain things. And the thing is that who knows, maybe years down the road, there might be some sort of, you know, triangulation to all that. But after Kagan Klein, I became very much aware that sometimes, because he was never charged with Delphi, that sometimes what can look like something doesn't mean it is. So although they might be shit ass parents I would never want, it still doesn't mean that they did something, because I'm still always willing to try to understand what happened between the lights, between cars, and the information we have, because that's all we have to go on. But we have to look at it realistically too, right? As what we, if we put ourselves in their shoes, would it seem realistic to that? Because people are always so willing to jump on things without fully thinking them through. And I don't like to do that. I really like to look at every scenario myself and just try to keep going. Okay, if Sebastian left the house on his own, does this make sense? Does this make sense? Okay, why isn't this making sense? Okay, no, that doesn't make sense. No child leaves their home without shoes, without snackies, without their phone, without their favorite things. No child does that. Is there anything to prove that a predator came up to the window and took Sebastian? Nope. Right? According to the prophets, the front door is locked. There would have been something. Like, how did the predator even get in the vicinity? Do you think he just freaking dodged like a ninja? You know, oh, camera there, even if they're not from the area? Or to think that maybe a predator followed Sebastian home, you know, and knew where he lived? Again, as far as we know, there was 2 vehicles, and those were accounted for. So how then did a perpetrator get in there? But by the same token, how would Sebastian get out of the area without being seen? So I always just keep going over every scenario, because it truly is. What sometimes looks like something might not be true at all, right? And I will feel like a big fucking heel. No, I'm not going to actually. I'm not going to. Because I think Katie and Christopher should be hang their freaking heads low, to be honest with you. Because I'm personally ashamed for who they are and what they stand for. If I was missing and I was their child, I think that they're shit. Seth, I'd give him kudos all day long. You know what? You fought. You weren't even on social media. You made yourself a social media presence. You've tried to surround yourself with people. You got stabbed in the back. You know that you've been lied to, and yet you still plunk along. He's been angry, you know. But the one thing about Seth is that he's giving you more information. Whereas Christopher Proudfoot claiming the hip of shit, he's sitting there going, I got Ritalin. I don't believe in giving my kid Ritalin and all that shit and stuff like that. He gives out the information about even like the garbage truck, for instance, whether you believe it's a garbage truck. He's the one that actually talked about it on the news, you know, when he was talking, besides Pascal, whereas Christopher Proudfoot sits in the corner going, well, I mean, that was that wasn't what happened, but I'm not going to tell you, you know, and stuff like that. But so that's kind of where the two can play off each other, because you got Christopher, who's the spokesperson for Sebastian from the Proudfoot side. And then there's Seth, who's like, I don't give a shit. I just want people to help me find my child. I'll freaking give you whatever information you want. Oh, gotta pop out. Anyway, welcome back. Okay, I'm going to play.
That's crazy.
Yeah, a 3-way call and she was muted. Well, they need the information and the person that's not home can't give it to them. That's ridiculous.
Right.
And Seth's private investigators say they can 100% verify that Noaz wasn't home.
Yeah.
And these are Seth's private investigators. They're saying he was home.
That's just what I'm saying. I'm
He
not
just-
saying that.
he just seems to be kind of a mean person. And you're not the first person I've talked to that lives around there. You're just the first one to come on record and just say, look, this guy is he's not a nice dude.
No, he would be outside actually working on the fifth wheel, or he'd be working on his truck, and for whatever reason, he would just start screaming, and he would just start actually yelling at them, and
At Sebastian or who?
yeah.
Oh, no.
He would just, now, I don't know what he was doing outside. I mean, I couldn't tell you that. But I will tell you this. Trying to figure out. Okay, well, here. I know you heard some parts about it, because if actually nobody did, then I don't know where people did, but I'm sure you have. And that's because, okay, you know what was put out there about actually Indian essay, okay?
Mhm.
Now, you have Chris, and from what I know from the actual neighbor to the left of him, which doesn't like him at all, said,
Okay, let's be 100% transparent, because a lot of people in that neighborhood do not like Chris Proudfeet. They don't. Because he said the neighbor to the left of him does not like him at all. He's loud. He's aggressive. He uses profanity when it shouldn't be needed. I mean, from what I'm understanding, he can't just say, I'm mowing the yard. If someone says, hey, howdy, neighbor, he'll just shout back and say, I'm mowing the fucking yard. It's going to get interesting. Chloe, anything you want to add?
No, I'm still processing all of this that we heard yesterday. I'm glad I'm listening to it again.
he's very much actually, he's homophobic.
Oh, okay. So why was he going around telling people that he didn't want Sebastian around his daughter? Because he had like some sort of, I don't know, some sort of feeling that Sebastian was going to do something to her. I mean, what is really going on there?
That part I can't answer, because I don't have any clue as to that, except I actually did hear it, but to say that I can say that I heard it with my own ears from someone that I can validate, no. But just kind of knowing them from just actually being here, I can see him. I can see him saying that.
It
mean,
just makes me sick.
I mean, I can see him saying that. And now, did you happen to hear? Okay, now I don't know if you know this, but this was yesterday. This was last night. I think you touched on it. I'm not sure, but now Terry Lynn was out there actually searching. Okay.
Yes, I saw that.
Okay. Now she found a pair of pants, which we don't know what's going on. Now this is where I'm talking about all.
Okay, now the pair of pants that was found, by the way, Nick Barris with the local news says that they do not belong to Sebastian. And there is an HOA because Chris was called out on a community post because he wasn't paying his HOA dues. So because Zillow doesn't mention it doesn't mean there isn't one.
I'm just a dumbass Canadian. What's an HOA?
Homeowners Association. And it's basically,
Oh,
if
how
you
does
live,
that-
a lot of places, if you live in like a subdivision, some apartments, some areas in town, the HOA will be like, okay, well, you can't paint your house bright pink. It has to be of a
Oh,
neutral color, or you
right.
have to keep your yard mowed. And if your yard isn't mowed, we're going to send you a fine. And you can't have random, so much out in your yard or whatever. They
Right.
just basically enforce rules to keep a
Okay.
neighborhood nice.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, I think there's something similar here, but I just wasn't associating HOA with homeowners association with a missing kids case when you guys were talking about that. So I was like, wait, is this meaning something different? But okay, thanks so much.
I don't have an HOA. I wish I did, because I got some neighbors that need to quit putting their damn trash can in their driveway.
I live in an HOA. I mean, in my neighborhood, my house that I owned before that was an HOA. It's pretty normal to live if you live in a nicer neighborhood, that you have an HOA to make sure that everybody is, compliant and doing the things they're supposed to be doing. Wouldn't want to live in a house next to you that's just has trash in their yard and things like that in a neighborhood like that.
Well, it's a love-hate relationship, because I mean, if my husband wants to change the oil in the garage, or I'm sorry, in the driveway, I don't want some nosy neighbor coming over giving us some sort of ticket, or
gosh, no,
sale or something. So it's got to just keep up your damn property. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I agree.
All the offices here in Hendersonville, this is what I'm talking about. He didn't want to get wet, and he wouldn't come over to her. It took 1 hour for a sergeant, and her name is Sergeant Earhart. She is very sweet. I see her in town. She's the one who came down and she took the pens. I mean,
Okay, and that's confirmed by the news article. Hold on, we've got our good friend Justin. Yeah, I'm serious. Homeowners Association, it's a love-hate relationship. I'll say, man, I wish we had one, because some people just don't do what they're supposed to do. But nobody would want me. Hell, I'll go outside in a sports bra and biker shorts, drinking a beer while I'm clipping my roses. All right, we have our good friend Justin backstage. Justin, what do you think about all this?
Hola. How you
Hola.
doing?
Hey, Justin.
Hey, Chloe. Hey, Brooks. How's everyone doing? Is my fans too loud?
No, sounds good. You look gorgeous too.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So he admitted that he did not want anyone around his daughter, especially Sebastian.
Uh-huh.
And he admitted that on the phone call with Terry Lynn.
Uh-huh.
I thought that, and he had done that interview way prior to doing, I think, any interview. Maybe it was, when was it? I know it was before the Nancy Grace interview for sure.
Right.
So, yeah.
And I know some people are saying this guy isn't credible. And if something changed with Nick Barris from the article I read, I apologize. As I have said a million times before, you're not going to get breaking news here. Just not going to happen. I'm not an investigator. Do you find this neighbor to be credible, Justin? Just your opinion.
I mean, from what I've heard, I mean, I don't think she, I mean.
It's a man. He, yeah.
Oh, I apologize.
I know. Okay, that's all right.
I get mistaken for a woman all the time, so don't feel bad.
Oh,
I'll go to a drive-through and they're like, "Yes, ma'am." I'm like, "No problem, honey. Let's get on with it. I need my Big Mac."
I thought
Come
it
on,
was
let's
a
roll.
guy.
no, I'm Big Mac, and I want to. Is your ice cream machine working?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
To be honest with you, the person that's speaking, the old man that's a firefighter, I actually thought it was a female too. And I was like,
I did too.
I know. I was like, oh, it's sometimes it's because voices that's coming through on a certain way can, you know what I mean, can impact it coming through on recordings and stuff like that. But yeah, I thought it was a female, just saying at first.
So yeah, I need to come back. I can't see the chat or anything, so this is annoying me. I just got this new computer, so I'm gonna refresh it. Let me see if that'll work. 1 second.
Okay.
Melissa, I'll be right back.
All right, we got Justin back.
Damn it, it's not working.
I mean, too many things that he has said add up to what we actually know in, black and white. And if any of the neighbors want to come up, as long as this has been disclosed to law enforcement, which I was told over and over, they have been here many times.
Right.
They get all of our ring footage. The CPS was because of the mattress in the garage, because Chris Proudfeet said he was tired of smelling piss. And that's why Sebastian was in the garage on the mattress.
I think that's been a long is that what she said? He said, sorry, pardon.
Yep.
Is that what he said?
Yep.
Okay, I didn't hear that part. I apologize. I don't know. I mean, the neighbors, from the neighbors that I've spoke to, they kind of kept to themselves, but nobody really, the ones that they did talk to, they just didn't really. There was a couple neighbors particularly that didn't really care for Chris.
None of them do. None of them do.
Yeah.
Because he's done nothing but show his ass anytime they're around him. And him saying, "I'll put a size 14 in your ass," that's crazy. All right, let's get to it.
Okay, is he Dumbo the clown? A size 14. How tall is he?
Exactly. That's what I said.
He's a dumpy little Smurf. Are you kidding me? Now, my husband wears a size 13 in boots and a 12 in shoes, but he's got the pecker to back it up. All of Chris's ex-wives have said he can't close the deal. Sorry, I'm not trying to get you horny, Justin. It's the truth.
You're not, trust me. You're not. With Chris in it? No, I'm sorry. So, no, he can't be over 5'8".
Yeah, I think he's 5'8". Hey, my fiance that passed away, he wore a size 15 shoe and he was 6'5". So I don't know anybody that wears a 14 that's 5'8".
Look at his ears, Justin. This guy is like a garden gnome. You ever seen a garden gnome with size 14 Ariats on? No.
Right, I see what you're saying. No, I see what you're saying.
He'd be tripping over his own feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to work for him.
I'll give him an 8, 8.5 at the most.
This is what we're dealing with. And I don't mean to knock, but I personally think that you just have, if you ask the FBI, which they're already involved, you have this, now you had the Secret Service was at our house.
At your house?
They were going actually door to door, and they were asking questions.
Well, okay, I'm so sorry I keep interrupting. This is confirmed by law enforcement that they did bring in other agencies to go door to door. And so they did bring the Secret Service out of Nashville, FBI, TDI, because, if you have a lot of food to cook, you need extra sous chefs, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. They need all the help they can get. It feels like this, if there's not going to be anything soon, it feels like it's going to be Summer Wells 2.0.
It is already that way. You have Katie who jumps in her vehicle and drives around for 10 minutes.
Well, what's interesting to me? She's in the car in a couple, at 6 o'clock. She had to go in there and check on Sebastian, and then pretty much just jump in the car, which is kind of odd to me. She didn't look around the house very long. She could have, based on the time.
No, not at all. No. And I don't know exactly what time she called Big Dick Boots. I don't know. I will say that they have a lot of agencies involved. And as we have known from other cases, well, I'll just put it out there. I mean, the Gannon Stout case, they use the Secret Service to search the phones.
Yes.
So much for it not being a criminal investigation. You have a lot of agencies involved, do we not? For something that's not criminal.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. You have the TBI, which they've been here as well.
Okay.
You have the Secret Service, they've been here as well. You have the FBI, they've been here as well. And those are the three agencies. Outside of the Sheriff's Department, outside of Henderson, outside of PD. So where they could say it's actually that there's no foul play, or it's actually, or that there's no criminal investigation, I think they need to address that. They need to
Can you
say,
stop it there, Sonny?
why do they feel that way? And now I understand.
Yep, go ahead.
So this neighbor that's talking, let's keep in mind, he said he's got 6 cameras around his house. The way I understand, 4 are outside, probably 2 are inside or elsewhere, because he started to say it and then he stopped. So let's say he has the 4 cameras outside. At least we know by him saying it that the Secret Service and the FBI and the TBI and all of them, that the FBI actually came and downloaded that footage. So it goes back to what you've talked about so many times, and we've talked about, is there is no known footage to us of Sebastian walking out of that house. And this neighbor said earlier that the footage that they looked at from his home didn't show anything. They took it, but it still didn't show anything. And he's naming off all of these people, the TBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, all of these people that are involved in this.
Mm-hmm.
And at least they're going, according to him, you know, we've often said, did they go door to door? Well, according to him, the TBI, the Secret Service, and the FBI, those 3 have gone door to door.
Mm-hmm.
But I just wanted to point that out because I know we've talked about it before about whether or not they did. So here it is, him saying it. They did. They went door to door.
You know, I think it was more of the fact of the neighbor across the street. Basically, where, according to Sweetie Pie Low, who had talked to the person across the street with the camera, had said that they had to 2 weeks later, like they had to like take it in and go, here, like, do you want this or not? You know, to the neighbor that could see their front door and their garage. So it's stuff like that, yes, it's coming out of somebody else's mouth, but I mean, everything that Sweetie Pie Low said, that lady said, you know, was basically really matching what Katie Proudfoot had said about Sebastian going to bed at 9, that his lights turned off at 9:08, stuff like that. So to me, I don't take FBI, TBI, I don't take them to be idiots, by no means. And the 10 minutes that say Katie was gone has always played on my brain of, okay, so at what point did she have time to get rid of a freaking body? You know, hand off, perhaps? Okay. Get rid of a body in 10 minutes, even though it's probably 10 to 15. And so that's where I always struggle, you know, with certain questions, because there has to be something. There's something for sure that we're just...
I don't think she did in that 10 minutes.
You don't think what?
I don't think she got rid of him in that 10 minutes. And you know,
So
you
then
you
what?
live in the house with your husband,
Yep.
right? So if you bring a scent dog into your home and you tell them, okay, track my husband,
Yeah.
they're going to be running everywhere. He lives there, right? So for me, I don't know. Maybe somebody can correct me if I'm wrong about a scent dog, but I would think that they'd be a little confused and look at you like, "Hey, retard, he's everywhere," because they smell him everywhere, right? So I wouldn't assume. I know Christopher Proudfoot has said that they brought scent dogs in the house, but Sebastian lived there. So for me, I still go back to, and I know this is probably far fetched, but did he get put in a tote? One of them big totes. Did he get put in some kind of drum? Did he get put in a suitcase? And then when they left, right? Oh, you're not going to think anything of somebody putting a tote or a suitcase in a camper. And then, oh, we're going to drive on back to Memphis. So, well, let's stop here and just chuck this whatever over the side of this bridge. Like, it, it, it doesn't seem that far fetched to me.
Right. I get it. And you know what? I mean, trust me. Again, there's so many twisted cases out there. I mean, I know we always talk about like Occam's razor and stuff like that, and keeping it kind of like to nothing usually is as far fetched as how typically a lot of these cases go on the internet. People kind of reach out. There are some, the Vallow case, a pure example. Hi, Helen, how are you? And but it's not like that's not plausible because something happened to Sebastian, right? So there's something there that either they have something of and they're not sharing, of course. There's some sort of footage out there that perhaps that they're really holding tight to that because they have something. But I do have to struggle with the fact that Brandon Carter said to Justin from Clutch Them Pearls, as who's down there in the corner, said, "So what are your what's basically your theory on what happened to like your thoughts on what happened to Sebastian? Like, what are your thoughts on that?" To me, in my eyes, if you knew the answer of something or even had an inkling, why would you even say that to a YouTuber? Why would you ever think to say to a YouTuber, "So what's your thoughts on Sebastian Rogers?" So that's why I don't necessarily believe that they have really much of anything and that they're just as stumped as anyone. Because, like, I know what Jennifer Coffindaffer says, but I struggle with the fact because it doesn't make sense that a detective that has covered the case since the beginning. Thank you, Helen. She's showing her love again. Thank you so much, Helen,
But
for
do we
that
have
super
proof
sticker.
of that?
Pardon?
Do we have proof that that's what he said? Like,
Yeah.
is there an email that we can verify, not just Justin saying, well, this is what was said, since he's one of the ones that were
Oh, he showed
pushing
it.
that fake picture?
No. He showed it.
Okay.
No. He showed the receipts for it, and like a few times. So I take that as genuine, of course. Just like we can reach out to Brandon Carter ourselves, because bottom line, he is saying like I can't, like we would never tell someone what they could say or couldn't say. He's not telling anything about the case, but he's just making a comment that no, like the generalized thing. We don't tell people what they can and can't do or say or whatever say. Just like when he answered that back, it's like, it's an active case and we cannot give out certain information, da 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 da, and then it was the question at the end saying, so what would be your theory on what happened to Sebastian? And I see that as people that don't know what happened to Sebastian and are looking for maybe somebody else to go, okay, well, what do you think? If with all the information out there, what do you think kind of happened? maybe it rings a bell. I just find that very, do you guys wouldn't find that strange that a detective, like, meaning, I don't find it strange that he's saying maybe that to somebody. What I find strange is, why would he ask that then? If they knew or had an inkling of what happened to Sebastian, why would you even say something like that as a question to a YouTuber or anybody else for that matter? If you had a strong lead on something, you wouldn't make mention of that. Why would you even comment to what do you think happened? Unless you guys are stone fucking cold and you have no clue what happened to Sebastian Rogers and you're just waiting for a break any which way of the case. Because in all fairness, I know that we have only certain information, but still, we're all freaking stumped in a sense. Like, we can sit here and blame Katie and Christopher. We can blame Seth. Some people do. But we have no clue because nothing is adding up to how Sebastian would have gotten out of that area. And it just doesn't make sense. Katie leaving for 10 minutes? Possibility. Sebastian Rogers, avoiding freaking the lights and somehow managed to go on a walkabout. Trash truck drivers, kidnapping him. We have no clue. And that's how I've always felt about them, is that they don't have a clue. Because why would you ask a YouTuber to weigh in on what he thinks about what possibly could have happened to Sebastian? So that strikes me as odd. Jennifer Coffindaffer might see it totally differently because she's an ex-FBI agent, but that's how I see it. Well, if I see something that doesn't seem to seem right, and that doesn't seem right, if you know about Sebastian, where he might be, then you're not going to ask that question. Why would you wouldn't put that out there to a YouTuber, especially, right? To ask that. So if he is asking it, I think he genuinely is like, shit, like, we got fucking nothing over here. Any ideas from your end? Type of thing. Because we're at a loss here ourselves. Yeah.
True.
Yeah. What is it today? I mean, do you guys understand or agree with what I'm saying there? Why would I ask you if I already had the answers? So obviously, if I don't have the answers, I'm going to put my feelers out a little bit. See, hey, you know what? They know that there's true crime sleuths everywhere. They're allowed to say stuff like that. So, hey, what's your opinion on it? What's your thoughts of what happened to him? That's fair enough. But that tells me that they don't have diddly shit. They might have more information, but I feel like they still don't have diddly shit. And I think that we're just as baffled ourselves. Or Jennifer was putting out that video yesterday as if almost like sounding like there's some, that she feels like there's hope, in the direction that it's going. That it's almost like someone saying that, what, I feel like there's something coming along down the pipe. Is there? Why would Brandon Carter ask that then? So it just makes me feel like, do they have anything against Chris and Katie? And I'm waiting for them to hang a noose? Maybe somebody else. That's why I can't sit here and go, Katie and Chris are guilty, 100%. Seth is guilty or anything. I can't say that because I'm torn on every direction that I think about. Did Sebastian, did someone aid? Was he handed over? Is he alive? Is he not? Because there's nothing just adds up. And yet something has to add up, And it's one of those things where you feel like there's a missing piece to the puzzle, but we just don't know what that is. There's that one thing that you just, like Doug Carter, the one thing. Seems unlikely someone's going to get rid of somebody. Could somebody hand somebody over in 10 minutes? Sure. But in the morning, you're going to be seen on camera, like meaning their vehicle leaving would when her vehicle left. So obviously if Sebastian's missing, then you're not going to see nobody in the passenger seat. But was Sebastian gotten rid of or handed over during that time? There's a chance. There's a chance he got put in a suitcase and taken off to Memphis. There's a chance. I don't know. Do, 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 do. Sometimes I think there might be a crazy twist that we've all missed. To be honest with you, I wouldn't even call it crazy, Jen. I actually feel like it's going to fall into every other category of a case where it's like something. I don't think it's crazy. I just think it's going to be like when I think of the true crime cases and what people kind of do to children and stuff like that, I don't think it's going to fall out of scope of what typically happens during these cases, as sick and twisted as they are. But I don't feel like there's going to be some crazy twist. I'm not going to find it crazy if the Bauer Sox have Sebastian somewhere. I'm not going to find it crazy if Sebastian talked to a teacher and this teacher or CPS worker, aided in helping Sebastian get out of what she might have known to be not great conditions, because those people exist. Am I going to find that crazy twist? No. Myself, I wouldn't. I don't think it's going to be a crazy twist like the Vallow case. Yeah. Yes, it's raining, thunder, and lightning. Just give me your pool, Helen. All right, I'm going to hit play again. Is that okay? Melissa?
Yes. Go ahead.
All right.
If they're trying to build a case on someone, you don't want to give that other person the upper hand. So.
Oh, and I totally agree with that. And I know people want more answers. They want more answers. They want more answers.
Mhm.
But it's best, to not tell, the mouse what's on the other side of the cheese.
Yeah. And then like I just said, you have, Rich, I feel sorry for Seth. And I feel sorry for actually Chris and actually Katie for what they're going through. But now to say that I think actually this side's guilty or that side's guilty, I think.
And of course, we don't know who is guilty, involved, or what. But I did find something interesting. Hold on. This should make Chris Proudfoot feel better. Did you know that Michael Jordan has a size 13 foot?
Wow.
His left foot is a size 13 and a half. Oh, I'm sorry. Size 13 on his left foot and a size 13 and a half on his right.
Interesting.
But at 5'6" and 200 pounds soaking wet, old Chrissy Poo has a size 14 in a boot. Huh. We're learning all kinds of stuff today, Justin.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
How does he have such a big foot? And he's at the neighborhood.
I'll tell you why, because it's probably one of those stupid expressions that he made up, like frickin' eggs in China. Well, what does that have to do with the eggs in China? He probably doubled his foot size. Well, what does that have? Well, my 14 size boot's gonna kick some ass. Embellished. And it's stupid.
But him saying, what does that have to do with the eggs in China? Or what does that have to do with the price of eggs in China? That is actually a common saying where I'm from. We don't say tea, we say eggs. So it may be for his part of the country or whatever. That may be how they say it, because I know that's how we say it in Southern Indiana. And I know
that's a you problem.
That I've heard it when I was in Florida too.
Yeah. Okay. So that's where we're different, because it's always been here, the price of tea in China. Yeah. So, hey, that's an expression, eggs. Well, maybe his size 14 boot is true, and he has a massive third leg and trips over all the time. For all we know, it's like a fucking anaconda down there. We don't know. Wish I would strangle him around the neck a little bit, perhaps. Tighten up the noose. Maybe stop him from, wrap around his lips. That would be great. No. Okay, I'm going to hit play. But
Barbecue saying, I'll put a size 14 in your ass.
how to make
He
somebody
wishes.
else.
Interesting. Have you had any, I say too much, explain me. Have you had any correspondence with Chris Proudfeet?
Not directly, no. I mean, I have, no.
Okay.
I have to tell you.
We'll do it off air. Yeah.
If you look at the whole picture, there's a lot of things that just, okay, they left Texas Roadhouse, but that was the actual last, it's actually sighting of Sebastian. So from the morning, now she called Chris, and you do know that he's working on a new wing of St. Jude.
Yes, that's what he said. Yeah. And he was on, and according to the private investigators, he was on the crane at 5:15 a.m. Now, it doesn't mean that it was started up, doesn't mean it was running due to the noise ordinance, but that's Seth's private investigators. I wouldn't
Hey,
know.
Brooke.
Yep.
Yes.
And then
Yesterday, Chris said that on some job sites, they run 24/7, the cranes.
Mhm.
And he said he is now working nights.
So they gave him the graveyard shift. And for people calling St. Jude's to ask if he works there, you're not going to get anywhere because, for one, I'm just going to say it's a HIPAA violation.
Yeah,
And two, he doesn't work directly for St. Jude's. He works for a local union.
Right. Right. They're not going to tell you.
And I was really into the noise ordinances and stuff like that until I put it together. It's a hospital. See, if you're building hospitals, police stations, fire departments, things that are considered
Vital.
essential,
Mm-hmm.
they're not going to deal with that. They're not going to ticket anyone for making noise.
Yeah.
And also, he works for a union. He doesn't work directly for the hospital. He's put on different jobs.
Right. But a lot of hospitals, they don't work weekends either. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they do it where he's at, but especially Sundays. But I don't know.
He didn't working on Sunday. He just didn't come home for some reason. And we hear the neighbors saying, "No, he was home in February. He was at the Texas Roadhouse with Katie and Sebastian 2 weeks prior. Sebastian was wanting something at the restaurant, and Chrissy Poo came unglued, upset, and they left the restaurant. He was home in February."
Yep, I did hear that. And there's no way, in my opinion, Chris was not at home at all in February. He has to know what's going on.
That's right. That was my question to the neighbor too. The same. I had to ask, was he there that month? Like he stated he was not. He said absolutely he was.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But he wasn't there that weekend, according to Seth's private investigators, who say they can back it up by law enforcement but can't put out what they want to, which I respect that.
Doesn't mean, was he there that night?
Right.
Just let me clear something up with that. Because some people keep thinking that was Seth's weekend, and it was not. It was Katie's weekend that weekend. Seth said it out of his own mouth. And so I just want to clear that up, because I remember I knew that Seth had said it, but sometimes when I don't know where I remember hearing that from, I knew it was Seth, but I didn't know where. But I think I was listening to it. I think it was from on Bullhorn Betty there. But it wasn't Seth's weekend. It was Katie's. Okay. So just for the misinformation, right? It's kind of like the 3-hour call. It wasn't a 3-hour call. It was a 2-hour and 15-minute call. I think 45 minutes. I mean, according to Katie. But bottom line is, when people are putting out the information, you got to try to stick to the actual times as they're said. So if Christopher Proudfoot is saying 9:43 to 9:46, and around 12 o'clock they're talking about, that's 2 hours and 15 minutes. That's 45 minutes extra that people that say 3 hours, and everyone keeps repeating 3 hours because people keep saying 3 hours. So then other people run around the channels saying 3 hours because now that 3 hours is stuck in their head, but that's not true, you know. So just fact, it's 2 hours and 15 minutes based on the words of Christopher Proudfoot. Just putting that out there, just because, and just kind of like the weekend thing. Like, if we're going to talk about it, let's just straighten up the truth, right? Not, well, just because obviously 3 hours and 2 hours and 15 minutes is quite different, but we just want to put out the truth, you know, from the words. That's all I'm going to, I just like to clear up things like that, because for people that run around, you know, thinking that it was Seth's weekend, no, it wasn't, you know. For people that think that Katie was having an affair and stuff like that, like the neighbor said, yeah, like, you know, he heard the rumor, probably heard the rumor on somebody's live. Anyways, he heard the rumor because obviously it was going around the neighborhood, and it impacted a family member of a man and a woman that are married, that have kids, and the kids then have to suffer because of these rumors that aren't even factual. They were just rumors that people started putting out there. So I just don't like to put out false things if it's not there, or just put out the truth, because that all I ever want to work around is the truth of a timeline as the best we know it, because it's all those small little details that you start pondering. Okay, so if this was at this time and Katie and Chris was at this, and Christopher was talking to Katie, you know, and Katie was doing, you know, homework for her school, you know, and that she fell asleep and at 10 o'clock, and then we were hearing 10 o'clock that she fell asleep, yet Christopher called her at 9:43. I doubt it. She's sleeping at 10. Is there truth to that? Well, we don't know that. We just know that that could be a neighbor getting it wrong, that asked Katie and relaying it wrong to, you know, Bobby there, binocular Bobby, and stuff like that. So we don't know that. We can only go by the people that are closest to Sebastian, whether it's truthful or not. Yeah, just saying. Mm-hmm. You know, play now.
Right.
Did he meet someone?
Right.
Was he working on wife number 6? Because when Child Protective Services got involved, he said to Harley Ho, he said to her, he said, this marriage is not going to work out. He said, he goes or I go. Okay. That weekend, he supposedly was not home. Why was Seth kept away from his son? And the neighbors have spoken with Seth. He has gone door to door asking people what they know, what they have seen.
Good question.
You have Seth on camera at the county jail. And that's where the timeline, that's where it stops. I mean, it's because nobody knows what happened before the 911 call. Well, okay, they didn't call 911, they called dispatch. And they actually called, it's actually dispatch, because their friend, she works in dispatch.
Is it a relative or what? Because I heard that, and that would actually make more sense. Like, I would rather get a hold of someone that I know, and I'm not taking up for anyone. It's just, you know, things have to make sense to me. But I mean, 911 makes more sense to me than anything.
Now, you would think that, but I went back and forth with actually, it's my wife about this, and I said, who would you have called if, now, I have 5 kids. If, well, they're adults now. But if actually one of our kids, when they were young, went missing, she said I would probably call you first, and then I would call, it's actually 911.
Yep.
So That doesn't sound, it's actually strange. And
now, will your wife come on the show tomorrow as well? Because I'm getting all of this documented right now. Will she come on tomorrow as well?
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what I'll do is I'm going to go through all of this that we've gone through, because I might have some other questions for you. Just disguise your name. Don't put your phone number out. I mean, obviously text me your phone number. That would be great.
Yeah.
You have mine.
Oh, here, I'll give it to you now if you have a pen.
I don't. Just email it to me.
Okay. Okay. All righty.
Or text me or whatever, and then we will do this show tomorrow. And I mean, it's for Sebastian.
Yeah, that's what the goal is for. I mean, we have to bring him home.
Mm-hmm.
We have to find out what's going on. And then here, I'm just going to say this in closing. And this is something that I'm sure that if there's one person that has not actually thought about this, then I think they're just way out there, is actually this. It's been over 2 months. He is 15 years old. Now, you look at this and you have to think of this. She has to be eating food.
Mm-hmm.
Where is he getting food?
Where is he getting food? Where is he getting water? Why did they have him in pull-ups? Why were they withholding food from him? Why did they have a mattress in
This
their
place was
garage?
a boot camp.
I agree, Justin. I agree.
Straight up boot camp.
Mhm.
Nothing else.
Before we go on to the rest of the show, if you guys could take a second and hit the like. I always forget to ask you guys that. I'm sorry. But have you ever been sprayed with a pressure washer before, Justin?
Yes, it hurts. It'll cut you if you're not careful.
Mm-hmm. I sprayed my feet with one a couple weeks ago. I didn't realize it would hurt that much.
Oh,
I almost thought I was going to break a toe.
Yes. Yep, it can cut you if you're not careful.
Where are you at with this case? Do you think he truly just walked out the front door?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. I don't believe kids just disappear. I don't think that I don't think he would have just wandered off barefoot, whether it was 26 degrees or 62 degrees. I don't believe it. I think he would have been seen on cameras. There would have been something, a scent. It didn't matter which way you went, northeast, south, or west. The camera should have picked you up. There should have been a dog scent. And it just doesn't make sense. You hear a thud and you don't check on your autistic son, who is prone to seizures anyway, and just being a parent in general.
Mm-hmm. Well, just being a parent in general. And if your normal day-to-day is, if you hear a noise, our kids make noise, okay?
Mm.
If your general day-to-day is turn down the music, turn down the video game, get back to bed, or brush your teeth or whatever. But the way she mentions the thud, I don't get it. I just don't get it.
First, it was she just heard him playing in there about 10 o'clock. And she said, "What did it sound like?" She's like, "He was just in there playing. Just sound like he was in there playing." And it's a thud and all of that. And it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that they're talking 3 hours. They talk 3 hours a night. I don't believe that.
That's my pet peeve, Ray. 3 hours. It's not 3 hours. Stop saying 3 hours, people. Just for me, to stop saying 3 hours. It's not 3 hours. It's 2 hours and 15 minutes. Big difference. A 45
Drives
minute.
me nuts like it does you.
Does it? It does, because it's not the fact. It's not what was said. So I don't know. It's like someone's hearing just interpreted. They went from 15. Well, normally you either go down or round it up to 2.5 hours, not add on an extra 45 minutes on there. Now, 1 second here. So I thought, Helen, you're welcome. Thanks from YouTube. Okay. YouTube has to make money, which means Sunny has to make money. So YouTube puts in the ads. You're welcome. See, I subscribe that I don't get commercials during mine because I pay for that. I pay for the YouTube premium. Just saying. How you doing, Ray, buddy? Been a minute. well, I think it was a few weeks ago I saw you, I think, right? I've already ticked the like button. Okay, well, that counts. That was a $4 like button there, Helen. I ticked it twice. Yeah, on and off. But so yeah, so my thoughts actually were like how Justin's talking now. Did you go out the front door? Nope. Why? And again, like that's what I deem as like reasonable thinking when it comes to Sebastian's case. Anyways, Ray, you've seen me enough. That's all you're getting. But anyways, actually, like her, if you could just hit that like button, that would be appreciated. Why? Not for me, but actually for Sebastian, to bring awareness, to bring the channels that actually want to put out some truth and transparency. And well, whatever. You're not going to catch me riding off some choo-choo train going, hey, you need to donate, and I'm going to stay on for an extra half an hour just for you. If you don't donate, I'll stay on longer. How's that? I'll do backwards day. No. Anyways, why are we on slow mode? Yeah, you know what, Ray? How many people are watching? How many people are here from Twitter? 976. You want less, Ray? All right, I'll give you a little bit less. You think you're special or something, don't you? That's because you are. You know it. Long time friend. Let's see. We got slow mode 40. Just for you, Ray, we'll put it down to 20. Does that seem fair? You happy? Okay. All right. Yeah. Give to the Lord, ladder to saint or whatever you call that stuff. Or to the Sunny Fund. Go ahead, Ray. Donate that $1.99 out of your mind. Anyways, get back to it. I don't know how much longer he's gonna be, but is there a part 2 with the wife, the neighbor?
Not
wife?
that I have found.
Darn it, they probably ended up
You
not
asked
doing
me
it.
that, and not that I found, because I went looking for it.
Yeah, right. Because earlier when it was when she asked him so can you join the live tomorrow? And then when he said wives, I'm like, wait, part 2 more?
Well, she asked about, will you join the live tomorrow? Because what we're hearing, she recorded the day before. So she's playing the recording on her live.
Mm.
So this was the day after that. So I assumed that the wife and him were going to come on at some point during this live, but not that I've seen, but I didn't watch the whole thing either. So
Ray, stop trying to flirt with Sharon. Stop. You need to go back to fishing. All right.
In my opinion, just so much of this doesn't make sense. They've changed their story so many times. It's...
I mean, the changing of stories I can't figure out. And why was it so important for the general public to know that Chris was not home that entire month? And then Seth is saying, I didn't see him that month. It was one thing after another. We already know about the custody issues with Chris's daughter, Faith.
Right.
We know from the documents that the family court wanted to speak to Sebastian.
Correct.
Chris does not like to be called out, given rules, told what to do. He's like a man-child. Instead of just doing what he's been told within reason, well, why this? Why this? Why that? Why they want me?
Dictator.
Yep, that's exactly. He wants everything his way.
Yep, and that is one thing that now, since you touched on that, I will say one thing, and this is known to law enforcement from my neighbor that actually lives on the left of them, is that you had Chris did not want him in the house sometimes because he would urinate the bed.
So that's what the bed was for.
That's what the bed was for inside the garage. Yes.
Wow. But see, another one of your neighbors reached out to me and won't go on record and said that Chris was washing off the fifth wheel or something. And Sebastian was just kind of goofing around like a kid does. And he started spraying him down with water, and Sebastian didn't want to be wet. And it freaked him out.
That's what I was telling you just a few minutes ago when they were doing some.
Okay, we'll get back to that because it's very important. All right, spraying him with the hose, the pressure washer, whatever you want to call it. We don't purposely make anyone uncomfortable. Now, we also certainly do not put a mattress in the garage because a child might have an accident. That's not the way to teach them to use their bladder.
Absolutely. It's the craziest thing. You know, there was rumors that, they locked Sebastian in his room.
Mhm.
I would like to know what Sebastian, told the teachers, and the teachers told CPS, but Chris would not even discuss it.
Yep.
Because a 15-year-old comes to school and is suddenly wearing adult diapers, pull-ups. Pull-ups are for like 4T and a toddler. So let's get it straight. He had on adult diapers. Okay.
Yep. Sad.
Okay, I'm telling you right now, according to Seth, when he was over at his home, no freaking diapers there. This kid, Sebastian, he's stressed out. Okay, he's pissing his pants because why? Because of living in, like Justin is saying down there, a boot camp. Total opposite of being at his father's house. At Katie's house, Sebastian, it was hard, she said, to even get Sebastian to take his phone. At at Seth's house, he's always on his phone. Watching Minecraft and stuff like that. The only reason I ever thought about that retention pond or the construction area is because I know Minecraft is like about digging under, right? It's like a little fucking Roblox thing. And you're sitting there underneath that and you're building like these little things underneath there. So the only thing that even entered my mind was, without knowing Sebastian, did he think the construction site was a place to go? You know what? I think I'm going to go build some tunnels and roadblock, freaking underneath the, stuff like that, without knowing the child whatsoever. The dog scent doesn't exist over there. Well, as we just know that it's an air scent on there. But this kid is stressed out. I think we've heard so much, even at the beginning of this, just to know that Sebastian, there's no freaking kumbaya relationship. Katie and Chris, their marriage is falling apart. Probably half the reason why he was staying away most of the time, because he was probably using his size 14 to try to hook up with that chick in Memphis over there at the bar. But their marriage is crumbling. I'm just trying to picture this. You got, small D there that's sitting there, married all these times. Drill sergeant. Sebastian has to give up his cats, his snakes. He gets his toys taken away, put in the garbage if he's not dealt with properly. Because, you got to get those rules. You got to enforce the law to the kids like that and treat them like they're corporal punishment. Because that's exactly how you're supposed to treat the children. And whether that's an army or whatever freaking mentality, I don't know. Either way, he's a narcissistic a-hole. But so all I'm picturing is, here's Katie, who's probably, like Seth said, alcoholic, whatever. Even if she wasn't drinking, I wouldn't be surprised. Christopher, she's an alcoholic, and this neighbor saying that Christopher drinks, and then he knows that. He didn't particularly was there when he was drinking, but he knows it. I'm sure that it's pretty obvious, perhaps, if he knows somebody at the Texas Roadhouse or another neighbor has had a drink with him. So I'm pretty sure that information would probably be truthful. But all I'm picturing is a depressive Katie who's got anger issues. She's probably thinking that her life sucks ass. her marriage is going down the hill. Sebastian is just probably, perhaps, I'm just talking off the top of my tongue here, a thorn in her ass. She's sick of it. Christopher's saying, you know, it's me or him. Make your choice, because I'm not dealing with your shit and his shit, and I'm sick of this. So I can see Katie being in a very depressive state. And I mean, only because I've been there, where I feel like my whole world just has felt like shit, and it's not a good place to be in your head, you know. But good thing someone gave me one of these to pull my shit out whenever I started feeling that way. And it's not because I did. I just realized that people aren't so nice, that they try to hurt you, or they try to, or like the ex-husband, you know, try to twist it, you know, try to use our son as a pawn. And it just hurts me to no end that people go out of their way to try to crush other people and stuff like that. So I can picture Katie being in this depressive state, failing marriage. The root of the problem seems to be Sebastian, perhaps. And I'm just picturing poor Sebastian in all of this mix. And then you have this stepdad that's more like a drill sergeant. He lives a life like he's in a jail cell. Imagine if this is all true, that he's put in, according to the neighbor, you know, the mattress. Remember? So if Christopher said, no, you know, that's just, you know, when Nancy Grace asked him, so did you get new furniture in the house, type of thing? And then he's just like, well, a bed and garage. But it was just like, he never expanded on that, of course, right? Didn't expand like, you know, it's because little pissy pants, a little retard there, Sebastian, too busy peeing his pants, and I don't want to smell it no more. So here you go, bud. Here's your bed out in the garage, you know, because I'm sick and tired of you pissing your ass. And then, you know what? Kids at school are calling him pissy pants. You know, here's some pull-ups. Why do you think he's pissing his pants? I was trying to read about that whole digression thing, and I didn't see anywhere where it was really overly talking about that a child starts pissing their pants. They were talking about how they go into regression and stuff like that. I feel, my own personal opinion, that Sebastian's pissing his pants because he's in this mix of this relationship and this. I just don't feel like he's happy, you know. And then all of a sudden, plot twist, 4 days or this full day of fun with Katie on the day that Sebastian goes missing. I have a hard time overlooking a failing marriage, and all of a sudden it's me or him, and this fun day, and then you see her taking pictures, snap, Sebastian, those photos. That's how I see that a little bit, because I have a hard time thinking anything different about an abnormal day on a day he goes missing suddenly. I have a hard time with that. That's probably one of the most telling things for me. If I was to say what I felt was most telling, is that it's a crumbling relationship. And now they're like sitting together, like they're, you know, like this big supportive couple of each other. You know, Chris, you just take over for me. Thank you. You know, love you. Love you. You know, piss on you, Sebastian. That's how I kind of see that. Geez, what about you, Melissa? Because it really bugs me that day, on the day that this exciting day happens, he goes missing, to an abnormal day from Seth saying that Sebastian, that's like overkill type of thing.
Yeah, I'm with you. Now, about the overstimulating day, it's more than it was supposed to. I'm off right now. Out. All I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime. Stop right there. Okay. You're not the first one to say this about how he's got a bruise, and I thought you guys were full of shit. I thought it was.
You see it.
No, I'm getting ready to send you a picture, Sonny.
Okay.
I thought what you were seeing was a shadow.
Mm-hmm.
I went and looked at this picture that I've got on my computer. It's a bigger picture of it. Sonny, I'm gonna send you this picture. They're not full of shit. There's a fucking bruise on his neck.
Did
I'll
you
send it
not
to
listen to
you.
me again, American? I literally says,
No,
yeah,
I'm
right here. See it.
busy looking at this bruise on his neck.
You know, these Americans, I swear to goodness, you know, come at me, American. Listen to me. Sometimes Canadians make sense. Sometimes I say the
Don't
right
make me
thing.
come to Canada.
Don't make me come to US because I will. And I'll probably land in somebody's pool along the way. Just saying. And they can have this shit snow that's
Meet
outside.
you at the border.
Yeah, meet me at the border. See you in 5 minutes. Right? It's a hop, skip, and a jump
But
away.
no, I mean, that just threw me off because I'm like, okay, I was listening to you and I was looking at this picture. I'm like,
Yeah, I know which
they're
one.
full of crap. And then I made it bigger and they're not. There really is a huge bruise on his neck.
Did you send it yet? Are you still waiting? Mm-hmm.
Go ahead
Don't
and
forget
play
to-
your thing. I'll send it to you here in just a second.
Fine. Don't forget to hit that like button. Okay, thanks. Sebastian.
Something outside now. This wasn't the same time. This was a different time. He was working on his actually truck, and you had Sebastian was outside. I don't know what happened, but Chris started screaming and hollering at the top of his lungs, and it went on for a good probably a good minute or so, and then you didn't hear nothing at all. And so, I mean, I don't know if he might have touched a tool, or I mean, I'm just taking a guess because that I don't know. But I do know what you're talking about because, and I know who you're talking about, who told you, because it could only be one, that he was washing down and he soaked Sebastian, and Sebastian went into like he just started to I mean he just started to he just had a meltdown, and that's when Kate came out and actually got him because he didn't like being wet.
Yeah, I don't think I'd like to be sprayed down by the hose either. Now, my understanding is that CPS was called about something Chris said. It wasn't about the spanking with the belt, but it was because he would tell him, you have to sleep in the garage because I don't want to smell piss.
Yeah, and that's what actually my neighbor, I mean, that's the one who lives to the left of actually Chris. Because CPS went.
Before we get to the rest of this, our friend Kat said, if they made Sebastian sleep in the garage, how do we know that wasn't where he was sleeping on the night he went missing? Could the thud have been him slamming the door and leaving?
I mean, perhaps it could have been.
Still,
I don't think. Well, I mean, him by leaving by himself. I don't think so. I just don't.
Hey, gotta put that on pause for that. For 1 second. Could the thud have been him going out the door and leaving? Katie was right there on the couch beside his bedroom. That wouldn't make sense. Unless she was like, YOLO, see ya. It doesn't make sense. So that one doesn't make sense to me. Because I would have equated a thud to something in his room falling over. A window closing thud. But there's a screen on his thing. So, but again, it's just, it's still Katie's timeline. We don't know where the truth is, if it's 100% true or if it's not. You know, if his light was on, we would have heard from when Sweetie Pie Low talked to that person that has the camera that can see the windows. Sweetie Pie Low would have made mention that the light came back on at 10 o'clock or something. So this thud then perhaps would have had to have been in the dark. Because again, if the neighbor says that Sebastian's light went out at 9:08, at 11:45, approximately somewhere in that area, the silhouette of Katie goes across like the light that's on in the living room area, right? And that the light goes out around that time. That Katie was gone for 10 to whatever minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. And that's what Sweet Pie Low says, like everything that the neighbor says, it's what Katie has said. But the thud bugs me because kind of like you, I try to think that that is something that happened, but yet by the same token, I'm 50-50 split on that because it's Katie's timeline. Everything's about Katie's timeline. And Katie never started off this whole thing since Sebastian's disappearance as being the one to speak about Sebastian. It's always been Chris and Katie and Chris taking over, and always the version of Chris really. And then now and again you hear Katie, tweet, out of her mouth. But it's just, like I said, they started off on the wrong foot. No pun intended. No pun intended there. Now, you're trying to send me pictures over here. Let's see here. Now.
Yeah. So I sent
Right.
you 2 pictures.
Yeah.
The first one is the one here in the green shirt. And then, we discussed, like, I don't know, several weeks ago, somebody said Sebastian had the bruise on his neck in this one picture taken from Costco. And we talked about it and we're like, no, it's the lighting. You can kind of see it. I blew it up. There's a bruise.
Yeah, but you're going by the green one, right? Okay.
There's
So
a bruise on the green one and the yellow.
So I'm not going to, you guys can be the judges yourself on what you think. So I'll just put the 2 pictures out there and then we'll come back and you tell me what you think. Simple as that. Whoops. Took myself away from the entire screen. Share screen. Okay, so let's.
I really hope I'm looking at them wrong.
Okay, well, let's take a look. Does anyone think that this is a bruise for this picture? It's not the picture I've personally seen, but I don't believe that's a bruise. But I'm just going.
I thought it was shading at first.
I think it's shading.
I thought, it was shading, but the more I look at it, the more it makes me wonder because it's not in line with the shirt. It's not.
I know what you're saying, like what's creating the shadow, but I don't know. I don't feel bruising is there myself on this one. I think that one's totally coming from the lighting. Let's see. If I do this on my shirt, hold on. Get out my voice. Right? If I do this, it's giving you shading, even though it's here.
Shading, yes, but not black.
I'm not seeing it on this one. The other one I would agree with could look like a bruise a lot more. So anyone, on your opinion, do you think this is shading or do you think this is a bruise if you were a betting person, which you guys all are? So
put 1 for shading, 2 for bruise.
Yeah. And I'll try to be realistic about, it's dark here, dark here, dark here. It's just darker here because this is the front. So let's just be try to be realistic here. I'm not taking that one as a bruise. What did you say? 1 for yes, 2 for no?
1 for it's shading, 2 if they think it's a bruise. So it looks like we've got Sharon thinks it's a bruise. Scranton does not think it's a bruise. Jen in Jersey looks like a bruise. And I'm a morning glory, says Bruce. I really hope I'm looking at it wrong. I hope it's not a bruise, but it just was like, they keep saying it, and I'm like, it's the shading, it's the shading. And then I blew it up, and to me, the shading part does not match where his shirt is. And his shirt is laying flat on his skin, not up, causing a shadow.
I'm not seeing the same thing in it as you for sure. I'm seeing shade causing that myself. I'm not, because this is again, to me, the tricks on the eyes, and I believe that shading myself. So again, this is just personal opinion. Now let me pull up the other one. Give me 1 second. I think we had enough time to look at that one. Now this one, I think for me, has the ability to look like a bruise. That I would find more in line with where a bruise might be / a bruise, what a bruise would look like in coloring, typically. Stop screening, and we'll go to the other one. Okay, and I know they're two different shirts, 2 different times. Don't get me wrong, but this one here has a possibility to me of not looking so much like a shadow, but of a bruise. Yeah.
And see,
Again,
this one is the one they had brought up a while back, and I'm like, oh, it's the shading. It's nothing.
At first, I'd looked at
now
it
that I'm looking at it different, it's like, well, maybe they're right. It could be.
At the end of the day, I think Sebastian was living in an unhealthy home, and that makes me sad. I know I don't live in their home to know for sure, but I think there's enough things that are out there, and things that Christopher Proudfoot himself has said, that make you think that this isn't a healthy home. Things that Seth has said, Sebastian was probably being abused, especially mentally, by Chris. Whether it was being called, a tard, being called a little faggot or whatever. So I want to say little faggot, that would be adding words. Whether it being that you're going to go out and lay in the garage bed because your pissy pants can sit there on that mattress that you already piss on. You probably replace the mattress and put the good one in the room, or maybe not.
Hey, Scranton, if you want it without the box, look over here at my picture below Sunny. And if you want a bigger one, I'll see what I can do.
Yeah. See, things like this, I don't feel like would belong in your whole file that you're making, because we don't know if this is factual or just it's not something. Like, this isn't something I would put in there. Were you thinking about it?
No. I've got pictures of him in there, but this isn't something that because I don't have a fact. Everything going in the file, I can back up. I have the receipt. I have the YouTube
right. Yeah.
link. I have timestamps. I have the receipts for what is in there.
Meaning, if the pictures are in there without the square thing around it, that's different, right? Because you're not, you're just putting in the pictures at that point. But when we're
that's actually where I had to go get the picture to put the box around it, take a screenshot of it to put the box around it, because that's where the pictures are. But no, not in there with a box. No.
Right. Just because I personally wouldn't want to plant seeds if that they totally, neither of them are bruises or not, just because we don't have any basis. Just like Chris's arm, he's on an interview 9 days after Sebastian goes missing, and he has these scratch marks, He says that they're playing with the dogs. I mean, we are talking a week later. Would scratch marks probably still be there? Yeah. Starting to heal? Yeah. Bite marks, whatever. That could, could be something, I suppose. It's one of those things when you're thinking about the time 8, 9 days later, and yet those marks looked fresher to me, but I could be totally wrong. Hi, Miss Holly. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Say my name. Poor child. Seriously. On there. Okay. I'm going to take that off. Nice to see you, Holly. Let's hit some play. There's not too much longer, really.
I don't think that child moved.
Him slamming the door and leaving.
I mean, perhaps it could have been.
Still,
I don't think. Well, I mean, him by leaving by himself. I don't think so. I just don't. I don't think that child moved out of that place by himself.
I don't think he was in his room.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't think he was in his room, particularly with what we know now, that mattress, and Chris Proudfoot said that mattress was received after he went missing. No, not according to neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
There was a mattress in that garage. It's a 3-car garage because Chris Proudfoot said he didn't want to smell piss anymore.
Wow.
And we can scream from the rooftops all the time about neighbors, but how much do we really pay attention?
Well, I mean, we just wave our hands at our neighbors, most of us, and while we're out in our, mowing the lawn or something, and that's about it. We don't know what's going on in our neighbor's home, but that makes a lot of sense. I mean, Chris said that Sebastian likes to, soil his pants, his underwear.
Ugh, that's disgusting.
That made me so angry.
Me
Nobody
too.
likes that.
No.
And I think the question is, considering we have heard from multiple people about his sensory issues. I mean, so much where he wouldn't go outside without shoes on. I don't have that problem. I walk around without shoes on all the time. You're honestly telling me that he likes to sit in his own feces?
No. Yeah, that's horrible that he said that.
Yeah, he liked to sit in his own shit. They called him Mr. Piss Pants at school.
Kind of like the best part of Sebastian disappearing. That he outsmarted everybody, including you, Christopher Proudfoot, including you. At the best part, like, it's when somebody's mouth opens naturally, because that's just who they are. That's just, their typical personality, right? Like, kind of like the neighbor said, can I picture Christopher Proudfoot saying, that? Yeah. Why? Because, again, loudmouth, the neighbors didn't like him. I wonder why. But when somebody, at the end of the day, a leopard doesn't lose their spots. And the same thing applies. The more, well, in this case, I feel like at the beginning, Christopher Proudfoot, loose lips, sink ships. Couldn't remember his ass from his, head type of thing. And as time has gone on, he's been more guarded, with things that he's saying now, right? Because, he's getting picked apart and stuff like that. So they're being more protective and all that. But there's certain things that you just don't lose. And when you're saying the best part, to me, that's telling of what he's truly trying to say there. The best part, absolutely, Christopher Proudfoot, the best part is Sebastian's no longer here. Hip hip hooray. So when all those neighbors and Sebastian returns, as he says, are all just going to be, so like when he actually says it, it still makes me nauseous, because it's so, to me, disingenuous, and it's him trying to sell us shit as if we're believing that You really mean those words. You're just such a deep empath, Christopher, that, we're just believing you that when Sebastian comes in and then you hear the best part of Sebastian's disappearance. Nope. Nope. But to me, that's those little specks of true colors coming through. Agreed, Melissa? Agreed, American?
Yeah, I don't understand why, you would say the best part about it. What in your mind made you think that that was the right word to use? Because there is no best part about shit with a missing child.
But a natural
There just
answer.
isn't.
Yeah. Sorry.
So
Natural
for him to say, "Oh, the best part about it, he did it without leaving any evidence behind," a little braggadocious there, to steal your word, huh? Because are you bragging that you did it and didn't leave evidence behind?
Christopher's way is like, Sebastian is just so smart, he's obviously managed to outwit FBI, TBI, Sumner, Sheriff's Office, managed to outwit them all. This kid is a rocket genius right here. And it's almost like, I'm impressed. I'm going to make you think that Sebastian was the smart kid on this one, because you guys are all fools. They're going to believe me. He's such a douche. Okay. I can't use that word strong enough, to be honest with you. Okay. What about more? Let's go.
Wow.
Who would say that?
No.
Right.
Went over there to ask actually them questions. Now, I'm down the block at the corner, so they wouldn't necessarily come here. But they went to the left and to the right, and that is exactly what my neighbor said, is that's why CPS was called, and they told him he can't be sleeping in that garage. And that's when my neighbor, I wish I could get him on the show. He heard, it's actually Chris, in a big argument, saying to Katie, I don't think this marriage is going to last.
Okay, CPS said Sebastian can't be sleeping in that garage. Chris Proudfeet gets mad and says, I don't think this marriage is going to last. This little man syndrome has gone through the roof. And as we know with Child Protective Services, they tell you to clean it up, and when they come back, things need to change. Now, we don't know when CPS was coming back. We've seen this in other cases. When the government comes to knocking, they go to rocking. Does anyone think that that might be a motive?
I do.
I mean, the picture is becoming more than crystal clear.
Yes. I feel like if this many neighbors witnessed such behavior, think about what actually happened behind closed doors as well. I mean, it's really horrifying for Sebastian.
It is. It's beyond disturbing. It's beyond disgusting.
How far do you think he is? Like, I think he is beyond what they are searching. I think if he was in the area that they had been searching, they would have found him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there needs to be crews, of people searching between, Nashville and Memphis, which is
And
a
they
long,
searched
long
that.
way.
We have seen the entire map that they have searched. They have been up and down Highway 412. They have been to the landfill. Where is he? Where is he? He's not wandering around this 5-mile radius.
No.
What are you doing? Eating elm leaves? Drinking water out of the creek? He's nowhere around there.
I mean, we're heading into summer, right? He went missing the end of February. It's May.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
They would have found some sort of evidence of him being around that area. I mean, if he did just walk off, you know what I mean?
Something.
There would be something that would be found.
Let me ask you both this question, and everyone in chat. By the way, if you haven't taken time to hit the like, please do so. I'll do
And
the
subscribe. And
Oh my.
subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. We're into long-term commitments over here.
Yep. Talking about. And if someone can drop the link to Justin's channel, please do. Forgive my manners.
Oh, that's okay.
Why, when the supposed AI generated photo of Sebastian in North Carolina was put up, why did the Proud Feets not go to North Carolina? Why is it only Seth there?
Because they are not looking. You don't look for something that is not missing.
That's right.
Sebastian, in my opinion, only my opinion, please don't think, my opinion is not Chloe's or Brooks. I just want to make that clear. In my opinion, they know exactly where Sebastian is.
Because if one of my children was missing.
We'll touch on that for a minute. I got about 15 minutes left because husband's getting tired. We're going to touch on that for a minute because of that exactly being said, right? Melissa had said it earlier. Other people have said it. Well, if someone's not missing, are you truly going to put in that effort? How many times have we seen cases where you're thinking to yourself, and why is that husband not getting off his freaking ass like Barry Morphew, pretending that he's looking for Suzanne Morphew? Scott Peterson, where are you? Where are you? Oh, you know what? Too exhausted. I can't do any more searching anymore. Barry Morphew trying to put up that front for a few weeks that he's truly searching for Suzanne and stuff like that, using those words like we constantly. Like he totally, again, when people aren't thinking, they're using words a lot of times like that, meaning that they're consistently saying things that you would go, we've already heard that the neighbors had said that Christopher didn't say, this is our son. And then Katie's like, well, that's just the way we say it because they are our children. Faith is mine. Sebastian is his. We saw that in most of the interviews at the start. He kept calling Katie the mom. To me, distancing himself too, using these type of terminologies that we talked about with, right, Melissa? And then the neighbors are literally saying that it's not like it was more like, hey, here's my little tard son, stepson over here. Actually didn't even say that, the boy. But it's not like he was using, like how a typical caring stepfather would refer to their son and say, actually, son. That it's not like he was saying this. Does it? I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, I just feel really bad for Sebastian in all of this. Wondering what sick and twisted people would want to harm a child and what the purpose of it is. And there's never, ever any reason ever can justify it. I get it. I can get it more if somebody's whacked out on drugs and they're totally a fucking different person drinking. I can even get that more. Not that I condone that. But Katie and Christopher are trying to portray like they're the fucking Partridge Family type of thing, And it's just kind of like, no, not buying it. Nobody seems to be buying it. Why is it? What I want to know, okay, besides the YouTubers that stick up for the Proudfits consistently, their actions, like, come on, I like supporting you, you abuser, you're the greatest stepfather, type of thing. Why is it that people with reasonable thinking, I mean, and when I say that, I'm talking about someone like the Lore Lodge, some of the doctor, I think it was Mr. G or whatever his name is and stuff like that. Why is it the reasonable thinking people keep going, there's something just not right about them. Like there's something not right. And they can see what everyone else is seeing, what I call the reasonable thinkers, meaning when you look at this, what seems so strange about, does it seem strange to me if Katie and Christopher had something to do with Sebastian's that they're not pulling their weight in the search? Why? Why would that be? Because you don't go looking for somebody that's not missing if you already know the answer. And that's why this has always rubbed me the wrong way, was because of the lack of so much of everything with them, including the lack of searching, and then trying to pretend like you don't know what we're doing behind the scenes. You just don't know. Don't judge us. No, we're judging. You're judging badly. Because how many times do we see cases where the person that's the husband or the wife, especially the husbands, usually the ones that we usually see these cases in, they don't put no big valid effort. And you got the family members going like, what the fuck are you doing? You're the husband. Get out there and freaking search. And you would think just for the sake of playing the act that they would actually do it. But they know damn well that they got rid of their wife or something. So here, let me put on a little show. But it's enough that it catches people's eyes because it's not the emotions and reactions that you would expect. And that's what I've always felt with Katie and Christopher, is that these actions, all these actions aren't matching these words. You know, it's like someone trying to portray to us the storyline, but yet it's not believable because the actions aren't matching that. No one's shouting from the rooftop from that side, besides Christopher Proudfoot liking to go on lives, you know, to give his dick a stroke that night. And that's always what it seems like, that Katie is just in the background hiding. And that's how it feels. And so that's why it always pisses me off, because to me, a true parent would be out there wanting, just begging for us to keep helping them. You know how many people would love to have this type of coverage for their missing child? And yet they want to sit there and say, well, you don't know what goes on in the background. Well, yes, we do. You guys are probably sitting there fucking on the sofa, having a good laugh at all the YouTubers going, oh, fucking bunch of morons, you got Christopher Proud, like I said, a narcissist. Katie, you can guarantee Katie's watching this shit. I don't pay attention to social media. Innocent little meek little me. I just don't pay attention. I just don't see this grieving mother myself. Just say.
I just have to say, there was another case where, and as soon as I start talking about it, most of you are going to be telling me who it was. But this man did not go to the vigil. This man did not really beg for the community's help. This man is the reason his wife and child are no longer here. So,
I mean, honestly,
it screams Scott Peterson to me, right?
It does.
Like Scott Peterson. Yeah. He didn't go to the vigils. He wasn't out looking. Mm-hmm. Why? Because he knew where they were at. And I've thought it from the get-go. They're not out looking because they don't, there's no need to.
And that's what bugged me, Melissa. Scott Peterson there, sorry to cut you off, but that's what I mean. That's what bugged me, is that when you clearly know that Scott Peterson did something, and they're literally, you're thinking in your head, you fucking idiot. Like, act like you fucking are searching for your wife. Go to these vigils. Like, why? How? Like, just like Barry Morphew. Instead of talking about how much he loved his wife, really, all he did was get angry, like Christopher Proudfoot. And the only time he really came out to speak was when it was somebody insulting him or something that they were saying about him. He didn't talk about Suzanne. Why? Guilty knowledge.
Christopher Proudfoot. I mean, he just screams guilty. He's just like, same with Christopher Proudfoot. He only comes out when someone talks against him. Mm-hmm. I will put it out there. I personally believe that Christopher and or Katie, one or both, are the reason Sebastian is missing. and hasn't been found, I personally believe they did something to him. But they are not searching. They are not showing concern, right? And that's what has bugged me. I do not feel, I have been in their shoes, and that's not how you act.
Are we all wrong about this? Right? Are we all wrong in feeling this way?
I don't think so, but
I don't think so.
I don't know. It bugs me, and it's like, I've thought it, I've said it. They're not looking because they know where he's at. Well, here is somebody else who's said it again, and it's like, I'm not the only one saying it. At least I feel validated in the sense that I'm not the only one who has thought
Amen,
it
Jen.
and said it.
Yep. I got to play the clip again. But amen, Jen. Absolutely. Exactly. I wouldn't give a crap. And Christopher Proudfoot, does he look like he's a person that gives a crap? No. Okay. So, and remember, doing interviews will hinder the investigation. But I'm still going to do some interviews because it's not going to hinder. Yeah, whatever. 100%. Okay, so let me just hit play again. We're almost
And whether it's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, whatever, if someone sends me a picture saying, "Hey, this looks like your son," I wouldn't just sit on my ass and go, "Oh hell, I don't have time for that today."
I would have been in the car and asking addresses later. I would have just got in the freaking car and started heading that way.
Yep. Me too.
And
one thing you can't do is stop a determined parent.
But now I can't say anything else about, like, I can't say what I don't know. What I can do is I can drive down there later, which is just, well, I take a walk.
Hey, by the way, where are you originally from? Because you don't have a Tennessee accent.
I told you in the message.
Okay, I'm going to stop it right there because that's personal information. Nobody needs that. I didn't have the email that he had sent me. Yes, it's a man. And in closing, because Chloe, you talked to this guy for a long time yesterday.
Yes, I did. Yeah. I fully believed what he had to say. I felt that it wasn't only just him. He was speaking for himself, of course, but he was talking about other neighbors and things that they had seen. These people have all, they didn't invite him to their neighborhood grill out parties because of his behavior. I mean, there's a lot that has gone on here that these people have actually seen. And I think that really needs to be taken into account.
Right.
Absolutely.
And I know a lot of people, which is, here's the thing with the neighbors coming on panel. This is one thing I do not want. I don't want people tracking them down, harassing them, going to their door. They have nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance.
Absolutely. I 1000% agree.
And with Chris Proudfoot being so volatile, we don't want that.
No, I mean, just, let's pop
their job. They cannot do their job if we're interfering with it. You ever had a boss that micromanages you?
Yes.
It's like every 2 seconds. What are you doing? What are you working on? What's going on? Oh, why are you doing this? It's like, I can't do my fucking job if you keep asking me.
Right. Exactly.
And something he said yesterday really rang true to me as well. That especially when they were talking about the Secret Service has been there and TBI, FBI, etc. I think there's a lot going on behind the scenes that obviously they're not letting out because that's what they have to do to build a case. So we don't know a lot right now. But with some of these facts that we've heard now, and, in my opinion, I do not believe Sebastian walked out of there. I think this was like a pre-planned thing or something. But there's a lot of this that you really have to take into account and really think about it through your mind. Each of us have our own opinions. But realize it. Think of all of these things added up, what we've seen on YouTube, what we've heard from neighbors, etc. Think about how bad all of this is when you add it all up.
Thank you. Amen.
I mean, I also wonder about you know, how No Ass Chris, you know, he takes that fifth wheel down to Horn Lake, Mississippi. He unhooks the truck and he goes to Tunica and he gets on those riverboats quite a bit. He gambles, he does the whole 9 yards. So is that more important than going home and taking care of your home?
Right.
Seeing your family? He wouldn't have a snowball's chance in Cuba of getting custody of his daughter. And he never won it in the first place.
I think mom wants it. I think his mom wants it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
I mean, let's talk about, you know, 2019 or 2020 when the Bower Sox took all the grandkids to Disney World, but didn't take Sebastian because they said he's too much of a handful. So you're going to leave one child behind? We all have that child in our family that is more rambunctious. Okay.
Absolutely.
That needs more attention. We know, but are you going to say, no, you got to stay home. We're all going on vacation. And
yeah, it's not Home Alone, right?
Bower Sox would.
Remember the movie Home Alone?
Oh, I know. I love that movie.
Kevin.
Same.
I love that movie.
I don't know, but we're gonna get through some more stuff. It's just so disgusting the way this child was treated, and I mean, it's just horrible.
It is.
It is unbelievable.
I think at this point they're just
Sebastian liked to
talking.
eat sushi. He was called a faggot.
I mean, that's awful. I mean, you should never use that word at all ever. But then to call your stepson that and over sushi, like, I mean, oh my God.
Well,
that
Chris
pisses me off more than anything.
Chris called me that, and I'm like,
oh, I know he did. I guess he likes that word. Hey, the neighbor did say he's homophobic.
Yeah, I don't know why. I was like, what are you talking about? I was explaining to him, you know, what moves were and everything, and he just kept calling me that, and I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I got to go to work, guys. I love all of you. I love you.
Okay. Love you too. Love you too. Okay. So, hopefully don't get a copyright strike from this channel, Crime Line and Lies Reactions, with Sunny and Melissa here tonight. Hopefully not. Most YouTube channels are really good that way, you know, because again, for me, I don't care if people use stuff from this channel. Just put it to good use if you're going to use it. Don't try to, you know, slander the other channels using something like some ones have done in Delphi. But other than that, I don't care. It's not about how many views and clicks I'm going to get. It's not about how much money this live is going to make me off this. I don't care. It's all about Sebastian. It will always be about people over anything. Now, I remember, I think it was on Elevated Truth, that Christopher was asked about this Horn Lake. But the question posed to him was, so is it true that you went on vacation? And Christopher's answer was, I remember, vacation? No. Oh, sorry. If the person would have worded it a different way, would you have given a different answer? Because that's the shit that he does. No, I'm telling the truth. There wasn't a vacation. No. Right? And so it's these freaking games on there. But you know what I like most about this entire live from Crime Lines and Lies is you have reasonable thinkers. Okay? They're not cursing and swearing every 2 seconds, going on about stuff. It was just like watching a good live, that they're just talking about it, listen, you know, playing this neighbor's thing. You know, Justin from Clutch Some Pearls joins them. Reasonable thinkers. And just like what Chloe said there towards the end, right, Melissa? It's about everything. It's about everything you're looking at, from online to what the neighbors are saying. They're not painting a pretty picture for themselves, you know? And all I can think about in all of this muddle is Sebastian Rogers, who's the most important thing out of all of this. But you have to listen to this stuff in order to understand what Sebastian could have been going through. What possibly motive could he have been to have someone help him out of there? Because in Katie do something with him. But this stuff is important to listen to that stuff, because it's like I said, your neighbors. Poor Cliff that lives to the left of the Proudfoots. Well, Cliff is the one that heard them say, like, the mayor, you know, or, you know, the neighbor Cliff over there. But, you know, it's very telling. And again, it's no different when JLR did a live, and how the neighbors felt, right? Because I think it's kind of crystal clear that you're not liked very much by your neighbors in that neighborhood, and by how Christopher has talks and yells and screams. No wonder he's not liked. No wonder they didn't want to invite him to the barbecue. No wonder. He probably didn't want to go to the vigils, because why? Because he didn't like the neighbors, because they were trash talking him. Poor little pussyfoot, But it's very telling, it all, that regardless of anything, did they give a shit about Sebastian Rogers? I'm having a hard time buying that. And when I say them, I'm actually referring to Katie. We already know I don't think Christopher gave two shits about Sebastian Rogers on there. So, your final thoughts, Melissa?
So I kind of thought this interview was important to go over, review, and talk about and react to, because
Yep.
up to
Thank you.
this point that I had found this video, the only neighbor we'd heard from really was Bobby,
Bobby, yeah.
and it's like what she says is one thing, but that's her point of view for me. It's like, man, I really wish there were more neighbors that had spoken out before they all went quiet. And I can only assume that they've been intimidated into being quiet. Maybe law enforcement has said, hey, you guys really shouldn't go, public or whatever for your own safety. I don't know. But I was hoping that, man, I wish I had another neighbor's point of view. And then I found this. I'm like, oh my gosh, now we have, and this one goes into different detail and more detail than what Bobby had went into. So I thought it was important for us to go over and review it and react to it, because, if you've got one person saying that the sky is blue, you've got one telling you no, it's red, and you can't go look at the sky yourself, you don't know who to believe. Now, if you've got two neighbors telling you the sky is blue, and you've got one person telling you the sky is red, you're probably going to go with, well, got 2-1 here. It must be blue. So we've got now two neighbors telling us the Proudfoots were not liked, that Sebastian was mistreated, that they're not really looking for him. So I'm more apt to put a little more weight behind that and a little more thought into it, as opposed to, oh, that's just nosy neighbor Bobby. I'm not discrediting her, but I now have another point of view. And I thought that was really important to look at.
Well, this
And
one,
as far as the Proudfoots, I just want you to tell me where he's at so we can bring him home.
yeah, I think that this one was, when Melissa sent it to me, and thank you so much for it, because, like I said, within 5 minutes of her watching it, sending it to me, and me listening to it, I'm like, we're doing a live. Like, can you do one in like 40, 50 minutes? I think it was, so I could do up a thumbnail and whatever. And then I just finished work. But anyways, because it's important. It's so important to know these details of why Sebastian is missing. Either it's due to the Proudfoots, or it's due to Sebastian wanting out of there. But you struggle to believe that Sebastian wouldn't have taken his phone and called his dad and said, Dad, I want out of here, with the fact that Sebastian was a couple months away from being with there, and you're just trying to look at everything. But all I can say is that let's always just try to keep it real with the actual facts of what's being said from them. I know that this is a neighbor, and I know he's repeating things, but I have things at certain levels that where the information comes from. I would rather probably listen to this guy than to Bobby, because I think Bobby said a lot of things that were inaccurate, but not that they were not accurate per se, but they're the timing or things that she said, I think were more inaccurate, meaning I feel like this person, you know, this older person, fighter pilot guy, you know, I just think he was a nice old man that he didn't like the Proudfoots, and just wanted to put out the information that he knew because of Sebastian. And I really do, because there's so many people, you guys, I see this all the time. There's so many people that won't say anything, you know, in a sense, you know, and put their voices out there for fear of this or that and this, you know, for anyone. But anyway, so I appreciate the fighter pilot dude. I appreciate him calling Cliff out, the other neighbor that hates Christopher Proudfoot, on there. And like I said, on JLR, literally some JLR was doing a live when literally somebody said, "Hey, I want to tell you stuff." And then basically JLR came back saying, you know, like, "Hey, according to the guy I was just talking to, they don't even like the Proudfoots and they just want them out of there." So there's a lot to be said about that. There's a lot to be said about Sebastian's final day. There's a lot to be said about a relationship that's broken apart or that's breaking apart, and that's been heard and been said by Seth to Donna, and Seth coming from Christopher Proudfoot. You know, the guy, he doesn't know, and you know, his mouth is his demise, Christopher Proudfoot. Katie, I like I said, I think is more manipulative, deceptive to her personality. What she's trying to portray to me is more like the sheep that's really a fox in there, that's really got problems going on. One year, you guys. 1 year's coming up. 19 days. 19 days. I'll say this. I'll be making a tribute video for Sebastian for the 1 year. If anyone wants to put, okay, nobody ever takes me up on this offer, usually one person or two. Sad, but whatever. But if anyone wants to either send me a poem, send me a picture, send me something personalized from you with your name on it, I will gladly put it in the tribute video for Sebastian. Just to know that we are in support of Sebastian and being Sebastian strong, Sebastian's army, Sebastian's voice, you know, along with Seth's voice. But if somebody, okay, let me put it this way. I'll try to remember it, but I'll give like a week. If somebody has something that they want to personalize, and I'll put it in the video. I like doing the tribute videos because it means something to me. It's my little way of saying, I'm not forgetting you. It's my little way of doing something that I know how to do, which is create tribute videos. Because I enjoy doing that for, in this case, Sebastian, Abby and Libby, Suzanne Morphew. I did many. So I'll say that. And my plan is to this tribute video will be, of course, the Eye of the Tiger. We'll see. I'll see what I can do with that without getting a copyright strike. I was talking to my friend, see if he can play the licks, or I can find one that's a non-copyright type version on there. Okay, guys? So with that being said, yeah, it's hard to believe it's going to be a year. It's honestly, it's crazy. I can't believe it's been a year. Like, it literally feels like it was a few months ago, and yet we're at a year. Totally agree. She pretends to be something that she's not. She's not innocent. Absolutely not. She's not. Please show me that you're a devastated parent looking for your child. I'm just not. Sorry. I have a hard time faking that I think that Katie is showing these, true missing my son moments. I have a hard time trying to fake, like, be nice to Katie moment. I just can't. I just like to keep it real. My feelings are my feelings. Said it. And I just don't feel like I'm seeing how a mother would react as a whole to all this. The stepfather, sure, he doesn't like that kid. Anyways, please, if anyone's watching this, hit that like. Do it for Sebastian. Not for the channel. Just do it for Sebastian. I think this was a really good live that Brooks, Chloe, and Justin did in the fighter pilot there, and Cliff, the neighbor. I think it was a really good live, and I really think that people should really, we already know what a D he is, Christopher Proudfoot. But you know what? This stuff needs to be out there. He wants to come on and he wants to go at the mouth. This is what the neighbors think of you, Christopher Proudfoot and Katie. I wonder why that is. Anyways, with that being said, I'll see you tomorrow night. I will for sure. Melissa?
Oh, yep, I was muted. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Hopefully, this document will be ready to drop.
Yeah, soon.
Like within the next couple days. Hopefully.
Yeah, I was going to say, because we're not going to put pressure, but this again will be a great document. It will have clickable links to the interviews and stuff. Love Melissa for putting all the time, you guys, please. When somebody makes something like this, trust me, appreciate it, because it's going to be, like I said, just it's going to be it. The first one we dropped that Melissa did is 1.0. This will be 2.0, eh? And then, of course, things get added to it. But doing it in the Google Docs, clickable links to things, going to be a gem of a piece when we drop that, eh? Her work. But.
And doing it this way with the Google Docs, we can add to it. We don't have to drop anymore. This will be the final drop, and I can just, we need to go put this in. Or if you see something, you're able to go put it in. And it just makes it so much easier. And, like you said, it's got the clickable links. So it's not just, this is where I got it from, and this is how I interpret it. I'm putting it in here. You can go click on it. I've got some sections where it has timestamps, not all of them. But so far, every interview that has been done, either by Seth or by the Proudfoots, is in here. I'm putting extra links in here right now. And I've got a couple more of the Proudfoot interviews to go over. But hopefully
6-hour live.
It'll help somebody understand.
Can I?
Oh my gosh.
6-hour live. There was a person the other day that left a post that said, do you think you can lessen your lives? They're too long to 1 hour. No, I can't. Just break this video down into 1 hour throughout your 12-hour day. That you're doing. An hour live for me, that's unheard of, to be honest with you. I feel like this video is so worthy of other people being aware of this one, just as a reminder to Sebastian's life, to the stuff that he has been going through, and I just pray that one day that answers come for Sebastian's case. And either way, at the end of the day, you guys, anyone that knows me knows that the most hurtful pain that I could ever imagine is when not only did someone perhaps lose their life, whether they were murdered or whichever, it's when they have absolutely no clue where they're trapped. Just imagine that feeling right now, that if this was your child and you had no clue at all. Is he alive? Is he dead? This child that you gave birth to, this child that you've loved. Imagine, like, when I think of that, it's the most outrageous pain I could ever think that somebody would have to go through, and I don't want to take away from, people that have, like Melissa, that had her son, murdered, but was able to put him, in a grave and know where his body is, type of thing, where he was laid to rest. So imagine adding on top of that to the fact that you have no clue at all. Oh my God. You don't know if they're alive, don't know if they're dead. Imagine that, Melissa, though. If you
I
if
agree
they
because
it's
I
just
can
such
go visit my son. I know where he's at. Is it sheer pain and I can understand their pain of or anybody's pain of losing a child? Yes, I can. Can I understand the pain of having your child murdered? Yes, I can. But I cannot understand the pain of not knowing where your child is for this long. Not, my son, yes, he went missing, but not for a year. But again, I know where my child's at, and I feel for Seth, and I do not feel the genuineness and all of that from Katie. I did at first. I wanted to. I still try when I watch
still
her, stuff. I still try to feel it, but I just can't.
I'm not even gonna. Oh wait, I'm a morning glory in the sun. In your morning glory. That sounds like a coffee. I'm a morning glory. I'm pretty sure there's a coffee called Morning Glory. I'm not mistaken. At least over here in Canada, there
It's a
is.
flower too.
We empathize, yeah, and grieve, even if it not our child. Absolutely, absolutely. That's where I have the hardest time, is because I feel like I don't want to take away from somebody else's pain, but I feel like I take on a deep grief. Like when I think about Seth and I think about when I'm watching him, it's like that pain is hitting my heart so bad because I'm grieving as if it's my own child. It's not. But that's where my grief goes because I'm putting myself in his shoes going, oh my fucking God, this is literally what he's going through. And yet that's not even probably 10% of what he must be going through. But the pain I can understand that they have to be in the deepest amount of pain to go through this day after day, fight after fight. Just, you know what, waking up in the day for a new day, knowing your son's not there, all of it runs through my head. And that's what makes me hurt so bad, is knowing somebody else is hurting that bad, you know? So when you feel like somebody has done something to Sebastian, you just want justice. You just want them to pay for anything that they've done to a child, and you want them to rot in hell, burn in hell. You want everything that imaginably possible could happen to a human being to happen to them. Why? I'm not about forgiveness like that. Sorry. I'm not this God-loving person that way. You hurt children, you hurt somebody, and you want me to feel sorry for you? It's not going to happen, But anyways, you guys have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so much. That sounds like Katie and Christopher.
Sherry, your heart super chat. $4.99. You're awesome. Thank you. Thank you for your dedication to Sebastian.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, everyone. Again, I just, for me personally, when people put humans above anything else, that's what means a lot to me, is watching people come together instead of always being divided apart. But whatever, it is what it is, eh? As long as we stay true to ourselves and know that we're very caring, deep empaths, and we do things for right reasons and because we care. So I appreciate anyone that is of that same mold. Thank you guys so much. You guys have a great night. Sweet dreams, and we will see you tomorrow. Thank you. Anything else? Oh, thanks, mods. What else? Am I forgetting anything? Thanks, Melissa. Thanks, everybody. That covers it. Okay. Good night, you guys. We will see you tomorrow. And hold on. We got to, I guess, throw out some green hearts for Sebastian before we end this. Of course. Okay. Sad kid.
Night, y'all.
Night, night. I just got to find my media. Here it comes. I'm finding it. There we go. Ready, guys? Have a great night. Thank you so much.
fight. I'm not fake now.